video.
play it to
Like,
play it out. Fuck it, we're going live. Fuck it,
We're going live.
if you have Abe's channel pulled up, the video, it's going to be a different video. You got to go back to his channel to see what's the current live video if you want to be in the chat. I mean, you can see it in the StreamYard, but that's how it works on friggin' YouTube.
Yep.
In the ass.
Yep. All right.
I love seeing that shit, like behind the scenes stuff when these like people that have like they start flipping out and throwing shit, and then they're like, "Oh, I'm on camera."
Oh my gosh. Right? All right. Hold on.
The ones I love is when the guy doesn't realize that he's
Live?
come back live, and he's like gets up in his boxers or whatever.
Oh gosh. Yeah, and you just look
I've
like a
seen that
total
happen
dip.
on someone's stream.
You just look like a total dipstick to the whole world. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta get a drink.
Hydration for you?
Yep, hydration. Drink water. Take Motrin.
Change your socks.
Change your socks.
Hey, soldier, hydrate. Sir, I just drank 5 canteens. Shut the fuck up. Drink
Don't you call me a soldier.
Morning, boys.
Morning, Dave. I'll be right back.
Morning.
How many fish did you catch, Dan? I caught last night that you were fishing. I glimpsed at YouTube. How's the fishing?
Very, very good. I actually got 4 trouts, but the last one I let back out. And I got 3 trouts and 3 pikes.
Rainbow or brown?
Brown.
Hey, fair play, huh?
Yeah, I love those. I think those taste the best.
Little hunters.
So two brown and one red actually. Red, in the meat.
Interesting chat earlier, chaps. Very interesting about the. I got berated yesterday. Not berated. I got mocked by a Protestant at Bible study. So you can all feel sorry for me, as an Orthodox catechumen. I was all by myself.
I'm
You got
sorry.
berated by a Protestant or by an Orthodox What?
No, I was berated by a sort of 65-year-old Protestant woman.
Oh.
Yeah, we were talking about the Book of Job, and how Job managed not to turn away from God throughout all of the trials and tribulations he went through. And an elderly lady's really nice said, "Well, he must have had a very strong mind." And I said, "Well, I don't so much see it as being a strong mind, but a strong heart." Then we got talking about the Jesus prayer, and turning to your heart and putting your mind into your heart, so to speak. And then right at the end, I got accused of saying mantras, and I kind of got mocked. Why do you say it over and over again? Why do you do this? And it was like, wow. So, yeah, there's a definite divide, especially if you go to Protestant Bible studies as an Orthodox catechumen. I was going to ask you about that, John. What do you think about the Jesus prayer in general?
What is the Jesus prayer? For those of us who does not know.
It's very simple. It's a very simple prayer, which is simply, Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner. And it's repeated, but the repetition isn't essentially the focus of the prayer. It's just that it's an act of penitent, not penitent, it's not the word penitent.
It literally is a way to pray individually what is often said in the Kyrie eleison, right? Kyrie eleison. Kyrie
yes.
eleison.
Right.
God have mercy. Right. Christ have mercy.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah.
But yeah, that's the Jesus prayer. But ironically, a Protestant minister in training kind of rebutted her and said, basically, have you not read the parable of the moneylender and the Pharisee? And I was like, wow, he actually backed me up. So, but yeah, I was listening to what you were saying about this bridge between Protestantism and Orthodoxy, and I always try and find people where they are. That's one of the things Father Antonius, who's sort of supervising me in my catechumate, I should say. he always said you've always got to find people where they are, and we can't make claims. We can't make salvorific claims with people. But it's as soon as you get into it, and I don't know if this is correct, and I find John is an exception to this, and I found John to be an exception. But I find Protestants in general, and I'm speaking in general, to be very legalistic, whereas the Orthodox Church has the authority of the apostolic tradition. But I find it doesn't act in that manner, whereas I find that tradition is not so well adhered to in terms of Protestantism, but they have a much more legalistic approach to things. What would you say about it? Because I find you, John, to be very much more open-minded and understanding about things, probably because you're better read. But what's your opinion on that? What's your opinion on sort of a Protestant Christian sort of almost mocking someone over prayer? I mean, what would be your perspective on that?
You're talking to me, right?
Yeah.
I think what it comes down to is not understanding what prayer is, because there's some Protestants out there that will say like it's if you're repeating it, it's not from the heart. If you're not coming up with something creatively new every time, it's not good. And I don't understand that, because Jesus clearly in the scripture tells us to constantly pray the Lord's Prayer. And if we pray something like the Lord's Prayer, it gives us everything we need to know about what it is to be a Christian. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us against our trespasses, and help us to forgive others who trespass against us. Like, it's so essential. And part of that is, I think, there's a need in Protestantism to have this kind of dynamism where they're always constantly making something new. And I've always said that this is more because of the influence of, say, Peter Drucker philosophy than it is of anything substantially scriptural based.
Can I say something about it?
Go for it, dude.
Cool. No, when it comes to reading the Bible, every time I read the Bible, I'm in a different state of mind in my life and different circumstance in my life. And so I find that every time I read the same scripture, it gives me something new. And I also think that when you repeat something, now if you teach someone to repeat something because it has some kind of magical value, then I think you get into the territory where it becomes wrong. But when you repeat a truth, it actually at some point it integrates into your soul in a very meaningful way. And I also think that when you have especially when it comes to your question was, what do you think about someone attacking you over prayer? Well, obviously she has some kind of trigger there. She has some kind of maybe some past thing or some kind of insecurity. So I just think it's sad. It may be, and it's whatever it is. When someone becomes legalistic, and it's because it's something they want to avoid themselves for some reason, and they feel like, I don't want to confront someone about this, but this is so wrong, in their mind. This is so wrong, so I have to speak up, and so it becomes more forceful. That could also be the case.
I think you make a good point there, Dan, because to me, one of the things I've noticed is a lot of Protestants tend to be legalistic towards having some type of non-conference of authority on them, right? They to the point where they'll just say, I don't need to do that, or they make gymnastics about trying to avoid certain verses that seemingly go against something that they hold or believe, and there's almost a very staunch dogmatic approach to that, and I find that a lot of times people who want freedom in doctrine are the people who are going out of their way to make mental gymnastics out of the scripture, on something that I think is pretty forward and straight, pretty straightforward. And that's kind of an interesting thing for sure.
Can I say a couple of things about this? On the issue with vain repetition, which I think you guys were talking about earlier, repeating things over and over. I think that most Protestants would probably go to like Matthew 6:7, which says, "Do not repeat yourself in vain repetition, as the heathens do, in respect to prayer." And so I think that sticks in the heads of a lot. Matthew 6:7, which states, "But when ye pray, use not vain repetitions as the heathens do." And I think that that's stuck in a lot of Protestant minds, that if I'm saying the same thing over and over in prayer, then I'm doing exactly what chanting or other things are done in heathen type rituals.
Right. That's a great point. But I think they're missing the point, because I think a lot of them, what they're zeroing in on is repetition and not the actual qualifier, which is vain.
Right. Sure.
And
And
vain
that-
also
and that's
gives
the
you
problem.
the Lord's Prayer right after. Like it tells you to pray like this, then gives you the Lord's Prayer.
Right.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Oh, he's
But-
contradicting himself. The Bible must be wrong.
So
Yep.
I would say, does it tell us in the Lord's Prayer to pray it repeatedly, or does it say to pray like this?
It says pray like this. I can read it to you if you want to.
Right.
Do
Go
not be
ahead.
like them,
What
for
if-
your Father knows what you need, for you ask him. Pray
What
them
if they have
like
Asperger's?
this.
Well, that's not a vain repetition. That's like, you don't get a choice. Your brain is going to make you do this over and over and over again.
Who said the Asperger's thing?
But I think what gets missed in
Mister,
this is,
mister.
so here's the reason why it's talking about vain reputation, because if you think about it, there's a lot of people and a lot of Christians who look at prayer like they would look at finding a genie in a bottle.
I don't
Or they
disagree.
would look at it as they would create the powers and the superstition of the repetitive words.
Totally no.
And what I think what Jesus is telling us is that if you're doing it like that, you're missing the point, because the whole point is, I am the object of the faith. I am the object of the prayer. That should be the focal point.
I'm not
you know.
saying you are wrong. I've been
No,
to
you're
like,
you're making a great reference to that. Is
mega
something that
churches
people
where they
hit
will
on.
say the same phrase over and over, just one sentence over and over and over and over. So I know exactly what this is talking about. It's not talking about doing the same prayer more than once. It's talking about saying the same 2 words or 3 words over and over again, like it's some kind of magical incantation that will get you riches and glory. And
Peace
on
be with you. Peace be
The-
with
and on to the other thing. I think you said the Protestants who buck the tradition. Is that what it was?
Who said that?
Like that Protestants avoid the authority or the tradition?
Oh, no. Joe Mosman said that the position of the Orthodoxy was like tradition was the most important, and I was just trying to say that we see it holistically. We see that it is tradition, it is scripture, and it is like liturgy, which come in handy when you are doing proper adoration, and to avoid repeating the same phrases over and over again. For example.
Okay, smart Alec.
Hey, John, to answer your question, you should definitely pray, John. I saw his comment. I was just being smart.
Should we sing or pray? Do you mean that question?
Yeah.
You should pray.
You should probably do, but in your case, considering I don't know.
You should just pray.
John needs
Bro.
prayer.
You should pray, bro. No, the reason I bring these things up, like the needing to bridge the gap, is if we continue as we are, we're looking at not good things for all of us. Honest to God,
Yeah.
I think if Orthodoxy and Protestantism and Catholicism all stand at odds with each other for long enough, we're just allowing ourselves to be swept out of the way so something else can take our place. Like, I don't know, Islam, for instance.
Well, I
You're
think
right,
that
Abe.
I-
We need a crusade of Europe again. Save Europe.
I'm down. Crusades.
Did anyone see that video after the October 7th thing? Like a week later, that Mecca flooded. That shit was wild.
I've never
Holy
heard
shit.
of it.
No, I'm not joking about that. I saw a video and I was like, that's definitely God. I was like, holy fuck. A week after that shit happened, Mecca flooded. This shit was wild.
Is there a video on it? Is there
Was
a
it
video on
exactly
it?
7 days?
I don't I don't remember I didn't have a time frame or anything, but I remember looking at that shit going, that can't be a fucking coincidence. There's no way. You know? And there were, you know how they do the circle around that big rock or whatever, and they're like,
Yeah.
right? I'm telling you, that shit was, it was like fucking a huge water wall, and it was just sweeping them. And I'm like, what the fuck? It was wild.
I see one news, but it's from 5 months ago, January 7th.
Now there was multiple ones, a long time. You know,
It
like I
seems
said,
lots every now and again. Then
No,
right? But
with all
I'm
all
just
the,
saying.
all the, yeah. What are
Yeah,
you
it's
saying?
kind of wild though.
I just
Yeah, it is
don't know
wild.
why I haven't heard about this, because everyone I follow, and this should be a big thing. It should be on
Yeah,
my
well, like I told you, I talked to those. That was around the same time I got to. Remember, I was telling you I was talking to the Tribbers, the people that look out for the rapture and shit. They're showing me these videos, and that was one of them. They, you know, what was the other one? The fact that I confirm this actually. The guy that did, and I want to be careful what I say on YouTube. All right, did
Sure.
the question incident, air quotes, his statement was that they did it because they had heard about it, and this could be wrong. I don't know, but the statement was the guy did it because of the red heifer sacrifice. So I was like, you got to be. There's no way that can be true. But
Wait, South
that
Park
was
is
his,
right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed it.
No, you're good.
I'm sorry.
I get you. No, but the I don't know if it was the son or the guy that they unalived the following time. One of them made a statement, and obviously, I don't think that shit was correct, but that was the statement. They had heard that they were bringing the red heifers to Small Hatville, and that was one of the reasons why they did it.
I heard that. I heard that too. I wasn't able to confirm it, but yeah.
Interesting. I also heard that. I don't know that it's true either, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was the case, though.
I got into a convo with a guy on panel. You don't get to see him much because I joke around with people. I like having fun, you know. And all these other people on the panel were just fucking flipping out, and I'm like, just calm down, because it was about the Islam, you know, little people thing when it came to like how they treat them or their prophet and stuff. And I was not being about that. I was just like, look, I just have a simple question, because it got into this narrative about if one of the books were proven correct, right, then another one would be proven incorrect. And we got to talking, and it was like, and people are like, well, that shouldn't be a problem. And I'm like, there would be and the reason why I brought this up is because we were talking about the whole, you know, atmosphere pre-flood shit, with
Right.
carbon dating that could be wrong.
Right.
And he's like, and I was like, well, do you
Can
realize what would happen
Canopy
if
theory.
they prove if they prove this shit correct? He's like, no, nothing would happen. I'm like, bro, if your religious book was proven incorrect, you don't think there would be a serious backlash? He's like, no. I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I think we fight wars for less, you know?
Yeah.
Wars are fought for the most ridiculous reasons. If they don't find religion, they'll find something else. Ideology is what it's all about.
Yeah. So, like I was saying earlier, Emmett, the bridging topic.
Mhm.
Do you? I guess my question would be: is there some feasible way that we? I don't even know how to put it. Like, how do we bridge the gap? Obviously, what I would say is, Orthodoxy is not going to say,
Yeah, we're not gonna give you your own personal Jesus.
obviously, but I would say that I don't think Protestants believe in a different Jesus.
I don't. Well, I don't make salvific claim, so I'm not gonna go ahead and say that you.
That's fair.
No.
That's fair. That's fair.
Because that would be a salvific
That's fair.
claim.
But I will say this: I believe that Jesus Christ died on the cross for the sins of mankind. Yeah, I believe that
I do,
Jesus Christ is God in the flesh. Yeah.
Mhm.
I would say that I would look at my Bible and say that he has all the exact same attributes that you do. So
Yeah.
if
there's a phrase that I like about that. Sorry, Abe. Just
Go ahead.
real quick,
Do
and it's that we believe that people can know the truth, can know truth, but we invite people to know the fullness of the truth.
It was St. Paul who said, he wished, I can't remember the exact words, so I'm going to paraphrase, but he wished that all could feel the fullness, the fullness or the wholeness. I can't remember, is it they're very similar, but of God. I just wonder if that perception of the fullness of the truth is similar, or whether there are two truths running parallel. Do you see what I'm saying there?
I would think they are they're similar, because we are talking that we would be. I'm trying to phrase this correctly. I would be thinking that he is talking about a holistic thing as well. So he's thinking about the full adoration of Jesus Christ at the same time.
Well, and I think this is where the issue of, and I've always said this, a lot outside of like the obvious cults and full on heretical groups, is that the issue isn't really who Jesus is, it's what Jesus is doing for our salvation. What does salvation look like? And that's when you get to you see the nuanced difference. And I think one of the ways that Orthodox can try to bridge the gap with some, and they have in this regard, especially towards high church Protestants, is to show people that what's happening during a liturgy, the divine liturgy, is literally the scripture in it breathing out, right? And the idea
in motion.
And Revelation, the idea of what's happening in Revelation is being liturgy. And as growing up in the Lutheran Church, I've always believed every time I went to the communion rail, I was before the throne of God and before all the apostles and all the saints, receiving the same gift of his body and blood. And the thing is that there are people obviously who don't believe that. They would say, no, the key important thing is what we believe. you can see why the Catholics and Orthodox said, wait a minute, belief in itself was never the issue for the most of the church history. And they're correct in that regard. If you take a very narrowistic view of what belief means. However, we also can see where, especially more in the Roman Catholic Church and the medieval church, where they went away from even the core elements of their own doctrinal stances to try to produce a political institution which created corruption. And so, and this goes back to my issue, which is the idea is that you cannot, if the institution is made up of men, and men have authority in that institution, meaning they have an authority as to what the scriptures say rather than a contextual understanding of the verses, then you're going to have an issue of the institution being fallible no matter what. And yes, the Orthodox don't go as extreme as the Catholics on that, but they would still say the church is uncorruptible. But I think that is a hard pill for a lot of Protestants to swallow when we especially see more, and given the fact that we've seen it pretty obvious with the Catholic Church, which also claims the same type of thing.
Yeah, I can agree with you on the idea of the corruption. And it's a hard way to come to a conclusion. This is why I said that the only way I could breach I personally could breach it was by bowing my head and humbling myself, because I need to have faith that the words were correct and it cannot be corrupted. And that has to do with, it has to be more than me. I have to be able to understand that part of the Holy Ghost that is given us is given within the church, and that the words of Jesus Christ is that he left us a church that cannot be corrupted. So you just have to, well, in my case, I just have to accept that.
Well, I wouldn't say you specifically, right? I would say the churches, right? The Protestants and the Orthodoxy. I wouldn't say like you as an individual, because I would never ask that upon like you. Coming from Orthodoxy, there's no way that makes any sense, right? For me to be like, Emmett, I want you to bridge a gap between Protestants and Orthodoxy. That makes no sense.
The thing is, I don't think we can have a doctrinal solution to this, because the problem, in my opinion, is not the doctrine. The problem, in my opinion, is the submission. So I don't see a way that you can come with, I don't see a way, and I don't think it's a correct idea either, that the Orthodox Church would just rise up in arms and be like, you have to follow us or else, which is, I joke a lot about authoritarianism, but that's not the actual position of the church, and that has never been the position of the church. It's more of a, we're going to try to come here, I'm going to try to, there's people that do debates that tell you what we believe and how is it that we believe it. There's people that is over here trying to talk to you about it, and I've been telling you the way I reached that because I had the same problem. I was a full libertarian for a while, and actually I even thought about like the market giving us ethic propositions, which is, it's impossible. It's not a cannot be a true statement, right?
Right.
Bless you, Dan.
Oh no, that was a cough. But
no, I saw. I'll bless you anyway. Then go on, have some of that.
Bless you too. How are you, Easy?
Yeah. So I'm just giving you like the way I was able to reach it, because my idea at the end of the day is that truth will come on top, and if you want to know the fullness of it, you should join the church.
Based.
Well, and I would say that I've seen I don't know what I would call it, not obviously not an acceptance, but from the Orthodox Church, I've seen a lot of kindness that's like, look, we don't hate you, we're not against you, but if you want to know the church, you have to come into the church.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I obviously, you see like random online versions of things where people are like over the top. But when I've talked to Orthodoxy outside of the internet, it's been very kind and open and warm to, hey, we would love for you to understand more. Come and talk to us. Come and learn.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think
Absolutely like that. Yeah.
and I think that's one of the problems that we are seeing on places like YouTube is this kind of the shame tactics or the idea of superior intellectual logic. You don't go to the Orthodox Church if you're looking for a scholastic, robust tradition. You go for the holisticness, right? So you wouldn't say, well, the tire is flat, so I can't drive the car. The Orthodox would say, yeah, the car itself needs to be fixed, and they don't want to separate things because they see a caution there.
Did you say you don't go to the church for the tradition?
Are you talking to who? Are you talking to me or?
Yeah, you. Maybe
I don't go to.
I
I don't go to an Orthodox church. So.
Well, I'm not
I'm
saying you, but
yeah.
that's what I was saying. Like, were you saying like people don't go to the Orthodox church?
No. I'm saying you don't go to the Orthodox tradition if you're looking for overt scholasticism. That's what I'm saying.
Ah, got it. Okay. I misheard you.
Well, I would disagree with that because I think proper theology, right? But
yeah, I was gonna say that's kind of one of the points I would have made there too, Emmett. And also, like, you also said something about like a superior logic, but like, wouldn't you want to have a superior logic? What I'm saying. I might have misheard that wrong too. My bad.
What I'm saying is, for example, I remember the first time I ever visited an Orthodox priest, and I said, "Oh, I read these books by these guys, by Ware. I've read these church fathers," and he said, "That's all great and good, but you're not going to really truly learn about the Orthodox faith until you participate in a service." And what I'm saying is, the idea of a super intellectual, scholastic, robust intellectual aspect of Orthodoxy is something that you don't see very rarely outside of either internet culture or in American culture, especially for people who are ex-Protestants. And I think there's a reason why, because there are a lot of Protestants who, when they see that, they're using some of their old tactics and tools that they used as Protestants in embracing it. And in fact, I've had literally Orthodox priests tell me that's one of the biggest issues that we have with converts is they want to bring in the Protestant way
theology.
of doing. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
It's strange because when I first became a catechumen, it happened really sort of organically. I just emailed the father at the church, the priest, and then he just said, "Oh, let's have a meeting and let's have a Zoom meeting." So we started talking, and it was completely different to anything I'd imagined. And one of the first things he said to me is, "Look, if this is something for you to kind of come in and from almost a right-wing perspective, from what because he sees what happens online with the quote-unquote ortho bros, he said this isn't for you, and he's had to literally drop catechumens for this reason, that they're coming from this internet culture. And what I've seen from the catechumenate in itself is just so beautiful and different from any other form of Christianity, and it's so peaceful and loving and kind and beautiful, and the authoritarianism just doesn't shine through at all. It really doesn't. There's no intellectualism really in it. There are elements of thought, there are elements of history and theology that come in, but it's not the underlying basis of it. The underlying basis is love, humility, repentance, and being humble. That's what I've found so far. And I'm early days,
See, and that's what I got from you as well, Dave, when you and I have talked in the past. Just that same feeling. So,
yeah.
When you're in the presence of somebody who is so incredibly humble and who cares so much about all of his flock. You know, when you meet different Orthodox fathers, like priests as well, or whether they're deacons or whether they're archimandrites, like I learned Greek from an archimandrite, you see this beautiful twinkle. There's a twinkle in all of their eyes, but such a reverence also in the way that they speak and deliver all of the theology and the precepts of the church. But they're staunch. It's the word, they're staunch, but incredibly twinkly in the eye and beautiful. You know, it was completely the opposite. The father that's helping me keeps joking about having a magic carpet and a hot air balloon and a butler, and you would think that these people would be solemn and super serious. Just not the case. Fantastic senses of humor, and completely different from any other ministers that I've met in any other denomination. Really, really unique. Like I would say, Dad, if you're not aware and it's been 6 months, I've said to this before, just go to a liturgy, just go and have a look. It's just really interesting, really, really interesting.
Well, and that's why
I'm really glad to hear what you're saying. It sounds like a wholesome experience based in the word, from what I'm hearing, and I can hear that you.
Yeah, I think, and that's one of the reasons why it makes sense that a lot of charismatic Protestants find themselves in a church like Orthodoxy, because it has such a holistic aspect to it, right? It's liturgy, it's the community. It's just when it seems like people are trying to make the Orthodox Church compete with Roman Catholicism or like something like Anglicanism or Lutheranism, where I think that begins to lose its and I think that only comes from people, and this is just by my experience, especially from people who've come into the Orthodox Church from those traditions, and they tend to want to especially bring a more scholastic and approach to the dogmatic approach to things. And I think that is a problem, because the Orthodox Church has always said, like, hey, there's things we will agree, well, there's things we may not stress, but our whole reason for not doing these things is because you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. And that's kind of their justification for that.
I mean, humans will be humans.
Whereas in scholasticism, you're not just looking at the water, you're looking at not just the water in the baby, you're looking at the temperature of the water, you're looking at whether the baby has getting an irritate from how hot the water is, the temperature and all that. So,
well, I think
aspect. Would you say, sorry, Amit, just very briefly, because would you say that the aspect of fellowship in the Orthodox Church is another beautiful thing about it?
100%. And there's nothing like it. From all the churches I've been to, there's nothing like it.
Dogmatically speaking, if I go, because I live right in the middle of the Highlands in Scotland, so we're limited. So I have to go 1 hour, maybe 40 minutes on a bus to go to liturgies, and we only have them every 2 weeks. So every Sunday I go to like a free church. But it's so strange that you see everyone gets there, and then as soon as it's finished, they're all gone. So, but that's apparently like not non-dogmatic. But yet it appears to be completely dogmatic, because they get in and get out and then get home. Whereas there seems to be a true pleasure in spending time. Like at liturgy, after liturgy, we have fellowship. We'll be sat there, we'll eat together, we'll sit round the table, we'll eat together, we'll talk together for 2 hours after. It's a whole family. It's like a family.
At the Orthodox Church in my town, we spent like probably I spent like 6 or 7 hours there on a Sunday. Because there was always like a little luncheon. The kids were playing on the equipment, outside. And I think a lot of people in Protestantism, they kind of have this thought, and I've seen it a lot in my tradition, where it's like, oh, I'm at the 55 minutes. I absolutely have to get out, or God's going to strike me down with lightning if I have to be forced to talk to people. And sometimes some people don't even want to go in the same door as other people. Like they're that door people, and we're this door people. And
lack of
I grew up in a Pentecostal church, and what you're saying about the fellowship aspect was actually very similar with people hanging out after and talking, and I have that is so important that you actually.
Oh,
well, I was just gonna say why it's important, but it's
No, keep going. You stopped for a second, so I thought you were done. Go ahead.
No. What I was gonna say next is just it's important because I have really good memories and like I really treasure that. Basically, I was not gonna make any point. It was just that.
Okay,
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So what I was gonna ask is like, so I would say I get what you guys are saying too when you're comparing like what people might think it is from the internet compared to when they go there, but like I think that's dumb for people to compare like the actions on the internet, especially when it's like comes to like say like a Eastern Orthodox debating if it's right to be a Protestant or if they're taking the wrong path. Like this would, like I think these debates are still important to have, right? And I think it would be like dumb on the viewer's part to assume that like the person on the screen is going to act like that while they're in church, right?
I think it's more that people see them as a representative of what they believe. And so they go, okay, if that is a representative of what they believe and they're acting in such manner, whatever manner it is, then they go, it's possible that others in that same tradition will act the same way. And I can see where you're coming from. Internet is the internet, but if you're looking earnestly to try,
I just don't think
true.
I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't, logically, I wouldn't look at people debating and then think, oh, that person probably acts like this in front of their mother. You know what I mean? So like, I wouldn't think this. Like, so I'm not going to think like when you're going to go and praise God, you're not going to be acting the same way you are when you're going to debate about God being true. Right? It's kind of like these are two different activities, right?
Yeah, and that's a valid point. My only thing that I look at it is this: is there's people who will look at people on the YouTube and say, if this is what orthodoxy is, then sign me up. They may be disappointed when they go to an Orthodox church and they hear something or experience something in a different way than how it is. And so my thing is, and it really has nothing to do with the specific denomination, because I don't think I say the same with a lot of Protestant churches where they have like a pastor that everybody likes. And I think whenever you find something that becomes like almost like a cult of personality, and that's the reason why they're joining the church, it'd be an issue. I mean, part of my problem when I went to the Orthodox church is what I was looking for in the Orthodox church was Lutheranism being perfected, not necessarily orthodoxy in how it was presented. And I think it's important to make sure that people know that there's more to the church and more to these beliefs than just these statements. And I think a lot of people, not all people, but a lot of people may just stay at home and say, hey, look, I'm a catechumen or I'm an interested person in the Orthodox church, and then never set foot in a church and not know the fullness of what that is. And or maybe there's people who say, oh, well, like, this person represents this, or this is what, if this is what this means, then sign me up. And maybe it's not what that means. And so those are my concerns. But
well, I think that was part of what the priest had concerns when he was getting Dave into a church, and that's what it says pretty much, that if you come in with the idea that we are what you see from Andrew or Jim Bob or whoever, like, this is not for you, because they are not the church, and they're not even representatives of the church.
All of us are imperfect. Like,
nor do they
all
claim
of us
it
are
either,
distinctly imperfect, all trying to get into a place where we're becoming better. So like who we are doesn't represent the church, but who we might become in the future.
No, yeah. But what I mean is, for example, Andrew is a layman. He's always been and presenting himself as a layman. I'm not a representative of the church. I literally said that at the beginning, right? And Jim Bob is, I think he just got baptized, so he's a layman too. And they're not trying to be the representative of what the church is. They're just most of the time trying to do an entertaining show, and then they say they are from the Orthodox Church. And maybe people think, oh, I can just be like him, you know, I can be abrasive and have this kind of way, and that's how the church is. But I agree with Speakies. If you think that, that's a very that's like very dumb or like,
yeah, and like people are just gonna do this regardless. So like so using like, because you guys brought up Andrew like as an example, so like people who don't like him are gonna latch on to anything that's like about him, that's like him as a person, and to use that as like a reason to say that thing is bad, right? Oh, Andrew's this mean guy to me, so men bad because he's a man. Also, he's a Christian, so Christians bad. Right, so like that's what it usually is a result of, right?
Yeah.
Where like people like they think that like because they don't like you and the way you are, that means like whatever personal thing they can attach to you, that thing is like some part of the reason.
Yeah. So I think the for example the priest did exactly what he needed to do when you want to him and be like, hey, I want to be part of this, and he's like, well, why do you want to be part of this? Because if you want to be part of this because you think this is what we are according to what you see in the internet, then maybe you shouldn't be part of it. If that's what you expect of us, if you actually want to know the truth and be part of the
Yeah, well, I mean, if anybody's going to the church thinking, yeah, I'm going to go to the church and debate like the people I see online.
Oh, wow, what a day that would
be. I'm going to go to church and chain smoke like a mother. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's...
Yeah, like...
It was like yesterday. It was like yesterday.
The first woman there and say, "Shut up, woman! Give me a sandwich."
Well, it's mad. It was like yesterday. Like I'm really argumentative. Like I could be quite humble at times, but I'm generally really argumentative. But yesterday I go to a Bible study and then I get some old woman who's starting to like take the mick and mock the Jesus prayer, which I say, and I couldn't be more humble. I was just like, look, I think you're being a little prideful. I forgive you. God bless you. And then I'm off. You know, it's completely different. So, you know, it's like just off like a lightning. It is. I don't think anyone goes to church, do they? Imagine that though. Imagine just storming in.
Right?
Yeah.
Dave, you
show up at church, the father starts saying something like, "No, actually, you know what? I think it went this way." Like, well,
what's the scientific method, Father?
Oh my gosh.
No, I was just like,
is that an odd claim, Father? Is that an odd claim?
Don't.
Right? Is that an odd claim?
Oh, no.
What is the scientific method, Father?
That was a good one.
Dave, you should have done the Southern thing and told her, "Bless your heart."
Bless your heart. I'm going to start calling women. I'm going to start saying, "Lady, God bless you." I'm going to start using that's my favorite thing that when I watch Andrew is when he goes, "Lady." Oh yeah, I've got to start doing that because women hate being called lady or yeah,
ma'am.
Amazing.
They hate that.
Woman.
Ma'am.
Madam.
Only older women don't like ma'am. Younger women like ma'am. Older women don't like ma'am because it makes them feel old. And younger women makes them feel like they're like, you know, being put on a higher level.
Yeah.
Yep.
Copy.
Fun.
Bless your heart, ma'am.
Bless your heart.
So, Abe, what are you on? Like, you doing a marathon or what's going on here?
I don't know, man. I just started with Norwegian Dan fishing, and people jumped in to talk, and then it just grew and grew, and we've been talking ever since.
Yeah,
that happens sometimes.
We got pizza and Mountain Dew in the back.
Yeah.
You got 5? 10, 5.
Grumple, you're muted. It looks like you're trying to talk, but you're muted.
Oh, thanks, Speak.
No problem.
Speaking of, this is a new video. Abe reached the 12 hours and he restarted with new video. Remember to smash that like button wherever you're
True.
at.
Thank you.
True.
Hypnotoe's on the thing, so he's gonna hypnotize him to hit the like.
And wah 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 wah. Fucking.
Freaking hypnosis waves. coming.
Underrated show, if you ask me.
How you been doing, Easy? How's your purge going?
How's my purge going? It's going pretty. It was pretty good, you know. But basically, to be honest, all we've run into today, it's a bunch of people that, you know, they try to start up some type of argument. Then when they get backed into the corner, it's you look like this person, you that, you know, just everything personal they could. And it's just like, you know, it's funny to fuck with them when they get to that triggered level, but then like when they repeat themselves, I don't know how they like have the energy to do that either. It's like, don't you get bored of doing that, or you just like hearing yourself repeat the same words? I've never couldn't be me.
Why do you
I
use
felt
many
like
words
that
when
yesterday when
short
I was
word
in a
get job done? Sorry,
when I was in Sarah's panel yesterday. That's exactly how it felt. At one point, I just couldn't take it anymore.
That was wild.
I wasn't on YouTube yesterday.
I have a debate with Fatty coming up.
Yeah, I saw it, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, that one's gonna be on Thursday.
He is a fallacy machine. I don't know how you're gonna deal with that.
But he's gonna run into like so. And I can say it because it doesn't matter. Even if he's watching it wouldn't matter. But what's gonna happen here is he's gonna run into an issue, right? So what he's gonna think he's doing is coming to debate why you should sign a contract and get married. Right, like that's obviously what he's gonna do, right? But so the problem is, my definition of marriage doesn't involve a legal contract. So he's gonna run into an issue here where he's either going to have to concede to my definition of marriage and then go through the debate from there, or he's going to say we have different definitions of marriage, and then I'm going to say, well, okay, do you want to just end the debate? Is that...
yeah, I guess.
Yeah, because I'm going to say, well, that's not my definition of marriage, so... Do you want to end the debate, or do you want to keep going on my definition?
Speak easy. No, we have to have a definition. He's gonna just be doing all that, you know.
Yeah.
You're doing.
Okay, fine. We'll do your definition.
He's gonna try to use he's gonna act like he did to Rob last night to you. I bet you.
He's 100% gonna go and be like, you're bad faith, and this is you're just semantic debating and stuff like that. If you haven't seen that, I recommend you to watch it just to see how bad it got.
He got really bad last night, dude. He went super bad faith on purpose repeatedly, just because he feels like Andrew was bad faith. So
he was trying to do an internal critique.
Where was this last night?
Really wrong.
On where?
Yeah, Sarah's.
I have to go to where Fatty goes up.
Yeah. Just
worth
watch it, at least for a little while, just to see how he goes, because it's wild.
Man, it is really wild. It was crazy to watch. Tim, I can't pull you up because it says that camera and mic aren't set up.
I was trying to say that they especially when they were trying to tell you about what if bad people have done horrible things and then they just repent and that's it. I was trying to tell them that they look at it as a utilitarian perspective, like you can just go ahead and say that you repented and that's it. But that's not how it works at all.
Not even from the Protestant perspective. Like I don't know where he was even getting his definitions of things or how he thought it worked.
Well, he was taking it from like the ideas of, if you believe, there's certain parts in the Bible where it does say that, like, yeah, if you repent and believe in me, you'll go to heaven. And
so he's just cherry picking.
Yeah, he was cherry picking
without any theology whatsoever.
There is Romans 5 and 6 talk directly about that, and then like avoiding sin and understanding and like salvation in general. So I tried to bring it up, but Fadi just got mad at me because I just wouldn't allow me to finish a sentence. And Flo was the same. You just listen to Flo, it's like, you're the same way. Like,
he just started screaming at everybody,
okay.
Dude.
Okay, I guess.
Sure. Okay.
Well, yeah, and the fact that he couldn't make an internal critique is also funny. In your worldview, I'm gonna make this claim, and then you have to accept the claim. It's like, but I don't have to accept the claim. You can demonstrate it if you want to.
Well, and then he tried to attack Rob as if Rob was coming from Orthodox Christianity, and he wasn't. So then he totally got his internal critique wrong a second time, right after getting it wrong the first time.
Yeah, twice.
It's like, dear Lord.
God. Yeah, it's funny too for this debate. Like, so in my original definition, I had added sacramental as a part of the definition. But I decided, because I know that's what he's going to want to go for. He's just going to want to talk about God the whole time. So I removed just that part out of my definition.
Yeah.
Where's it happening?
It would be my definition is going to be that marriage is a social and cultural union between a man and a woman by mutual commitment, recognition, and shared accountabilities, involving emotional intimacy, social acknowledgement, and the intentions to maintain a long-term commitment and have children.
Wow. Welcome, Tim.
Yeah, what's up, son?
How you doing?
We out here
looking sexy as always.
What did I do? It is a Tuesday.
Jay didn't
play, actually.
Come on, dude.
I mean, it was Tuesday.
It's Tuesday somewhere.
It was Tuesday, true.
I think
like to brag, but
I don't like to brag. I think that's a good.
But I will.
Well, I think that's a good definition. I think that's hard to get around.
Yeah. That's the whole point. I made sure it's consistent through, and like that is going to be what I'm going to use to argue of why that's good.
Yeah, I mean,
we'll need to have a side bet. We'll have to have a side bet for how long it takes Fatty to lose it before he starts making claims about.
Oh man,
that's a good one. I think that's a very good one.
It'll probably.
You talking about that debate last night where the fellow was talking about Brazil?
Kinda. Yeah.
We're talking about Fatty. Fatty was the one that brought up Brazil, and he made the claim that the people came here and did it all for greed, and then he was like asked to demonstrate that, and he lost his mind.
Yeah, I wanted to engage with that because I mean I studied history, and I mean, it's a kind of a nuanced thing. It's just like, well, if there's one instance of the British, say, massacring a village, does that mean Indians never did the same thing? Or, the thing with the greed thing is like, yeah, that could happen. And like the Treaty of Fort Laramie, where we broke our treaty with the Lakota, that happened. But at the same time, there were also instances where Indians massacred villages. There were times when war to take land is not a war for greed. Sometimes it's like a defensive thing, like you want to adjust your borders, like with the Romans and the rivers, where the Rhine River, for instance, the Germans would cross the river. That was a natural defensible border boundary, and I don't think he understood the nuance of that. I wish I could have gotten into that, actually.
It can actually be for glory. There's a lot of conquest that was done by the Romans that had nothing to do with greed. They just wanted to demonstrate that they were the superior generals. Cassius was one that comes to mind.
Yeah. The Pax Romana, just this idea that by virtue of being under the Roman yoke, you became civilized.
Yeah, worked for me.
Yeah. So we don't. I'm not entirely sure of. The whole
what
point.
exactly is the question again? What was that question? It's like, it's immoral to take land? Is that how
to take land by force?
Yeah, by force. To take land by force, is it always immoral?
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I think a really easy one would be like, if by no fault of your own you got kicked out of your home somehow, and you needed a land to stay on so that you could house and feed your children. Would it be wrong to take a piece of land and defend it, or
Yeah, that's the thing too. I don't think Fatty wanted to leave space for nuance. I think he was intentionally keeping nuance out of it so that he could say, because we took this land, it must have been immoral. And
he was very mad too, and wouldn't allow even to answer the questions. He asked the question 3 times to Andrew, and they were like, "Well, let me go ahead and answer your question," and he wouldn't even let him.
Yeah, that's what he does. Like every time I've ever been in a debate about anything with him, it always comes back to. That's why I was able to predict it the other night, and he's done it every time. But it always goes back. Well, you have baby mom, so you're actually the bad person here. And it's like, okay, dude, do you have an argument, or is it just you're gonna keep saying the same thing over and over? Like it's the whole well, you actually you did bad things in your past, so your argument's wrong.
Oh my gosh!
It's like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I sold drugs too in my past. Should I not? Should I say that everyone should be allowed to do that, or is it okay that I say drugs shouldn't be illegal or shouldn't be legal? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
I don't know if it's bad faith or if he just has tunnel vision.
No, it's bad faith.
Yeah, that was my first time actually witnessing that. So just listening to him as argue, obviously, I don't want to make assumptions because I noticed the accent, so I didn't want to I thought maybe there was a language barrier, so I didn't want to assume that. Thought maybe I'm not trying. No, it's genuinely, I'm not trying to be a dick.
No, we get it. We get it. I think it's part of his ploy too, though.
I think he's from Portugal.
Yeah, he was born and raised in Portugal, and he's definitely got the strong Portugal accent. I can tell, but the whole thing is I think he's actually he's just dumb. Dude, he's a lot dumber than he.
Well, that's why I said the tunnel vision thing. I think maybe he has his position, and maybe he was just super attached to it, and that's why the whole not leaving room for nuance thing is just he's really invested in it.
Well, I just think that he thought what an internal critique was, and he didn't actually realize that he was not doing an internal critique.
I think he watches too, those red pill podcasts a lot. So he's waiting for the type of answer a female would give Myron or something, and then when he doesn't get that answer, he tries to get you back to where he was trying to lead you to,
Izzy, I was gonna ask you real quick. Can I send you a DM? I have a debate coming, and I would just want you to have your input on what you think.
You're in the Discord, right? Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Emmett's in the Discord, isn't he?
Yeah. I mean,
yeah. You sound tired, Abe.
I am
getting two
tired.
Discords.
I am getting tired.
Who, me? About me? 2 Discords?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, well, I have 3 actually.
Oh, I'm not special.
Yeah, so I have the main Discord that's like for the whole community, and then I have the Verbal Combat Discord that's for like people who want to like keep up with everything Verbal Combat. And then I also have the UVC Discord for UVC fighters and judges, but we haven't been doing UVCs for a while, but we're gonna get back into them.
What is UVC?
So UVC is like a 5-round debate show where it's like 1 hour of a main topic that the debaters like agree on, and then the next 4 debates are half hour of topics voted on by the chat. So like the chat votes out of 3 topics, and whatever topic wins, that'll be the topic for that round. And then that's why like usually the way I set it up is like I get a list of topics from each fighter that they're like for or against, and then I make a list of topics that they'll be on opposite sides for. So it's like 5 rounds in total, and then it's judged. So like whoever wins the 5 rounds, or the most out of 5 rounds, I should say, they get like a title spot. Everyone that participates on UVC though gets a UVC character. UVC stands for Ultimate Verbal Championship, and it's like UFC themed. I have some up on the channel if you ever want to go see how they're done. They're pretty fun.
Is Dana White going to show up, or?
Yeah, bro. He's in the front row every time.
I'm hard already.
But yeah, it's definitely fun, and I want to start doing them again because it has a potential to be because like I actually like make a whole league out of it too. Like I keep everybody's win and loss records. There's belts, everything. So yeah,
that is actually pretty awesome. I've been thinking that it should be implemented something like the playoffs, like the NBA playoffs thing.
Yeah, like a win-loss record, right? That was the whole idea, for someone to come and try to like stack as many wins as they can, and stay champion as long as they can.
No,
and
I was
tag team championships.
Yeah, I'm talking about the actual playoffs. It would be cool if someone came out with like the playoffs things of debate. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I kind of get what you're saying. Yeah.
Unless you mean like a bracketed tournament.
Yeah, like a bracketed tournament.
Yeah, that's what he means. Yeah.
That would be interesting for sure, actually.
Hey, remember those commercials? Real man of genius. Maybe real man of genius.
Yes. It was one of the best ad campaigns ever.
Stick in your head for the rest of your life.
That is true. That is science.
Actually, I think from one thing to another, easy. I think this is the exact spot. The first time I ever went on a panel on YouTube, I think it was your panel, and it was in this chair here.
Oh shit!
Good memories, like a year ago or so.
That's dope.
It is.
History just be repeating itself, man.
It always does, doesn't it? It rhymes.
It rhymes.
Just hate to break it to you, boys, but that's physically impossible. Time only moves forward.
Actually,
that's not what the Kalmar Union told me, right? Norwegian.
Don't bring up the Kalmar Union.
Fuck those guys.
Yeah.
It's going down. It will happen.
Let's talk about something else. I'm in a bad mood.
It's been a while since I've done them regularly, though. Because like I used to do the UVCs, like I had it set up where we were gonna do them regularly, but shit gets piled up, so I had to,
UVC sounds fun.
Yeah, we'll have to see when you get them pushed back out and going again.
Yeah. And I have like I said, there's a playlist in my, if you want to see how they, like a little bit how they go.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go look now.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're fun for sure. And like we do like a 3-judge system. So like it'll be me and then two other people judge. So like the other judges vote first, and if they both vote the same person, then we don't even go to my vote. But then if they vote opposite, I'm the tiebreaker. And we do it like that's more based off of like, because there's moderating, right? Like if it gets too wild, the moderator, which is usually me, tells you to shut the fuck up. So it's a little more structured that way. And at the end of each round, the judges judge based off like who had the like strongest arguments and who like gave it the hardest,
I'd rather be judged not by the content of my argument, but the content of my character.
Verbal combat.
Good luck with that.
No, that would be even worse.
I would not like to be judged.
Sometimes you get judged for the best arguments. Sometimes you get judged for just being the best.
Or just being funny. Jeez.
Jesus Christ, yeah.
You either die the hero or you live long enough to become a lol cow.
I can't have.
Why not both? .gif.
.jpeg.
I choose none.
None of the above.
I can see that. How long have you guys been up here with Abe?
Well, Robert is probably asleep, but I was here for probably hour 4.
All right, real quick then. Let's see what everyone thinks, because tomorrow, and I know you guys are probably not the ones that will actually jump on the panel for this, but tomorrow I'm doing like a change my mind and see if anyone wants to come tell me or tell us why sex work is good for society. And I just want to see if let's do a little test here. What is if you guys had to like pick the best argument you've heard on the other side, what do you think the strongest argument for the positive of sex work is?
Speak before anybody gets too deep into that. You brought up, hey, how long have we been here? And man, I just realized the time. I'm gonna head out, boys. It's been a great time. Dave, it's been real. I'm gonna try and not fall asleep on your panel. Trying to improve.
Fair. Fair.
Very fair.
You too.
It's a pleasure.
Just slap all those like buttons.
Slap them hard.
True.
The best arguments for sex work.
Mm-hmm.
I think that I've heard that it has utility in some way by creating an outlet for males.
I think that's a really
I can't wrap my head around it, so it doesn't make a lot of sense to me at all.
Yeah, I don't agree with any of them, and I think they're all stupid. But I guess really the arguments boil down to harm reduction, or it is harm reduction or utility, which I think both are horrible arguments when you really look at all the factors involved.
Yeah, I could probably make an utilitarian appeal. That's like the best I would be able to do. If you want, I can give you the argument. Or if nobody else has an argument, I can give the argument.
Do it. You won't.
I have nothing. Because I can't back up. I can't back it up with anything. I can't
back it up with anything. So you can't argue it. Not an argument.
I can say, oh yeah, it's a lot of it's good money, and then I can't back it up with anything because it's good money for very few people, and even if it's good money, I don't agree with it, so I can't really back up the greatest arguments for sex work. I can think of.
It's a hard one.
Did you ask Rock?
Ask who?
Grok. The AI.
Oh, should I ask Grok?
No, I asked if you had.
No, should I? Do they have good arguments?
No.
It comes up with
I'm
some
sure
good
they
stuff
would.
sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes you can, chime
Sometimes it tries to tell you that international law means anything. So,
well, so you guys are bringing up like a lot of the arguments I've heard. So, what I hear that like someone could like maybe be like logically consistent, I would say, with an argument is the whole like heavy regulation and legalizing it would help said sex workers not have to do it illegally, and therefore it would be more safe for them, right? This is consistent. Obviously, it's more safe to do something that's considered illegal if it's legal, but that's just a dumb argument, right? Like,
yeah, it's the harm reduction argument.
Yeah, exactly. Like and the thing is, the harm reduction isn't for society; it's for the prostitutes in society. The fuck, right? Like the argument is supposed to be for society in general, not just the prostitutes.
If we just get rid of the guns, then we don't have to worry about the bank robbers getting injured.
Yeah, and it also doesn't take into account that there's harm for the prostitutes.
Yeah, this is another one I've heard too. JS saying that it like increases happiness for men who don't have access to it. But I would say that there's a bunch of things that those men can do for themselves to get access to women that would also make them a lot happier.
It's also insincere because the people who want to empower prostitutes don't give a shit about men's happiness in reality.
That's true. That's true. I would say there is one you might come across. I've heard, I think once was also in the same vein as the harm reduction. And it's that by giving like incel males access to that kind of material, it keeps them from going out into public and damaging public in violent ways.
That is actually, if you could make an argument that ties these together by arguing, that when young men, specifically young men, are restless in society, not specifically sexual, but that when young men are restless, that is what leads to revolution and social, basically social collapse. That is not a good argument because you could offer better alternatives than sexual degeneracy, but I guess that's probably the best way you could go with that.
Yeah,
right, like pacification.
Things that men could do instead of that will be
Bread and
for
circuses,
and
basically.
society. I think my only argument for it will be utilitarian, and it will be like there are people that have fallen through the cracks into society, and the only way they can find a path forward would be through sex work, especially if they have someone that depends on them.
Somebody's got to fuck Ben Thorpe. I'm sorry, that was wrong. I apologize. But
so Grok actually comes up with everything we've been talking about, all the points.
Yeah, see? Yeah, that's the thing. That's why I wanted to hear what you guys were thinking, because like I find like it just comes down to like what you mentioned there with the harm reduction. That's where a lot of it just comes down to, and then it's like, well, like harm reduction to you, right? But like, what are you talking about? Harm reduction, like you, the prostitute, feels less harm, but your neighbors all have to feel harm for that. Fuck that. Like,
harm reduction against.
Whoa. Who's DJ scratching?
Oh no! Damn it! I guess that was me. I'm sorry.
You could, if you want, you could take a more libertarian position if you have a strong grasp of history. Like if you wanted to argue that like things like saloons, even if they're not beneficial to society, that they're kind of inevitable. If you look at like the Wild West, you can find instances where a Christian society acknowledges vice without endorsing it. That the role of the state has more immediate concerns. You can make a minarchist argument, perhaps, and that if society is virtuous enough without the state, it will keep its vices in check. It's not the best argument, but
yeah, I get what you're saying. But that's where everybody always gets down to. But then what happens when I don't? Right? Like, we're all living harmonious, but then I say, you know what? Fuck this harmony shit. I'm kicking my neighbor's cat.
Well, or not even that. It's like the whole idea. If we can,
then we can't live in harmony no more. It's always one person that fucks it all up.
hey guys, I normally would do something about the single mom crack whore in the apartment next to me getting harassed, but I don't want to violate the non-aggression principle.
Right.
So I think the strongest argument anyone can come with.
But I think it's better if I just stay here. What do you guys think?
Damn.
Data from places like the Netherlands, where sex work is legal, shows reduced violence and trafficking compared to criminalized systems. That's the strongest thing anyone can put out there, and it's not really strong.
Well,
you shit in the street.
The problem with the sex work being like, so what they tried already, right? They basically did legalize any type of prostitution when they made porn legal, right? This is what they did. Just put a camera there and all of it's okay. So like, but we see that this didn't make a positive change, it just made a specifically controlled area higher in STDs and depression rate amongst women skyrocketing.
You know what I remember? I remember years ago during one of those Republican presidential debates, and Ron Paul was on the stage, and he had a real banger moment. He was like, these guys think that if we legalize heroin, tomorrow everybody's just going to start doing heroin, and it sounded hilarious, and it was like, it was a pretty good moment for him. But in reality, like you look at like, what was it, like out in the Pacific Northwest area,
Portland.
Yeah, Portland. It's like, well, yeah, actually, that will happen. It turns out it's a possibility. It's maybe not inevitable. It's a very strong possibility. So I still like Paul, but in hindsight,
Yeah, well, it happens. Yeah, sure. Like, if you go ahead and be like, yeah, you can just do whatever you want. What is the problem if I just want to do I don't even know if I can say the F drug and being on the street like a zombie. What you know?
Right, like when you have a place that has nothing to do, and then you say, "Yeah, you guys can do drugs if you want." What do you think everybody's gonna start doing? Like, you know what I mean? Like that's the result every time.
Yep, break the standard for morality and just let it go, and it will go. What do you think?
Hey, Seth, I just want you to know, as a proud union representative, I absolutely will defend the sex workers against the sex robots. We need regulation.
Oh my gosh!
What?
Those sex robots should all be destroyed, put on an island and burned.
No justice, no piece of pussy. That's going to be our chance. We want strong regulate. Well, first off, the whores need weekends off, mandatory, and we absolutely want to tear off those Japanese sex robots.
Imagine if
the
big AI Holocaust will be like sex robots.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, there's gonna be weirdos that buy that shit and all that, but like,
yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about
never gonna
them
replace
attacking.
anything.
Wait,
attacking.
If they wipe out the whores, would that be the whole cost, or
the robots?
Tim, I'm gonna do you one better. I think
I'll shut it off.
I think horse should be given permanent vacations on the kitchen, and sex robots should be kept solely in Japan. That will not exist in like 100 years because everyone is
only in Japan. Now you want to police every other country? Are you crazy?
Yes. Yeah, I agree.
Own them all, baby. Own them all.
What we need is a quota system for sandwiches.
Own them all. We can't even get our shit together here. Where you want to go fucking try to get everyone else's shit together already, too?
No. I had to make an argument for the globalist side the other night on a channel, and I literally argued we should just conquer everything. We don't need to police, just conquer it all.
Yeah. Straight up. Horses and shields and swords.
We're gonna
world. That's what we need to do. Anytime people want to go to war in countries, they should say, all right, let's get it, but we're gonna do this real. We're gonna do this with swords, armor, shields. We're gonna meet up in the day, all staring right at each other in the face, and we're gonna run at each other with these swords and just smack each other in the face with swords. Y'all down for that? And then when everyone starts going, wait, no, why don't we just shoot? That's what you say. Yeah, see, you're just a bunch of pussies anyways. Get back to your fucking countries.
Going forward, all votes in Congress will be decided by jousting.
Yeah, jousting's even better. That's more fun. Then we can sit around, clap, we will rock you while they joust each other.
Pretty fucking metal. Amazing. I mean, people think of jousting like cartoonishly, but when you really think about that shit actually is really metal as fuck.
Throwing big ass sticks in each other's faces, that's insane. Yeah. And going like at a horse's speed, bro, that's insane.
Twice the horse's speed.
Yeah, twice because they're heading at each other.
Yeah, it's
at horse speed. So twice the horse speed.
You just gotta hope the other guy can't hold that shit up as much as you.
2 horsepower wooden spears to the chest. Good luck.
Imagine how many people actually got like impaled with that shit, because like obviously some dudes were like, yeah, fuck this, I'm gonna sharpen the end of my stick. It's gonna fuck this guy up. Like obviously, right? Because they like broke a couple of them at times, so like they would probably think, oh, okay, if I put the first one sharpened, that's good, because then all the other ones aren't sharpened, so they won't know.
Yep.
I think there were a couple of kings that died in jesting.
Yep.
At least
for sure, yeah.
Be such a bad day, dude.
Well, one of them, like the spear broke and it went into its helmet, and
bro, getting a fucking cut in that time would be a bad day. Any normal cut, can you imagine, bro? And not have nothing. You just
no antiseptic.
So yeah, you gotta just go wash that shit in dirty shit water that you've all been pissing and shitting in for the last fucking. Just hope that it works.
I think what you're trying to say is gangrene da ba dee da ba die.
Yeah, people were probably dying left, right, and center. I watched this video the other day, not the other day, but it was a while, maybe a month ago now. But it was a video called shit, what was it called? It would have, or how would have really been to live in the medieval times, and like it's, dude, the shit that you start like realizing when you're watching this video, because like it's easy to like think about it but not like go into like the excruciating details of like the littlest shit, right? Like just from like how they slept, how they had to shit, how they had to wash, the littlest thing that would have killed them, cold, anything. Like it's what a shitty time to live. We're fucking spoiled.
Yeah, I think I said that earlier in my other video. I said I think our contentment has bred weakness big time in modern day civilizations.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Yeah, that's why I made sure my mind is strong as fuck, because I can train, but I only have so much to do. It's not like I'm fighting lions and tigers and shit. So.
Okay, I have class tomorrow. I gotta go to sleep.
Go to bed, motherfucker.
Rage quit.
Rage quit.
Rage quit. I'm
Take
rage
care,
quitting at this point. It's too much.
You quit, you lose.
I know. Shame on my authoritarianism.
Have a good night, Emmett.
Have a good night, everyone.
Take it easy, Dave.
Take care.
Problematic fuck.
If you didn't live close to like a palace area, or you didn't drop dead, close to like a castle area or something that like was like more of like the rich part of town, if you were outside of that, they just leave your body dead in the street for mad time.
Yeah.
And composing there. Like,
yeah, because they feared they'd get something from you. Like spirits and shit. Bring out your dead.
The miasma. Miasma.
Yeah.
Like this panel that's gonna kill me.
Take it easy, Inuyasha.
Inuyasha.
The miasma is it's a reference. I apologize. I'll settle down.
I got it. Oh man.
So, how long are you gonna be going still, Abe?
Probably not much longer, because I'm freaking feeling it right now.
Yeah.
Dan and I started this together, and that was like what?
Well, that'll be
14 hours ago.
Yeah.
Shit.
13.
If you want to hit my record, you have to go for 50.
That's funny you say that, because earlier I was like, let's just skip 24 hours and go for 52. And everybody just busted up laughing. I'm like, yeah, right, dude.
Bro, I did it. No sleeping, nothing, bro.
That's
50
crazy
hours.
talk. That's crazy talk, man.
I used to like regularly do like 24 and 48 hour marathons when I first started streaming.
I remember I used to come in your chat back when I was between you and Tom's, and you'd like be up all night. I'd be like,
oh, yeah.
I go to bed, I get up the next day, you're still going. I'm like, okay, cool.
Yep. That's how like I ended up being able to grow the way I did, because I was just on a lot, long hours, and consistently. Like I didn't miss any days.
You want to hear something hilarious, Easy? I'm still a mod on Tom's channel from like 3 years ago.
Oh, that's nuts.
Like, what the hell? Like, I don't even go there anymore, but like every once in a while I'll jump over there just to see what's going on. I'm like, what the hell? You don't even get rid of a mod?
He probably doesn't even realize it. He's a little bit
That's true. That's true.
.
Remember, he used to always call himself freaking the enlightened centrist, and he was leftist as hell.
Holy fuck, yeah. Yeah, he was something else.
Yeah.
And like I remember, like before I hit the 1,000 and like 1,000 subs and everything, I was talking to him about like when I hit 1,000 subs and all this. And I remember him saying, "Oh yeah, it took me like 4 years to get 1,000 subs, so don't expect it anytime soon." I was like, "What?" I was like, "Bro, what have you been doing, bro? I'm putting in work over here, bro. I don't know what you've been doing, but
Yep.
I plan to do that. I'm treating this shit serious."
For real.
Like before I made any money ever on YouTube, I was treating it still like a job.
Yep. 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 I think his channel, literally, when I was there, he was basically trying to brainwash as many right-leaning people to the left as possible. That's what he was doing.
Yeah, I think he is pretty lefty, yeah. Because he would act like, you know, like he has some like right-wing takes, but then like when you probe him on it.
Dude, he's a Destiny orbiter. That's what he is. Period. He always was. He just tried to hide it at first.
And I don't know if you noticed, he used to play the like riding the fence a lot. You know what I mean? Like,
yep.
Kind of on both sides of everything. It's actually Destiny almost ditched him because he was doing that shit.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
Basically told him, if you fucking have any of these people here talking shit about me again, don't expect me to fucking come around.
I remember that shit. That got like almost blew up into a big old fight. It was funny.
It still blows my mind that people that polyamorous cuckolds have orbiters.
Dude, it's wild.
Yeah, and they fuck his wife too. That's crazy, right?
Yeah.
They
no
fucked them too. Like the girl orbiters are fucking Destiny, and the guy orbiters were fucking the wife. Crazy, bro.
That's so disgusting.
And look what happened. I predicted that shit too.
We used to joke about it all the time, dude.
Yeah, I said that shit won't last, bro. I don't give a fuck when nobody says that shit's not gonna last. And then when she got the green card, I was like, "Yep, this is done soon. This is done soon." And then not long after that.
Yep.
You ever see those edits where like they take the video of his wife dancing with that other dude, and they add like "Hello, darkness, my old friend."
When she gets up, starts dancing with ABBA.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, that shit's fucking hilarious. Because he's just sitting there thinking, like, what the fuck?
Oh man.
Yeah, he's such a coomer, right? Like, I don't give a fuck what you could tell just by that he didn't actually enjoy dudes fucking his wife. But he's such a coomer and wanted to be able to fuck other chicks that he was like, "Oh, if I just get a chick that I let fuck other dudes, I can fuck other chicks. And I'll be so cool that she'll only want me."
Yeah, too bad she didn't get the real equation, I guess.
And then she left, and left for a tweet. I was about to say the dude that she left him for too. Wild, bro. My guy looked like he was in the middle of his transition before he stopped and met this girl, bro.
For real.
Shit.
And she's supporting him. Like, that's the other thing. Like, she takes in this jacked up ass dude who has nothing and then supports him on Destiny's dime. Like, what the what?
Yep.
Is that called supply side economics?
And then Adam 22, Adam 22 took up after Destiny. Was like, "Yo, that's actually a good idea, bro. I'm gonna have a competition of dudes to fuck my wife."
So terrible, dude. And then you look at that from the outside and go, "Wait, dude, you're supposed to be protecting, defending the authority in your household, and you're pimping out your lady, so you're destroying her life, your life, and everyone else's that touches this."
Gross. She's got her mouth on his dong and then kissing him when she gets home. Can you imagine? That's how crazy this is. That's literally what's going on. She's out here blowing other dudes and then coming home to kiss him. Ugh.
It's funny because they're like talking crap about.
I feel somewhat unwell. I don't know why.
That's gross.
It should make you feel unwell. That shit is unwell.
Yes.
Unwell in their heads. Frankie says I sound tired. Am I mumbling, Frankie? That's what happens when I start sounding tired. I start mumbling.
Tim, you were on when I debated with what's his butt who used to be conservative but went liberal. Were you there that night?
I have to say, I've done it. I've been doing more of these kinds of spaces, but I don't know all the different personalities off the top of my head. Could you be more?
I don't remember. What is it? Doghouse or Dog Pen or whatever the hell his name was.
I'm sorry, but I feel like everybody's named Doghouse or Dog Pen.
Yeah.
Everybody's named Doghouse or Dog Pen.
Straight up.
Oh, shit.
Never heard nobody named either of those. Everybody's named that. That's wild.
What the fuck?
Straight up, like the names, the pseudonyms people go by. Said you got to remember, I just did 3 years in the joint, and so I come out. It's totally different now. I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm agnostic here.
Yeah, Dog Pound, bro. I'd be like, what are you? Yeah, that's what I would think. I'd be like, were you in jail, bro? Why your name Dog Pound, bro?
You know what's gonna happen at the next VK? Everyone is gonna get that name.
Oh god!
Yeah.
Great.
Well, listen, we have a daytime VK coming up this week as well, and that one is a $300 prize.
Dude, I'm trying to decide how the hell I'm gonna do this week.
I just
want to. You do what I do. You know what I do? Listen, when I do those, okay, by the end of the first one, I'm eating really quick. Sometimes during the end of it, I'm eating quick, and I take like an hour or two nap, and I'm back at it.
Yeah, no,
nap,
remember, this is the 4th. I got 2 teenage boys and my wife.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to show up right away, you know. And actually, the later one is going to be starting an hour later than normal. So,
all right. It's going to be.
I just want to acknowledge the host's name is Abe Dinkus. I don't think these names are that far off.
You know what? You have no idea.
You know what? I know you're playing me.
Dog Pound Abe Dinkus. I mean, you're not wrong.
It's funny too because it
totally
was
right, but you're not totally wrong.
My channel originally was the Dinkus Knows. Well, before that, it was all kinds of other crap, but it was the Dinkus Knows, and it was like a play on words, right? Because the Dinkus is symbolic of context is missing, so the context needs to be looked for, and then I went on some shows, and my beard got me called Abe Lincoln over and over and over again. So I just changed it to Abe Dinkus as a joke, and it stuck. Like, it stuck hard. So I was like, all right, fine. I'll just be Abe.
I was locked up.
Abe, you should have been Abe Drinking, bro.
I was locked up with a guy from Lebanon, and we called him the Lebanese Lincoln because he looked just like Lincoln, but he was a little darker. So
a little darker.
It was that and Caesar, like the chimp from Planet of the Apes.
Oh yeah,
a lot of nicknames.
Caesar, that's wild, bro.
I had a guy in the Marine Corps named Caesar in my unit, and he had he had big ears. Well, the military is a weird place, so like he had a Che Guevara flag hanging in his barracks room, and he's in the Marine Corps,
bro. Yeah,
and I'm like,
lots of military people that I've met, for some reason praise this guy. I'm like, do you guys actually realize what he did? Like, do you look into this, or you're just like, he's cool?
Okay, so
what is this?
To be fair, my roommate was from Peru, so that made it way worse. Okay.
Should have been Bolivia.
Yeah, it's they praise that dude. A lot of people praise that dude. I'm like, listen, I don't know if you guys realize what he actually fucking did. Go look into it, bro. That guy's not nice.
Tim.
That guy is a dickhead.
Wow, I get it.
Yeah. So
Oh, this is the first time you're seeing his beard.
No, I think I saw it in another stream, but I thought it was a prop.
And he's even got the top hat, which makes it just perfect.
Like I said, it's stuck. And heck, I'm happy to be the tyrant. I'm good with it.
The hat is not a prop either.
Sic Semper Tyrannus. Should have a weekly show called Sic Semper Tyrannus. That'd be great.
Just, beware of the Ides of March.
Oh man, the internet is
what are you going to base it off of?
Lincoln.
Based. I like it.
Oh man, how strange. We're just a meme of a meme of a meme at this point.
Based in Illinois.
I'm just trying to motivate you because you got quite a bit to go to beat my 50 hours. So I'm just trying to give you some last bit of motivation here.
Yeah, I doubt it's gonna be today. Just saying.
Yeah. No, it was definitely something that I even made sure like I slept extra before it because I knew it was gonna be a rough go. And there was times where I was like, oof, this is getting rough. But then I would just, drink some water. By the way, people don't realize this. If you are tired, drinking water is a huge help to like making you not feel tired anymore.
Yeah.
Because when you're tired, your body is also starting to dehydrate. So like the dehydration adds on to that lethargic feeling,
That's why I drink coffee.
Lots of walnuts. Eat tons of walnuts.
No. Drink coffee. That way you can be tired and dehydrated
at the same time.
Two birds with one stone.
No, that's why you need the water too, right? Like people think, well, there's water in coffee, and I'm like, really? Like that doesn't work.
Tired and wired, baby.
You heard about all the mushroom coffees people are doing now, like cordyceps, lion's mane mushroom. They put them all in coffees.
Yep.
To take the edge off, yeah.
Yo, dude, I had a really good, like a mix of, it was like, I think lion's mane and some other ones. I forget what it was. It was like a carbonated pineapple drink, but it had all these like mushrooms in it.
Oh,
and
wow.
So it was funny. I asked what it was gonna be like if I drank it at the store from the person that was trying to sell it to me, and they're like, if you ever just been like really relaxed and you take one of those breaths, that's how you're gonna feel. And I'm like, what the fuck? So like I was like, all right, let's just try it. And then I couldn't believe that her explanation of what it would feel like was absolutely perfect. Like it really does do something for you. Like I don't know what's going on there, but
wait, I'm confused. Did you say they put cordyceps in tea?
Yeah, cordyceps, chaga, lion's mane, turkey tail's another one which is good for digestion. What's the other one?
Yeah, it's not like psilocybin mushrooms. It's like it's mushrooms that you can get benefits from.
It's like if I ever call Melvin, yeah, which is what I always use across the board for that name now. I say, hey, Melvin, gets really pissed off because you can't even get my name right, and then all I need to do is mention mushrooms, and then we're back on track. Because that's what Mel does for a job, works on a mushroom farm. That's what my job is. We sell medicinal mushrooms, got one of the biggest farms in the UK. So that's my way to pave the way to repair the damage of using the Melvin word.
Oh my god!
You're a visionary, but I got to say, I think this might have been why the Boston Tea Party happened. You're trying to make me into a zombie with your fungus. I think I'd have dumped that shit too.
We're trying to turn you into a mushroom.
It's
Bro, you know what's funny about that show is that, like, apparently, people were saying when that show came out that, like, technically, everything they explain in that show is like it's so small of a possibility that like it's basically not gonna, it's never gonna happen. But
yeah, I never watched
that
show.
Possibility, bro, for that shit to happen in that sense.
I mean, you see how like plagues do like just kind of like pop in out of nowhere here and there historically, but the thing with cordyceps is like those there's a bunch of different kinds of parasitic fungus like that target bugs, but they're like specialized for a certain species. I can't foresee that actually happening, but I mean it's always possible. But
I know that it's imagine though, right? That when I watched it, there was like a news thing that came out, and there was like these like scientists, this like group of scientists that were like, well, technically they're not wrong. This could happen.
AIDS is so 20 years ago. Fungus is in.
Oh my god! What?
One man's plague is another man's opportunity.
Just knowing the fungus zombie apocalypse, all right? As much as I love you all, I can't know if you guys are bitten, so you can't come near me.
You just have to look for like loads of zombies that are really awake and healthy.
No, you can trust me. I don't have mushrooms, man. You can trust me. Just let me in, man. I just need. Come on, man.
I have spores, bro.
Man, I argued the mushroom Jesus against Steelman and beat him with his own argument.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. We had to argue it, right? And I had to argue on behalf of the Christian side, and then somebody paid to flip it. So I had to argue from his perspective, and I beat him with his own argument.
I think he let you so that it would look like the mushroom Jesus thing was right.
He was so mad he didn't come around for weeks, dude.
Yeah, he gets really pissed. And it's like, bro, you think like you're actually insane, right? You think Jesus is a mushroom. Like I just can't. Like I don't know where you think people are like, yeah, that makes sense. Also,
that's because you haven't activated your pineal gland.
That's true. I gotta make sure I squeeze my butthole really tight.
You do. You're too calcified. You need alkaline water.
I gotta hit my shot with a cock. Bro.
The pineal gland poked him in the forehead with a cock. Suddenly, seen mushroom Jesus everywhere. So it was in the pineal gland. He got poked once in each eye. What the hell?
Mushroom stamp, and now he sees it everywhere, huh?
Everywhere. I got poked in the forehead with a mushroom, and now I see it all.
Look, no. Jesus is the living water, not the fluoride water. So you gotta embrace the hydration formation.
You can tell he took such a super dose of that shit that he just never came back from it. You know what I mean? That happens. You know what I'm saying? They never fully come back sometimes.
It's when they're trying to convince you that everything you know is false, but they've seen the truth.
Yeah.
And it's done with such urgency and anger. I just think if you've seen it all, you should be a wee bit more chilled out than that.
Right? Yo, dude.
Dampened my faith in humanity.
Planet while I was tripping on drugs. This is not the truth. The pine trees are actually what made us all.
Meanwhile, electricity bills are piling up on the front doorstep. Water bills, electricity bills, gas bills. The car has no petrol, but they know the truth.
It's more important things, man. The pine trees. We come from the pine cones, the pineal gland, bro. We're
Jeez.
pine.
I'm one with the cosmos. We're all stardust, man.
So crazy to me.
It all makes sense. To me, it makes sense to me. I've been walking around for 11 hours in the wilderness. I've been walking among pine trees all night. And it makes a lot of sense to me because I'm so tired now. But anything you'd say, we're like, yeah, you got a point.
That does make sense.
A pine needle point?
Oh, no.
It's almost like I don't know if you've heard of these, Dan, but like in Syria, there's it's a certain breed, I forget the name now, but there's a certain breed of a snail that the like slug part of it, because it spends more time outside of its shell than any normal slugs do. So the slug can actually camouflage. It's developed a way to camouflage, right?
Clever bastard.
Yeah, and it's the crazy thing is, right? I just made that all up, and I bet you didn't question it at all because I said it with such confidence that you believed exactly what I just said, right?
Well, hold on there, Buster Brown.
No.
Nah, don't lie. If you said no, then why didn't you call the cap out right away? Shut up.
I felt compelled to say, yeah, that's very true.
I believe
you.
I
feel bad lying,
Sir,
so
I'll have you know,
honest.
gastropods don't camouflage, only cephalopods. Know your mollusks, sir.
Shit. I've done that exact one on people before, and it's like when people say things with not only like confidence, but like it's like a nonchalantness, like there's no, and I even pause on certain parts on purpose and everything. Like people will believe those kind of people without questioning it. And that's the type of thing you should be worried about. You should never take someone that seems very confident at their words either. I always say that to people, and I use like examples like this sometimes to, just as a teaching moment for the class.
Speech patterns and linguistics are very powerful things, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Believe none of what you hear and
studying all that type of shit for over 5 years now.
Yeah.
You could, my whole thing was I wanted nobody to be able to lie to me ever. All right. Even if I don't have to like confront them on them lying to me, I just want to be able to know if they're lying to me. And I thought the best way to know is if I, study how humans behave, why they lie, how they act when they lie. Because obviously everyone acts differently, but there's also like a very common set of traits. Like there's different traits that people have like a selection from. It's almost like a good example I could give you is like everyone's playing Mortal Kombat. They all have a certain amount of characters they can play from, but everyone plays a different character. You know what I'm trying to say? So everyone has a different one, but it's all the same in total.
For me, I mean, there are always people who are shy or whatever. I'm an introvert myself, but for me, when it comes to honesty, I never trust a person who can't look me in the eye when they talk.
Not even if it's like with a wild, crazy eye, and they're just fixed on your eyes.
Got to be at least one eye. I'm going to need at least 50-50 on that bitch.
That's a bad trait to go off of because liars will tend to want to look in your eyes when they're lying because they want to make sure that you're buying their lie.
Well, there's also other tells too. So like sometimes, goddamn, here's a tip to everyone: don't go to jail or prison because it's 50% retards and 50% liars. Everybody's a liar, so you pick up on the.
If someone tells you they're not a retard, I mean,
I think the retards are liars too.
I'm not a retard. You and you just go, That must make it hard when they're telling you they're not retards, and you're thinking, well, are you a liar, or are you actually a retard, or are you both?
Yeah, when people like start saying stuff like they're 50% trying to convince you and 50% unsure if you're buying their bullshit. It's like it's just like, oh god, you just want to slap them in the face. Fucking, I've caught so many different people lying to me about dumb shit. You have like the God Hustle, you got creeps, you got all kinds. It's actually like lying it's more than just like a conversational lying. There's like little ticks and stuff. There's like little tells. The best is with junkies because they all have their own idiosyncrasies, and that's when you, oh god damn, it's I'm gonna stop rambling. I'm gonna get pissed off actually, and I like my walls.
Yeah, holy walls aren't holy.
Good job.
What was it like in prison, dude? Like, what was that time like for you?
So I mean, there's different kinds of prisons. I was in a low security, so on the one hand, there's more freedom in terms of movement and time management, but that can be a double-edged sword because if you're in a low, people think they can get away with more bullshit and they'll try you. So it's there's still that time dilation. Like it's like Groundhog's Day. You got to have a routine. So if, like for me, I'm a vampire, as you can tell, the fact I'm even on here. So I mean, I'm from the East Coast of the U.S. I'm from Jersey, so I've been up all night. So that's just how I operate. So what I would do is I would sleep in the day and I would stay up all night reading. That helped me pass the time. But prison, look, there are a lot of innocent people in prison. Or maybe they just did some dumb shit and they fucked up. But there are a lot of scumbags in prison, and so you got to be like the best term I could give is hyper awareness. You really have to be aware of everything going on around you, even in a chill environment, because not so much like you'll get jumped or anything like that. It's just that you have to be aware of the scumbags around you. There's snitches everywhere. There are junkies everywhere. There are chomos everywhere. The chomos are, kitty people. I'm not going to say the word on YouTube, but yeah, it's the people who would normally get taken care of, let's say, in a big boy prison. That's where they go. They go to the lows and the camps. So you just gotta be aware who you're talking to. You can't end up talking to the wrong person. They can catch you up on some stuff. I was in a place with no cameras because they didn't need them because there were that many snitches and informants there. It's almost like they had their own spy networks. The police, everybody tells, everybody says, "Oh, fuck the police." But that's not true. Everybody tells. There's junkies everywhere. You don't have gangs. You have what are called cars. It's who you roll with. So it's like you got the Puerto Ricans here. You got the, whatever. Sometimes cars are racial, but they're usually by locations. You got like the Philly car, the North Jersey, New York car, all this kind of stuff. I didn't really fit in anywhere because I mean I'm white, but I'm also Hispanic, Puerto Rican, but I wasn't part of a gang, so like I'm not. I wasn't with the Paises. I mostly just hung out with Mexicans and Puerto Ricans because we were in like a dorm, so it's like a 12-man room. It was pretty chill. I mean, for the most part, it was chill. But the worst part of there, besides the fact you're there and you can't leave, the worst part. I mean, the worst part is just the people being in the proximity of people who abuse kids and not being able to do anything without getting more time. That is honestly one of the hardest things. One of the worst things actually ever. I'm not going to say I prefer solitary but it's like, it's pretty disgusting, honestly. Prison's disgusting because it's unnecessary. The people who go there who don't deserve to be there don't deserve to be there, and the people who do deserve to be there shouldn't be alive.
If you ask anyone in prison if they deserve to be there, they'll all say no.
Well, I'll say it like this: I think justice
to be there that think they don't.
Well, I think justice should be proportional. So what I'm saying is, I think the vast majority of offenses, and I was in Fed time, so it's like everything's a federal offense. So like the majority of people who go to federal prison really could be dealt with in different ways, and the people who really belong in prison shouldn't be alive in the first place. So that's just how I look at it. I think, and I mean, I'm actually a supporter of what Trump did. He signed the First Step Act. And so for first time offenders, it gave people the ability to get credits so they could reduce their time, reduce their recidivism. I support criminal justice reform. I just wish the justice system didn't protect scumbags. That's what ends up happening. It's a lot of scumbags are protected. They get slaps on the wrist. And then the people who it basically, the system prioritizes dirtbags. And it actually it screws over people who probably do deserve a second chance. Yeah. Also,
terrible. Also,
theft. Just like any government agency or whatever, the Bureau of Prisons has so much waste, fraud, and abuse. Like the commissary, everybody's stealing shit. So like the guards pass out foodstuffs and junk and all that.
Are you saying like they shouldn't be in jail for theft?
Well, the thing is like you don't really go to typically you don't go to federal prison for theft. That would be like a state or local offense. People there's different. You have like white collar crimes, financial. So like the thing that makes federal jurisdiction federal is that it's usually something that you could say is about crossing state lines. So it's so like maybe a financial crime or maybe some sort of RICO shit, because gangs, basically, you can make a conspiracy charge out of anything. Fucking anything. You could turn it into a conspiracy. And so you'll have people who are doing years and years on some bullshit they didn't even know about. And we have a system, again, that prioritizes dirtbags. So like snitches, people will snitch and they'll throw someone under the bus and they'll help the feds build a case on someone who didn't actually do anything. And the people who actually did it, they'll get a slap on the wrist because they cooperated with an investigation. So it's like we have a system that basically incentivizes people to lie, and it actually screws people over who otherwise really didn't do anything, or they would do. Or here's another example, right? Like I don't support drug legalization, but I do think that we could have a restructuring of federal law where, like, hey, if someone can be tried by the state for a certain offense, then then they should. So like if someone gets caught with drugs, even if it does go across state lines, in some circumstances, it might just be pragmatic to have them tried at the local or state level instead of filling up a federal bureaucracy like the Bureau of Prisons, which is under the Department of Justice, which incentivizes prosecutors to, again, basically prioritize convictions over justice. The federal government has a 98% conviction rate, and that's because, well, of a lot of different factors, but typically the federal government gets most of its convictions from plea deals, not because the government's put to its burden and it actually takes people to trial and provides evidence and proves anything. So it's like your average person, your average American slob can't afford to go to trial against the federal government. So it's like, fuck, am I gonna take a plea deal and hopefully get like 3 years? Or am I going to lose a trial? And
that's
go
not necessary. So, like, they could still have like a public defender, and that's their right. And if there's no crime that they can be proven, like, why? That's the stupid thing. Like, why are they taking the plea deal? That's their problem. That's the dumb thing to do, right?
Oh, see, here's
I had a situation happen to me when I was younger that they tried to get me to take a plea deal too, and I said no, fuck that.
And that's fair. I didn't take a plea deal. I got convicted, and then I got whatever. But the thing about all this is,
but we're talking about people that didn't do a crime, right? That's what you're saying. Like you're talking about people that like didn't do a crime, they don't deserve to be there.
Yeah, so like, okay, so keep in mind, public defenders are all dirtbags. And so especially in the federal system, what you have is that federal public defenders are actually lawyers that work with the prosecutors typically. they don't just have a working relationship. They usually work together, and they know each other and they're friends. And I learned this the hard way. This is true for my own public defender. Back in 2021, he sabotaged all my bond hearings, and it was a big mess. I had to get a real lawyer. But again, it's like a trade-off. Do I think people should take plea deals? No, but the majority of people I know that they did so because they wanted to get to their families, and they knew that if they took a plea deal, they could theoretically get a lower sentence than if they lost a trial, which is possible because, keep in mind, juries are extremely biased, especially in DC. And this is the real issue here is the plea system. So if you take a plea deal, if you take a plea deal in the federal system, you have what are called sentencing guidelines. So it's this bizarre, arbitrary arithmetic where everything is calculated to where you have this many points, your history, your age, all these different things, whatever. And so
all the laws are arbitrary.
Well, if you plead guilty to a crime, theoretically under this system, you get what's called a reduction for acceptance of responsibility. So it's a 3-point reduction in your sentence. If you go to trial like I did and lose, you get a 3-point enhancement for what's called providing materially false testimony. This basically means you testified in your own defense. The judge didn't believe you. The jury didn't believe you. So you're automatically considered a liar now. That's a 6-point difference between taking a plea and bending the knee and putting the government to its burden and losing. That 6-point difference can add years and years.
Did you do the crime that you got in trouble for?
No, in fact, I beat my case in the Supreme Court. But it took 4 years. I had to serve my sentence before I could win my case.
You had to serve your sentence, then you won your case?
Yeah. Because most people who win in the federal system win on appeal. So you'll say, so for me, I had to go to trial at the district level, the district judge. Did everything wrong. Ignored all my rights, ignored standard procedure, let the prosecution lie, do whatever they wanted, didn't dismiss biased jurors, all these different things, intentionally allowed me to get tried for a statute that was unconstitutional. And then I get convicted. I get sentenced to 4 times my sentencing guidelines. I should have had time served at 21 months, especially with the year of solitary confinement. And then I get sentenced to 4 years. So I still have to do over twice my guidelines.
And this was something you didn't do and had no connection to.
So I appealed my conviction through the appellate court, and of course it makes its way to the Supreme Court. And then the Supreme Court in June of 2024, they say, yeah, the one felony I was convicted of is unconstitutional. It's not applied the way it's supposed to be. It has to do with let's see, tampering with documents from the Enron scandal, something totally inapplicable. So it was called a reverse and remand. And so right after Donald Trump gets elected, suddenly the courts are like, yeah, you know what? This was incorrect. So we're going to vacate your conviction. It took 4 years, even though I was correct. I never should have been charged with the charge. I never should have been convicted of it, and I never should have done time for it. It took 4 years for me to win my case. And that's just how it is. I'm grateful I did. How many people get to go to the Supreme Court and win? But I had to serve an unjust sentence. And if Donald Trump hadn't signed the First Step Act, I would have still been serving time. So that's a big deal.
Do you talk about what they charged you with?
Yeah, I was charged with a federal statute called 18 USC 1512. It's called obstruction of an official proceeding. The original statute for the substatute is actually tampering with a witness. So this goes back to the 1980s, right? So it has, tampering with a witness. Basically, it has to do with the fact that so in 2003, you had a substatute added, and this had to do with the Enron scandal, where you had executives and stuff. They were destroying documents, tampering with documents. The Enron scandal, and so you can see how there's a lot.
So what did they say you did?
They said that I obstructed Congress because I walked in the Capitol building. So which does not make any sense because there was no tampering with documents there. So logically, the nexus between 18 US, between 1512 from the 80s and the substatute is that if you're tampering with a witness, there's a nexus between that and tampering with documents because you're interfering with information being contemplated by the court, right? Because at the end of the day, this is a proceeding that has to do with evidence, with information. But that's not what happened when I walked in the Capitol.
Because they were not even in session at that point.
Correct. But even if they were, the courts have denied that the certification vote had anything to do that was document tampering. Even if it's kind of like a post hoc argument after they lost in the Supreme Court. Prosecutors were trying to salvage that statute by saying, well, what about the certification? Certificates? It's like the courts were like, no. So, but yeah, so the argument was that by walking in there when they weren't even in session, that was somehow obstruction of an official proceeding. The only thing that even came close to that was the fact that it referenced an investigation in front of a joint house of both, a joint meeting of the House and Senate. Context is totally missing. But yeah, it was complete nonsense. It was used maliciously. It was never used since 2003 for anything similar to that. No riots, no protests, nothing like that has ever been used in terms of utilizing that statute. It was a totally novel interpretation. And so, yeah, it was entirely weaponized. And I only got charged with that after the 20th, when Biden was inaugurated. Suddenly I got hit with that. So it was purely politically motivated. So it'd be like that sometimes.
It's freaking wild.
Infuriating.
Yeah. Don't you love the peaceful transfer of democracy?
Right. Love that stuff.
I believe in an international rules-based order that I get to make up as I go along.
So what's your plan now, though, dude? Like, what's for the future?
So I was a history major, and so I actually, maybe I had a little more foresight than some might have thought. I saved hundreds of pages of documentation and stuff, and currently what I do is I interview all the people from the Gulag I was with, and I'm basically compiling all that, primary sources, witness testimony, documents, and I'm basically making a book, and it's going to be several. So kind of like Gibbon with the decline and fall of the Roman Empire, I'm going to make a multi-volume history of the Gulag. So I'm thinking like each year is going to be a different volume. So I've got about 250 pages for the first volume. I should be done by September, I think. We'll see.
And do you have someone who can make a production, like a documentary?
I mean, I possibly could. Not really working on that at the moment, but that could certainly always happen. I would certainly have enough people to do that, especially because my boys are out now. All my dogs.
Yep. Yeah, that'd be really cool to see.
And smell.
And smell. What?
Oh, for sure.
Fresh paperback.
No, I'm talking about the documentary.
Yeah, there were these two snitches in there. We called them Scratch and Sniff.
Oh my gosh.
They went hand in hand.
Don't they always?
Asked them out. Yeah. I'm just kidding. They were both bottoms.
I guess I was definitely muted earlier. I was just so basically they said that you were obstructing Congress because they were meeting at the Capitol when you went.
Well, so basically the logic was that when they assembled in Congress, that was an official proceeding. And so by entering the building, I obstructed that proceeding. So that was basically the logic of the arguments. Which again, even though the statutory, how should I say this? Even though the plain text of the statute didn't make sense because there were different factors missing, but there's also in criminal law what's called mens rea, So that's the basically the intent, the guilty mind.
Guilty mind.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, so it's like it's not good enough to say. I mean, there are some statutes that are just, it is what it is. You either did this or you didn't. But most statutes in criminal law take into account your intent, and you have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that somebody did something with the intent to do it. And so this proves like the distinction between things like murder and manslaughter or reckless homicide, those kinds of things. What was someone actually thinking at the time? So yeah, they just weaponized that charge to say that everybody who was there, at least the people who got this charge, not everybody got it, but yeah, the idea is that people went there to obstruct democracy. And yeah, and frankly, keep in mind they denied what you would call a change of venue. So, the Constitution says fair and speedy trial, the right to a jury of your peers. Well, the whole thing about a jury of your peers is that we didn't get that. There's obviously a bunch of blue-haired feminists and BLM activists and government employees in Washington, D.C. were never going to give me a fair shot. And that's exactly what happened. I got convicted in under an hour. They didn't even deliberate. So yeah, it was all done by design. I could have been.
And you said you were only convicted of the one thing, and they gave you 4 years for that?
Yeah, because I otherwise would have had misdemeanors, right? Like whatever, picketing or even trespassing would have been like a maximum of 6 months or a year. But by giving me this felony, they were able to give me up to 20 years. So the statutory maximum for 18 USC 1512 was 20 years. And the severity of course, goes back to the Enron thing. It was meant to be a deterrent for that. So
isn't that what they hit with Enrico Tarrio with too? Like 18 years?
Yeah, and the 1512 was part of it, but so was seditious conspiracy. That's another fake charge. So the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers both got seditious conspiracy. That's a charge that goes back to like Civil War officers, sedition. And then you also had civil disorder that carries a maximum of 5. That goes back to the race riot era, where they used civil disorder from the Civil Obedience Act. I think it was like 1968. It basically was a way to keep people from protesting for civil rights. That's literally actually what it was for. So you have these anachronistic statutes that really have no place in modernity, and they were just weaponized in a way that was a totally novel interpretation of the law.
Now I gotta say, those people who are to uphold the law, when they go overboard and abuse power in such a manner, if that can be proven without the shadow of a doubt that has been the case, I cannot even begin to say what kind of punishment they deserve.
No shit.
Well, I'm gonna walk on eggshells here. Whatever punishment they get, I hope it's not gentle. But
no, I mean, this is unforgivable because they are there to keep us safe.
It's easy for us to say that.
What do you mean?
I mean,
am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely right. I'm just saying some people probably can't say anything like that without it causing attention to themselves.
No, of course.
Yeah.
I would just settle for a bottle of Nancy Pelosi's finest gin. I think we'll call it even.
To be fair, to your credit, after all that you've been through, you still do have a pretty good sense of humor. You know what I mean?
Well, he is a comedian after all.
I was gonna say you still keep it ticking. You still keep your spirits up. But how you doing though, man? Like, how are you doing?
Compared to who I was before, I guess surprisingly well adjusted. I guess. Yeah, it's
good for you.
The word, it's not even. I'm not even going to say it's hard. I would say that it's weird. The coming out, it's like every when you're okay, so like even like the solitary confinement, it was like every second was an hour, every hour was a day, every day was a week, every week was a year, and it was like the first year of solitary is like, again, Groundhog's Day is probably a bad comparison to keep making, but it's like you experience time dilation, and you can only sleep so much in a day, and you're only out of your cell to take a shower, and it's like I don't know how to describe it other than, I mean, it's torture. It's torture. I'm kind of dancing around it, but it's just odd to experience time so slowly, and then it's all over finally, and you get out, and it's just like, oh, everything's zipped by so quick. The entire world moved on. People are different. The world looks different. My hometown, it looks completely different. I don't recognize anything. Like I still speak English. It's still breathe air. It's still the same planet, but it's just like you can't get that time back, and you can't pick up where you left off, and it's
a constant reminder.
It's it's almost like you watch a video, and like the audio is not synced, and it's kind of like that. It's like I feel like I'm not synced in with the same world. Like I reckon, like I can walk on the ground, I can interact with people, but I just feel like I was in a time capsule or something. I feel like I was in like that guy from the Planet of the Apes when he just gets off the ship and it's just like, whoa, what the fuck happened? It's bananas. And I didn't just say that because of the Planet of the Apes reference.
Yeah.
I mean, when I studied in the United States, I wasn't back in Norway until like years later, and I sort of had that same experience, but it didn't bother me because it's something I chose. I was out of sync of everything that happened in Norway because I hadn't paid attention at all. But when you're against your will, going through that, that must have something to do with that. I don't know.
Well, you're on. Well, hey, let's not be all depressing, guys. Let's talk about death.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, when I lived in Spain for 8 years, I went away for like 8 years, and then when I came back, I just didn't know what the fuck was going on, like in the UK, and I found it really depressing to the point where, not to be depressive, I just moved to Scotland, and Scotland's a place where like pretty much the Scottish hate the English, so life got better when that happened. Though it was great being hated again, after Spain. It felt like coming home.
It warms my cold ice.
Thank you. So before I get off, I do have a quick question. So like, this must be like, obviously this would be like a big case that everyone's heard of, obviously, right? So like, you're probably one of the names of the cases we've heard of, obviously, right?
I mean, maybe there have been like, I think there were just short of 1,600 people got charged. So I was
there was like, but I know that like there was like groups, and they would name groups, and then there's like certain people that they named like single individuals, the ones that were gonna like do time. So I'm just wondering if maybe, because like when you said that you were facing up to 20 years, for some reason that sounded familiar to me, and I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, so the reason, so like again, like everybody who had that specific charge, I think it was like 200 to 300 people got 1512. And that was basically hanging over everybody's head, is that if you don't play ball, we're going to get you with this charge. And it varied. Some people got 2 years. Some people got 5 years. It depended on how they could frame you as like a domestic threat or something, or whether you showed remorse. Yeah. So
like, have you ever done like interviews about this and shit like that? Like, anyone ever reach out about that shit?
Oh yeah. So as soon as I got out, I started doing interviews because I kept quiet. But a lot of people tried to do interviews from jail. They ended up getting like punished for it because it was a violation or it hurt their case. Because, like I said, they showed a lack of remorse. But as soon as I got out, my whole YouTube channel, I mean, there's some humor that I started doing some satire again, but for the most part, my entire channel is just interviews. So,
what's your channel?
What actually is the page? Hold on, it should be Tim Hale, criminally funny J6er.
Tim Hale, criminally. Wait, Tim Hale. So, okay, maybe I do remember your name. That sounds a little bit like Timothy would be your full name, right? That's what they call you, obviously, right?
Usually.
Hale, that kind of sounds familiar.
Yeah, I was picked up. They call me the suit Nazi. They picked me up pretty early, January.
And
15th.
you were wearing, like, you had your mustache shaved like a Nazi and all that?
Allegedly. They so actually the funny thing about that is that that was a picture from a year before J6, and so they leaked that off of my phone and they tried to make it seem like I was like goose stepping at the Capitol, but I was actually there in a fucking suit and tie. I was there with a military cut. And basically they tried to poison the jury by saying that my comedy from a year before was actually they didn't explicitly say it, but it was supposed to be inferred.
I got you. Like to poison the well. Okay, actually, one thing I could ask you, maybe now you got me interested. But one thing I can ask, because I kind of remember this now, because actually I think I might have even talked about this around the time. And there's something like, I might get this wrong. Like, is it like your girlfriend set you up like with texting you, and I don't know about if it was a setup, but like your girlfriend texted you asking about like if you wanted war?
No, close. It was my roommate.
Okay.
It was my friend I had been living with for like 3 years. And so my manager. So this is a convoluted story. I was the union rep for a bunch of weapons contractors for the Navy, and I had base housing. And I was a serious union rep. Like I was working with my congressman to investigate a bunch of veterans abuses and shit. The Navy and the contractors. Anyway, long story short, they hated me. I was the union rep. I busted their balls. They knew I was at the Capitol. They just didn't know I was at the Capitol. Everybody knew I would be in DC. So the Navy, without actually knowing anything, NCIS came to my house looking for me, my apartment, and they found my roommate instead. And then they strapped him with a wire. And they waited for me to start drinking. And they tried to incriminate me into saying a bunch of crazy shit. So that's what happened. Then they edited the transcripts so that they could make me look like an extremist, that I was basically planning violence, which I was not. And then they used that to deny me bail. So I was held in solitary confinement for a year, and they refused to give me bond because they kept saying I was a domestic threat. And that was a ploy to get me to take a plea deal, which I refused.
Like, did you say something that they could take that you're a domestic threat, or
literally just me talking shit? It was me talking shit. That's what did it. They used a lot of innuendo to suggest shit, but I mean, my actual conduct that day, and this is what's so bizarre about the mustache thing and all the incendiary stuff they attribute to me, is that it had nothing to do with my actual conduct at the Capitol. When I was there, I walked in the building in a suit. I waved a little American flag. I took selfies with statues in the crypt. I danced in the Capitol Visitor Center. The police told me to leave, and I followed them out of the building. And that was my day. And I had no violent charges. I didn't hurt anybody. I didn't damage anything. I didn't steal anything. I basically did nothing. They could have just charged me with picketing and left it at that. But they had a narrative they could have used, and I was a perfect target. And it was also keep in mind, this is it was like a very soon after. So this is what they called, it was Matthew Graves' office. They called it the shock and awe campaign. So a lot of those first people that got picked up, like the guy with the buffalo horns and a bunch of other people early on, they made a really big deal about those people, and they were headlines nonstop. And so regardless of what people did or didn't do right in the beginning, they had the book thrown at them because they needed to. It was all part of their propaganda campaign.
Well, yeah, I know they were definitely trying to go hard at everyone for sure. I just I remembered there was something like, because I remember saying like I thought it was the girlfriend, so I remember saying that like, yeah, this is why you gotta watch what you say. The walls fucking have ears. My grandma used to say that like, the walls have ears. Watch what the fuck you're saying to people, because like, your shit could be twisted up, or it could be like you're joking with somebody, fucking around, and then it gets used in a way to make you a crazy criminal.
Yeah, definitely not my girlfriend. Hope not. It's a Jamaican guy. That one too.
He loves you though, man. He loves
you. It is 2025, so he could be a girl if he wants to be, I guess.
He was in the Navy, so.
Jeez.
Wait a second. So when they got back to your house, they mistook you for a Jamaican guy.
That seems pretty racist.
Who wouldn't?
They didn't give a black guy and grabbed him, bro. They didn't give a fuck about the description at that point. They were like, "Oh, yeah, black guy, get him."
Hey guys, I'm like Michael Jackson. I got vitiligo. What can I say? Yeah, but no, they didn't.
Comes in boom walking. Yeah, that's not good.
And racist, those cops.
No, well, so like it's funny. They didn't mistake him for me. They were looking for me, but they just kind of found him, and he was like, "Oh." And it's like on a weird level. I almost feel bad for him for snitching on me. His contract.
I imagine he had like maybe something they could hold on him and told them, you can get rid of him.
I suspect it's like
he was a glow up.
I don't feel bad for people like that. It's a piece of shit.
I mean, I don't. It's just like his contract with the Navy was ending like the next month, and so like I don't know if they put the squeeze on him. There's nothing. I mean, again, he didn't do anything wrong. He was a fat
That's
like
some
nerd.
Amber Heard type shit, bro.
Yeah, I have a very strict no snitch policy, and I ran a very tight ship in jail with the crew I was with. But it was, and by that I just mean the other J6 inmates. But not everybody's built the same. It just is what it is.
I don't have a completely no snitching. Like if you murder someone in front of me or grape someone in front of me, I'm snitching, bro. I don't give a fuck. I'm snitching.
Hold on, I gotta write this down.
Big snitch easy, bro. I don't give a fuck. All right.
Yeah, guys,
murders and rapists walking around. All right.
Yeah, Dinkus, you got to give me the rules when I first show up, just so I know what not to admit to.
Oh man.
Let's see, the center square is slightly glowing. So like it's a funny thing because like there's like certain cultures that take the no snitching rule to a weird direction. The stuff that they should be concerned about, they're not. The very serious shit is
right. No, you're right.
That I say that shit's gay and stupid. Yeah, bro, fuck the cops. Oh, so if your kid gets kidnapped, you're not gonna call? Yeah, no, fuck them. I'm gonna find them myself. Oh, fucking K, Liam Neeson. Like, it's so stupid. Like that mentality is just bonkers to me.
Yeah.
So Tim,
So what I miss, Abe?
have you been?
Sorry.
No, I was just gonna ask. So Tim, have you been in touch with Blaze TV by chance?
No, but well, it's actually. I mean, I know a guy who works for Blaze TV. Actually, his name is Steve Baker. He's a J6 defendant. They actually prosecuted him.
That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, I'm friends with him on like Twitter and stuff. He was a journalist who was there. He was filming the shit, and they charged him with it like a year before.
Did you take footage while you were there?
Yeah, I did actually, and it's funny. It's like the first thing I did because they withheld so much video to keep the public like watching the same gay like 30-second clips on CNN of someone breaking a window. Like they don't show you what leads up to it. So the first thing I did when I got out is I released my personal cell footage, and it's just wild. Like when you're there and you see that the cops actually started the riot by attacking the crowd. Or, you know, it's just like there's so many things the public has no. People still genuinely think that J6 was just like some Trump, like, let's just get our piece in. Like it was just our version of the Portland riots or something. That it was just Trump supporters rioting. They have no idea that it was actually started by the feds. Or they might, like, your average person has, like, doesn't have any background on it. So it's like, it's that's another weird thing about being out.
Is it the January 6th unfiltered videos that I would go to watch those?
Oh, okay. You're on my page. Yeah. So no, that's not it. I don't think I actually uploaded them to YouTube. They're on my X account. The J6 unfiltered stuff. Those are my interviews with the other inmates. So when all my guys got out of prison, I started interviewing them and listening to the story. So those are. Yeah, there's no video on those. It's just audio, but I do recommend them. They're pretty,
I'll
they're pretty standard questions, but I let them basically give their whole story uncensored or unfiltered. But yeah, you can find my footage on X. It's pretty remarkable how unremarkable it is. Nothing really happened.
Yeah, no, I know for the like most part. Like obviously, like we can't you know, deny that the people that were being fucking stupid and hitting cops and breaking windows, yeah, like that shit's retarded. But like that's not the majority of what was happening. So that's the problem.
So it's interesting. It's funny because what happened, like what ended up, like what started as what you initially had was you had these perimeters that were set up around the Capitol grounds. So you have the Capitol building, you have several yards of you know, grass or whatever, field. Those are the Capitol grounds, and you have a perimeter around that. So right in the middle of Trump's speech, you have a bunch of people who tear these barriers down. And so when Trump says, "Oh, we're going to go to the Capitol and peacefully protest," they didn't know that those barriers were there. So thousands of us go down there. And we pour into an area that's quote unquote unauthorized or restricted grounds. We don't know that. The Capitol Police start unloading rounds into the crowd, shooting at people. They shot a guy through the face. They start lobbing flashbang grenades into the middle of crowds. They start body slamming old ladies, and we have footage of all this, and it gets suppressed for years. And so, like, you got to think, like, you got a lot of veterans in the crowd, former law enforcement too. They lose their shit when the Capitol Police, who are largely fat and retarded and don't know how to manage a crowd, they intentionally start fucking with the crowd, and then the Metro PD show up from the city. They're even worse, and they start intentionally escalating the shit. And most of the injuries, even from the police, were self-induced because these dumbass cops were spraying themselves with mace because they didn't know how wind works, apparently. And so when they're being told, "Hey, stop! There's backdraft. There's a blowback. We're spraying ourselves," they just keep doing it. And then you have Antifa there. So I'm sure you guys have probably all seen that video of that chick getting shot through the neck, Ashley Babbitt. She was at the window she was at where she got shot. That was broken in by an Antifa member named Zach Alam. I was in jail with him. There were undercover Antifa there. There were also FBI informants in the crowd. The Proud Boys had informants in there. This guy named James Knowles, for instance, he infiltrated the Kansas City Proud Boys. I was in jail with a guy that he helped entrap. And so you have you mentioned the groups, you know, like the Oath Keepers. You have the same thing. There were entrapment schemes going on so they could frame these narratives of domestic extremists and far-right militias and all this shit. So you had undercover officers, like from the electronic surveillance unit. They're dressed all just like us. They're chanting. They're telling people to commit crimes. They're telling people to go into the Capitol. They're clapping as people, go further in to do this. You have these FBI informants like the one I just mentioned, James Knowles, they're engaging in breaches. Informants are allowed to embed in crowds, but they're not supposed to commit crimes. Yet they were facilitating crimes and taking part in the things that we all got indicted for, or framed for, and they never got prosecuted. And so you have these stupid reports that came out a few months ago where they're like, oh, there were 26 FBI informants that were there that day, but only 3 of them even went near the Capitol, and most of them just happened to be there by coincidence. That is a bunch of bullshit.
So when the 40,000 hours of video got leaked, did that change anything? Has anything come out with that? Have someone put it together?
Well, so it's funny enough, a lot of that video is now on the House Rumble page, the House Committee's Rumble page. So you can watch a lot of this footage, but it's not all there. So it's not all public. They're still hiding a lot of it. And they started doing weird shit. They started blurring certain people's faces. So instead of just releasing the video unredacted, they're blurring faces to quote unquote protect people. But that doesn't actually make sense because the FBI already has the video. And people like the sedition hunters could use facial recognition software anyway, and they could find people with pictures of their ears. So that was just a lie. I think they were protecting federal informants in the crowd. Here's the video was chopped up into 20-second clips. So you have thousands of cameras at the Capitol everywhere, right? It's everywhere the cameras are. So what they do is they number all these cameras and then they chop up all the footage into 20-second intervals, and they hide a lot of those. They're actively still covering up a lot of the video, and it was like a huge revelation when Tucker Carlson played that video of the Buffalo guy just walking around the building. But that's 99% of what everybody did, and there's a lot more to J6 than just the Buffalo guy. So I mean, yeah, I think a lot of the footage has been rightfully weaponized by the right in terms of showing people going through velvet ropes like it's a tour, which it was, really. I mean, I did the same thing. But there's a lot that they're withholding because they don't want people to realize that it was entrapment, that January 6th was started by the feds. And they're basically, again, I think what you have is that you have these controlled opposition narratives where it's just oh, yeah, J6 was bad, but what about Antifa? It's just classical Republican whataboutism. They just want to move past J6. They don't want to acknowledge that it wasn't even, not only was it not an insurrection, it wasn't even an organic riot. It was incited by people operating under color of law. So there's a lot there. But I mean, I'm glad that the video that is out is out. Some of it's useful. I've watched a lot of it, and it's helped me identify certain bad actors. But until Kash Patel and Dan Bongino stop being pussies and they actually tell us the truth about who the feds were that day, nothing's going to change.
Yeah, I found it super fucking sus that dude went right on to Joe Rogan right away and started trying to, well, listen guys, if it's me, I'm going after it. If I have it, I'm going to show you. Yeah. Shut up, you fucking liar, bro. He
wasn't very convincing
while he's talking.
Kash Patel was, and I know he was very popular for whatever reason, but to me, knowing what I know, I personally, when I saw him, Kash Patel, I feel like he was kind of memed into office. Him and Bongino, and again, I could always be wrong about these guys. They were popular for whatever, but at the same time, I feel like they were memed into office, and it was just what the people demand, the people shall get. And it's just well, now we got 2 people who won't release the Epstein files. We got 2 people who won't name who all the FBI feds were at the crowd or the other agencies like DHS, DOD, and all that. It's just did you guys see that shit where Kash Patel was hug an FBI agent? It's just yeah, I'm not hugging people who.
That's like Michael Jackson when he'd be up in it. Don't you climb trees? Ah, shit. Oh man, that's too funny.
I can't think. I would rather hug a cactus than the people who stole 4 years of my life.
No shit. No shit.
Yeah, they need less involvement in everyone's fucking business.
Yeah.
It is a very kind way of saying abolish the FBI.
Well, the 3-letter agencies are a problem these days, but it's just ridiculous the stuff that happens, and the American peoples are unaware constantly, and it's kind of wild.
All right, I gotta get to wrapping my stream up, but first off, what's like the best way to like reach out to you if I was thinking, Tim, just if you like, I could even just ask you now if you'd be okay with this style, but like, I was thinking because like, my channel's not huge, but it does have a good reach, and I was thinking maybe do like a full out like interview of your whole experience with that. And then also like to make it a little different than maybe like how normal interviews go, because I've done these before. I used to call them deep dive interviews. I've done them with other people. Some people ended up not liking me after because I guess they didn't understand. So that's why I like to explain it. But like, like at the end of you giving your story and anything, like, like normal interview questions, just like any of those like people that are skeptic about January 6th, those like hard questions that they try to ask people, then like at the end I would just like go through a list of these, and if you don't want to answer them you wouldn't have to, and shit like this.
Yeah, reach out to me on X. You could find me the same name, just Tim Hale, criminally funny, or a very pretentious tag. It's Lewis of Monmouth. Because I'm a French aristocrat, apparently. So,
all right, just same thing. Tim Hale. Insanely.
Criminally.
Oh no! What?
It could be both. Usually, it is.
I just had your channel up one second. Too many fucking criminally. Yeah, that's criminally. You're right. Whoops.
Allegedly.
Allegedly funny. Allegedly funny. No, that's funny.
Wait, no. But I thought, no, but you.
It's too late. It's too late. You already said it.
All right. Well, and Abe, you said you're not going to continue, or?
Huh?
Are you gonna keep streaming?
I'm probably gonna wrap up here pretty soon.
Okay. I was gonna send everyone over.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, I was a boner kill.
I've been wanting to get you on for a while.
We all need that sometime.
I know you've been sounding tired for a bit now, and you've been going fucking time. That's how we do it. Welcome to being officially a streamer, bro.
Fun times.
Abe fucking filled in that Tuesday slot, right? Perfect.
Fact.
Yeah.
It's like 1 p.m. here in Norway. I'm glad we're ending. I vouch to stay on.
I bet you're tired, dude. You stayed up all night. I just stayed up till the morning, so.
Yeah, well, I woke up like 4 p.m. yesterday. But yeah, I've been walking around all night, not sitting down. So I'm kind of tired.
Yeah, I think we're all hitting that point. But yeah, it's good talking to everybody. Great talking to everybody. Tim, I'll reach out to you on X there. And everyone have a great night. Everyone in the chat, have a great night. Everyone in my chat, come over here to Abe's and give a like and share, sub, all that. All right. Let me share the link here for you guys.
Hey, dude,
Oh, yeah.
give the dog a massive hug from me, man. That dog's awesome.
You like her, eh?
bless him.
She is awesome, and I hear her upstairs too.
Sorry,
right now, so
Oh
I'll
God,
go-
2025.
I'll go give her a big one.
Misgendering. Oh shit.
I'll go give her a big hug. Yeah, she heard you now.
Yeah, no worries. Hey, well, yeah. God bless you, man. Good to talk to you.
Yeah, God bless, guys. Take care.
You
Have a
too,
good
Red Rocket.
Tim, thank you for coming over. I've been wanting to get you to come over since I talked to you on grids a little bit, but
Yeah, right on. It's the stars aligned. I just happen to be.
yes.
I usually don't. It's a miracle I actually figured this out. I always use my laptop. I'm on my phone right now, so excuse me excuse me if you hear any disturbing screams in the background. That's nothing.
You know, that's yeah.
Yeah, don't worry about that. It's
Just a normal. You know.
Good to get some primary sources though, man, because you hear and read about so much of this, especially where I'm in the UK. It was good to get from the horse's mouth, so to speak.
Yeah, right on. Because not for nothing. Even people here in the States, they just don't know. And a lot of people, they have like empathy or sympathy for us, but they just don't know what actually happened or how bad it is. And not for nothing, I feel an obligation. Most people don't speak out, because it's over now. There's nothing to worry about. You can't get charged again. But I feel like the few people who do speak out, and I'm not gonna tell any tales out of school here, but it's just like you have some people caught up in that who have massive platforms, and they don't say shit, or at the very least, they don't talk about what other people went through. They just kind of sugarcoat it, and it's just kind of like, yeah, you should probably be warning the country. You have these platforms. It's just maybe it's petty of me, but I don't want revenge against the left. I love justice, and I don't want this to ever happen to anybody on either side. And I think the worst thing that could happen is if this becomes the norm. And the best way to prevent it from happening again is people finding out how fucked up it really was. So
I suppose it matters like how polarized people are if everybody gets fucked. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's funny because I know the internet's not real. 90% of the fucking accounts you see on social media are probably fucking bullshit. But the amount of comments I still get you deserved it, terrorist. It's like, well, I was innocent. You deserved worse. I'm like, well, okay, you're clearly a bot account, but still, it's just like somebody's putting up. They put a lot of effort into keeping up this facade. Even the people who don't know that it was a psyop or an entrapment scheme, they just don't give a shit. Nobody cares about J6, for better or worse. Nobody gives a shit. But they just have to keep. Oh my god, 1,000 cops died that day. It's like, okay, sure, buddy.
But the scapegoat takes away the sins of the many, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's brazen though, because they genuinely think someone like me who does not give a fuck they don't think someone's going to come along and maybe build a following where people start listening to them and realize it's all bullshit. It's pretty ballsy. I almost respect how disgusting it is.
So, for me, Tim, I'm a Iraq combat vet, and when all of this was going down, I literally couldn't even believe what I was seeing and hearing, because it was so obvious and reminiscent of things that you would see in places like the Middle East or third world countries when the government just wants to collapse its enemy.
Color
take
revolution.
office. Yeah. And it was blowing my mind the whole time. And then I just watched all the way through, and it was just bonkers to me.
It doesn't right. Because not for nothing. First off, Trump was still president. He would have still been president until the 20th. So we did an insurrection against the president we supported. Or hey, not for nothing. We wanted Congress to challenge the certification and relook at the election. Why the fuck would we intentionally disrupt it? That would completely fuck us, and that's exactly what happened. The worst case scenario happened, which was that J6 was used as an excuse to totally stop looking at the election, and then just certify a fucking a house plant as president.
And then my very next worry was exactly what you were alluding to, like setting a precedent that this is an okay step to take. Like,
right, because I mean, look, I know, like, fuck the left and all that, and I agree. I don't believe in the left-right paradigm, but fuck it, let's just go with the normative here. Like, again, I said I was a history guy. In the past, the FBI, for instance, would have targeted the left. They would have targeted, the civil rights movement or the labor movement, or they would have targeted the anti-war movement during Nam or whatever. They would have infiltrated those groups. The feds infiltrate and sabotage every organic movement, good or bad. They've infiltrated the civil rights movement and the Ku Klux Klan. You can't get more diametrically opposed than those two things. And so, like, the pendulum can always swing back and forth. And it's just not, you can't have a stable, if you believe in the republic. And I know not everybody in these circles is like liberal democracy or whatever, but if you do believe in the republic, and I do, and like you, I swore an oath to the Constitution, and I really believe in America. If that's true, you can't poison the Commonwealth, the common law system by setting that kind of precedent, where the pendulum is, where it's basically like almost like the Roman Empire, where it's like, instead of the Senate making the laws, it's just the emperors are just kind of elected by the vicious Roman soldiers who assassinated the last emperor. It's just like that. The system's it's not sustainable. It's going to be the death of America. And it might seem like, yeah.
I've tried to explain that to people. Like, what you're seeing right here is exactly the kind of thing you see in a move from like the Republic era of Rome to the imperial, like, and it's not from the side that people are saying. It's wild to me. It's like the underbelly is what's creating it,
Yeah, well, it's like Trump has been a blessing, and I don't mean like a curse in a negative way from like intent, but it, like, the rise of MAGA populism has, like you said, it's exposed the underbelly of the thing we weren't supposed to see for so long. And kind of like with was it with Plato or with the theory of like the men of metals,
Yes.
like. It's kind of like every nation has sort of a foundational, a patriotic myth that everybody kind of has to just like, whatever, internalize, because it's good for society to an extent, right?
Right.
And so we've kind of, because we want stability and security and justice and all these things that we associate with America, for so long we've just taken the system for how it was, and we ignored all the corruption that developed underneath it all. And then Trump comes along and he's like, that's gay, that's fake, you're corrupt, I gave you money, blah, blah, blah. And then they're like, oh, fuck this guy, he's ruining everything for us. And look, whatever, no matter what anybody cares about Trump, at the end of the day, I'm not trying to compare him to like a Pompeian figure or a Caesarian figure or whatever. But if anything, I think that this populist came along, he started challenging the system, and now it's like, here's the thing, they're mad at Trump for challenging all the norms, but what are they doing? They're weaponizing the justice system. They try to overrule elections. They try to arrest people for running for office and saying things they don't like. The guy gets into office, they try to use the courts to challenge every legitimate thing he does, whether in the Congress or by executive order, it doesn't matter. It's just, there's this permanent, like, corrupt underbelly in all three branches, even the executive branch with the bureaucrats and the administrators. They're all traitors, and they just the whole democracy, sacred temple of democracy. It was like I was in the Capitol. It's a nice building. I was in the bathroom there. They have marble toilets. It's nice. It's a nice fucking building, but it's a whorehouse. It is not a temple of democracy. It's a brothel. You could
almost say the money changers are in the temple.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just like, he didn't even flip the temple. He didn't even flip the tables over. He just kind of like push them to the side a little bit and see how they freak out. It's just like, I'm tired of the pearl clutching. It's just, the crocodile tears are just disgusting. These are people who can't even, these reptilian scumbags don't even know how to fucking cook hamburgers on a grill. Like literally Chuck Schumer pretending to fucking grill a frozen cheeseburger on a cheeseburger or whatever. It's like, so they're not people. They're just God, I can't say what I want to say, but it's tiresome.
They're crap people.
They're puppet rhetoricians placed with purpose.
That's exactly right. Crab people look like crabs, walk like people.
Yeah, it's funny though. I think that like all the while this underbelly up to take its strikes, and then they took pop shots at you, and then they turned an entire political ideology against you and the opposing political power. What they don't see is somehow they are by all of these actions forcing the man in office into the position of even higher leadership. Like they're deifying the man by pushing the way that they have, which is wild.
Yeah, well, it's like I remember. It's funny you say that. I got goosebumps when RFK Jr. was still in the race as an independent. He was like, I think he was on Fox News being interviewed by one of those Republicans, and they're like, "Hey, do you support what the Biden's doing?" And he's like, "Well, no, I don't agree with prosecuting President Trump because if you do this instead of beating him in the ballot box, which I think I can do." He was a very optimistic fellow, RFK. He's like, if you don't beat him in fair and you do it by prosecuting him, you're going to turn President Trump into, and I quote, a mythological figure. And my God, if that's not what they've done. The meme magic was there before, and it's funny because I feel in hindsight like there was a little less meme magic in the second race, but like the meme magic was dialed to fucking 25 out of 10 in the third race. It's just like the dude gets shot in the fucking head. The guy is just everything. It's just like it's
everything. It's magic.
Dude, it's like these. He is a genuine. He is a genuine fucking anime character. Like they have earned. Trump is what Japan thinks America is. Like that. It's God. It's not even. Again, I'm an independent. I'm not a Republican. I don't like the Republicans. I just support Trump. And it's like I was a victim. I was used as a tool for partisan narratives. But the truth is that I actually try to look at Trump as objectively as I can, despite my loyalty to him. Yeah. Like you genuinely, if I don't, I understand that leftists have tunnel vision, but at the same time, it's hard to look at the world through the lens of a leftist and try to understand how they think what they're doing works or that it has longevity. It's just grid. What the hell? It just doesn't make sense. It's not sustainable. They're just insane. Absolutely. And I'll hate them. They think, and I'll hate them.
I agree. And I agree with you. I wouldn't call myself a Republican. I would say that I'm a conservative man. I'm a conservative Christian man.
Yeah. And what's funny is like most Americans don't typically vote, and the majority of registered voters are independents. And it's like, I'm not going to pull the whole enlightened centrism, thing, but it's just like there's no room in America today for just normal fucking people. It's just like they want that pendulum to swing back on themselves. Like they just want it to take their heads off. It's crazy.
Hey, this is like a continuous fishing stream. Now Grid is out.
I know. You started with you fishing, and now it's Grid fishing. It's beautiful.
How's the water, Grid?
Started
from the
bottom.
Welcome back, Grid.
Welcome. What's up, guys? I'm trying to make this louder so I can hear everybody. It's up all the way, but I may have to move it closer. I didn't bring my big ass speaker with me or my earbuds, so.
Looks beautiful out there.
It's a good morning. It is. So let's see what we can do here.
It's a beautiful morning.
Yeah. I'm gonna put this where it's not gonna go flying off the boat. We need the anchor here. Whoa. Fucker just went by. Get some chop. Chop. All right. Let's see.
Noah. know what I realized, Abe? When I went away, I looked at your last video, and when Grid put that cat on there, that's when I said Elgato, and I'm like, I didn't even know there was a cat there.
That's
when
hilarious.
I said that.
Luck of the words. Luck of the words.
So we have a nice audience here in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a Kitty, we've got a Pastor Tanks, we've got a John Beard, we got a Are We Not Man? Just wow, we got a new set stuff. What's up, everybody? What's up, everybody?
Hello. In a world where Grid is up early, one man will fish them all. This summer, Abe Dinkus presents Motor School
Fishing.
Rated PG-13.
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 Yeah, I'd say
Some
that's
fish
about
may
right.
be harmed in the viewing of this video.
Many fish. Many fish.
Pastor Tanks. I got a deal for some A. Let it go. I only do. Sorry.
Everything was peaceful until the Grid Nation arrived.
Man, what a day it has been.
Glasses. Sun is coming up, boys.
Yeah, it is. Sunrise. I got to see sunrise in Norway and a sunrise in Florida today, I think. That's wild. The internet is a wild place.
I get to see the sunrise every day.
Do you? Do you?
Yes, I do. It's basically 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Wait, you have a sunrise all day?
No, I'm saying I'm up for that time till I see the sun. I'm trying to stay awake right now, Abe. I'm waiting for my friend. We're supposed to work out together.
I thought you were in Alaska for a second.
Right.
Oh.
What are you in Svalbard? Jeez.
No,
Greenland's-
my brain's not working.
Greenland
I'm
is
trying to
rightful
talk,
American
trying to
class.
stay awake.
Ladies
I'm
and
in
gentlemen.
Ohio. I'm in
Ladies
Ohio, Tim.
and gentlemen, gear up for an electrifying adventure as Grid One Motorsports, the pulse-pounding titans of the racetrack, trade his high-octane horsepower for rods and reels on the legendary Abe Dinkus stream. Picture this: the roar of engines swapped for the rush of crystal waters, where speed meets serenity in an epic clash of adrenaline and nature. With the sun blazing above and the stream teeming with challenge, the fearless drivers of Grid One Masters of Precision and Grit are ready to tackle the ultimate catch. Will he conquer the wild currents and hook the big one? Or will the sly fish of Abe Dinkus outsmart these asphalt warriors? Okay, Grok, what was that? Grab your tackle box and join the thrill. This is Grid One Motorsports like you've never seen him before. Casting lines and chasing glory on the untamed waters of Abe Dinkus stream.
Damn.
God damn, I
You
guess
should
those panties
You
are going
should
in the
read
dryer.
books.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Dan, have you ever considering doing like book readings and then you had me like fully attention and I'm like really tired right now.
Right. No, I did a children's book once.
That was truly
makes sense of it.
Did it go like
Dude,
this?
you need to do
It was the best
like
of times.
sports.
It was the Norse of times.
No, that's a
You
good
need to
one.
do like sports commentary. You need to do play-by-play. You need to read books, Dan. Holy shit, you had me like, what's he gonna say next?
Fucking next to him, mother. Sorry,
You troll. You troll.
I'm not trolling. It usually takes a lot for someone to get my attention like that, but yeah, I'm like, God damn, Dan's really good. Really good,
Well,
dude.
it's all Grok. It's all Grok.
That was
Proud of you.
gripping.
You might have read Grok, Dan, but you were like the way that you read
Well,
it.
I
Like, it's
appreciate it.
hard
I
for me to
appreciate it. I appreciate it.
I'm being totally
Cooking.
serious right now.
Cooking.
Riddle me this, ponder this ruse. He wins debates and then you
Oh
lose.
no, motherfuckers!
Gee.
Who could that be?
And Bob's still sleeping.
Oh damn. Poor Bob. Fell asleep on stream. He couldn't even lose effectively.
That's like isn't it his third time falling asleep on your stream now?
Yes, but he keeps saying he only ever did it one time.
I don't believe that. It's 3 now. It really is.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. Good morning,
Motherfuckers are right here under the damn boat.
Octavius.
I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
Oh man.
Who doesn't? Who doesn't?
Fish are hiding under the boat.
Who's napalm?
Who's
you got to meet her.
That's what you call gingers with an attitude.
Yeah. Oh goodness gracious.
Gray balls of fire.
So you call them repeat offenders.
Oh man, we got like the comedy crew on this morning, I guess.
I mean, it helps.
It does. It does. It's engaging for sure.
Yeah.
Like Swink Scoob, they're 500 feet near a playground.
I still see John still here in chat.
Yeah. I think.
Oh, I found that clip. I found that clip that I was looking for, Abe. I wasn't expecting that reaction.
That was fun. That was fun.
I had a fun day. Thanks for streaming, Abe. Like,
yeah, you're welcome.
I like that it was chill. It was kind of like a circle jerk, but like a cool circle. I'm just joking.
Wow. Wow, K2. I'm going to change your name back to K2 in a second.
I mean, it's all fun and games until you're the bread.
Oh my god.
Ouch. There's still time to make a change.
Hey, Grid, your
Hey,
camera fell.
Tim. Hey, Tim, I got a question for you. What's your span?
Who, me? Yes, you couldn't be. Then who? What was that?
What's your span? Like measuring from the tip of your pinky to your thumb. We got to know what your span is at some point.
We must know the spans.
Well, as a proud burger American, I do not use the metric system. So my answer is orange.
Orange. I have a span of orange.
Freedom
Why do you wanna
units.
know another man's span.
Oh, that's a thing that we're doing.
Oh, there we go. Now I can fucking hear you guys.
Hey, what's up?
You missed your
That's a thing that we
introduction,
do.
All right.
You had an epic introduction, Grid.
I did.
Yeah.
How's
Oh,
that?
Dan fucking nailed it.
Yeah, somebody conceived.
This is what we're working with,
Yeah,
guys.
you gotta go back and listen to it. I can't do it again. I'm gonna die.
I'm gonna die.
One birth is enough. One birth is enough.
It was like reading the Poetic Edda. I'm impressed.
Where is
Impressive.
It's delicious.
Amazing.
Just like Mom used to make.
awesome? All right.
So where are you at?
I'm on Percy Priest Lake, and outside of Nashville, Tennessee. Basically, right next to the whatever the fuck that road is, bridge.
Yeah, that one road.
Yeah, Weekly Road.
Yeah.
And so the fish are right fucking underneath the boat, or they were. One of them came up like literally 3 feet from the boat, fucking ate right off the top, off the surface. That pissed me off.
You don't got a net?
Well, I can only do so many things at one time, man. I'm not Superman.
Well, we heard the opposite. We heard you were Superman.
They lied, and you believed them. That's a sad thing. You fucking believed them. Right.
That is a little bit sad.
It's tragic, even.
Damn it! I hit the wrong button.
Obviously.
That's what she said. Damn, you beat me. Okay.
That's what.
Yeah,
that's
you're
what
right.
All of
You're
the
right.
sheets said. All the
You're
sheets
right.
said the same thing.
So what's with the span thing? Like, what's going on with that?
It's
from the
tip
tip
of
of
your
your
pinky to the end of your thumb.
Well, I know what it is. It's just, why are y'all so curious about it?
If you do the hanging,
It's just been a meme in our group where we follow each other from channel to channel.
So what's the record?
What is it? Dune at 11.5 or something like, or someone at 11.
Kat
11.
said she had 11.
Dude, I'm tired.
Something off about this. I
great.
can't,
Yeah, if
can't put
Kat
my
has
finger in it.
hands that are
but-
that big, that there's larger concerns.
Yeah, she doesn't. She printed off a ruler from the internet and said it was 11 inches, but it's actually less than the size of a piece of paper.
What's the realistic record
Like
then?
8.5, 9, something like that.
I'm at 9. I thought Doom was at the largest one so far.
I don't know. I know
thought him was.
I can touch the brim of my hat to the top of my top hat with mine. So whatever.
Have you measured
is.
that?
Nope. I have a top hat span.
It's just something funny that we do. Then we can, if you got a large span, then you can brag about it.
I see.
And if you
more
got
like-
a small span, it doesn't matter because it's
Or
just
like
your,
people just say that random numbers is their
I
span.
think if you
mostly.
have to brag about it, then you've already lost.
yes.
So what do you want to talk about, Abe?
I have no idea. This is like, I don't know,
We should talk about that one thing.
15 and a half
Oh,
hours
yeah,
now
yeah.
I'm going.
Yeah.
It's true.
So, Abe, I have a question for you.
Sure.
What is the best kind of weather if you have to be stuck in it?
Not
mild.
I can answer that one. Not -50.
Yep, true.
So -49?
That's a little bit warmer.
I mean
a little bit.
Yeah. It's kind of
All right,
warm,
hold
isn't it?
on.
It
Anything not -10 and below. Let's just go with that. In Celsius, Dan, I don't know what that is.
Is that because your truck won't start?
Yeah, that's because we almost froze to death in Montana.
in my state.
Yeah,
He almost
diesel
froze-
truck won't start if it gets too cold. I get you.
Yeah.
He almost froze to death in my state.
In front of
Damn.
Bozeman's Knives Shop.
I think
Have
the
you
best,
tried not freezing to death?
I think the best weather is monsoon because it primarily impacts Bangladeshis.
Wow.
I'm sorry, I disavow that.
Disavow. That's funny.
Now, can you
So I
actually
got-
quote the song after that? Like, there's the noise, but can you actually say the lyrics?
I can't say the lyrics.
Damn.
I can
I would have
keep
been
the
impressed.
I can keep the tune, but I don't even know what they're saying.
Words. It's a language, my dude.
Yeah, ding ding ding. I know.
The struggle is real. Like, tell me you're American without telling me you're American.
America.
America. Speaking of America Day, everybody got any big plans?
Shooting off fireworks and getting drunk. It's the only holiday I celebrate.
Like, in that order?
Not in that order.
I was
It's
gonna
gonna
say,
vary on this 3-day weekend.
Like, if you're not in your whitey tidies with a trash can lid having like a
Wait,
bottle rocket
wait.
war or something like that, like you're doing it wrong.
You kind of are doing it wrong. You got to wear your American underwear, your American flag underwear,
And you
No, but
can't
that's
use
what the
and
winter
your cowboy hat, and your
you gotta use
cowboy
Roman
hat.
candles.
Is American
well,
underwear a
Roman
euphemism for the Mormon shit? I don't know.
No.
Okay.
I'm talking about like American flag boxers or underwear, whatever you want to wear.
Well, in that
Extra large
case,
fan.
in 1814, we took a little trip along with Colonel Jackson down the mighty Mississippi.
Oh my gosh, this stream is wild.
Now,
Well,
my
I do
question,
have I have
K2.
another intro for Grid if he wants to have it. Now that's
Oh my
about to
gosh.
Let's hear it.
outfish me.
Can Grid hear it?
All right. I
Yeah,
don't
I can
know.
hear it.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, he
Ladies and gentlemen, rev up your engines and grab your fishing rods for an electrifying showdown that's about to make waves. Welcome to the Abe Dinkis online stream, where the high-octane world of Grade 1 Motorsports trades the racetracks for the tranquil waters of an epic fishing duel. Known for his lightning-fast reflexes and fearless precision on the circuit, the Grade 1 crew is diving into uncharted territory, casting lines with the same audacity that makes them legends in motorsports. But this isn't just any fishing trip. This is a battle for aquatic supremacy. In one corner, we have the speed demons of Grade 1 Motorsports, rumored to be led by a driver with the heart of Superman, ready to reel in glory with unmatched flair. In the other, the formidable Norwegian Dan, a fishing titan whose icy cold and Viking-like mastery of the waters left countless opponents floundering. Will Grade 1 superhuman skills translate from the asphalt to angling, or will Norwegian Dan's Nordic know-how hook the ultimate prize? Buckle up and tune in, because this is no ordinary fishtail. It's a clash of titans, where only one can claim the catch of the day. Who's ready to see if Grade 1 can outfish the Scandinavian sensation? Let's cast off.
I like that.
That's so
pretty
good.
That's pretty good.
Oh my gosh.
You're gonna have to hire Dan to do your intro now, Grid.
It's freaking fantastic.
If I hired anybody, I would, but I don't hire people, so.
You cheapskate.
You should definitely spec into some parodies. The what was, for example, the Whatever podcast is out of donations, and Destiny is on the move. Can Grid 1 Motorsports hold him off? Find out on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z.
Dragon Ball Z.
Time to move to the next spot. So I don't know how else I can do this, but without the phone going flying.
Yeah, very carefully.
Because we're going to. All right, turn that off. Turn that on.
Because I am a real American.
Speaking of American, K2, so when you're like dueling in your American underwear, like, are you allowed a paintball mask or no?
I should probably get something.
I think you just you're allowed like safety goggles. I think that's all you're allowed.
Yeah, safety glasses.
I mean, like
in case
ninth grade science safety
Yeah.
glasses?
Yeah.
Or like,
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
you could
really
argue that a
flimsy
paintball
ones.
helmet is safety glasses, technically.
Well, they have to be flimsy and barely cover your eyes.
Oh, okay, I got you. They're all stretched out by the dude with the fat head.
That sounds legit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I know what to do. I know what to do with this.
I just bought like $500 worth of fireworks Sunday. I'm not proud of it. I have a problem.
What are you talking about? You're absolutely proud of it, you goof.
Weren't they doing
I
buy one
am.
get one freeze or something like that?
No, they had a
price.
Phantom Fireworks sent me a $50 coupon, and I'm like, I can't let that go to waste.
You sound like if I was a car dealership, I'd give you a Mountain Dew and you'd feel obligated to buy a car.
I want to go that far. I want to go that far.
I mean, $50 gift certificate, 500 in fireworks. You know, it's like that's a pretty good deal.
Not $50, 50% off any fireworks.
Okay, well that makes it way better.
Well, what did you get 50% off of?
I like because I shoot them off in my back alley. I won't get like the big box where they go off one by one. I usually get the motors, bottle rockets, Roman candles,
Whisker
stuff
dudes,
like that.
Whisker don'ts.
I'm on
I'm on a boat.
I'm
Get
on a
me out,
boat.
bitch, on my motherfucking boat.
I'm standing on a
Boats and
boat.
hoes. Boats and hoes. Gotta get yourself some boats and hoes.
Benina, the Vita, the Santa Marina.
Oh my gosh.
Go from port to port. Every time I come, I produce a quart.
I think that boat's about to go into orbit.
That's loads of fun.
You're just in there.
I don't think that she did. Her eyes were closed.
I gotta mute him. It's gonna blow my eardrums,
Yeah,
I think.
Grit's skimming the ground.
I think he forgot to hit the mute button. I mean, it happens.
I think
I do it all the
skimming
time.
this guy.
Skimming
I
the
think
sky.
he wanted us to hear it because it's like the power of the engine.
I don't hear the engine. I just
I
hear the
think I'm
wind.
hearing, yeah, I think I'm just hearing.
Don't tell him that. Don't tell him that.
Believe me when I say I fucked a mermaid.
You know, I'm
How
not
the
gonna
hell
lie.
did you? How the
I'm-
hell
I'm
did you do
starting
that?
to- I'm starting to understand what Tim Hill did during that year of solitary you were talking about.
You know.
This
One
is what
man's
I
beer
do
is
when
another man's mermaid. I don't know.
that's what I do when I don't
Hey,
have
it's
anyone
a
to
way
talk
stay
to.
sane. It's a good
When I'm
way to
working.
interact with yourself.
Oh man.
I mean, I kind of do that when I don't have panels to jump onto, and it's just me and like just driving down the road with
My wife
occasional
always-
road rage.
My wife says I need to get in touch with my inner self, and I always say, but I'm already in touch with my outer self.
I think in touch with your inner self sounds a little gay, just a little gay.
It's penetratively gay.
Well, he just said he's a mermaid, so I don't know.
That's a bit fishy.
No. He did not say he was a mermaid. He said he had intercourse with a mermaid, and I was very, very flabbergasted. How the hell is that possible?
Yeah, how is that possible, Tim? Please
Hey, I'm
tell
not a scientist. That's Disney shit.
Fish make babies too. Fish
So
make
close. I mean,
babies.
we have a guy who knows how it's done, and it's like, no, I got
Well,
this. But
Futurama did an
Penguin
episode.
spiders.
Oh my gosh. Futurama did an episode, huh?
Yes, they did.
They did several.
They
I guess I'll have to wait for that one then.
They did many episodes.
Well, they did one about a mermaid, and then Fry was like, "Oh, I like this mermaid," and then she's like, "What the hell is that thing?" When he took off his pants, and
See, the best episode was when they went to that planet where the alien queen and they figured out how Slurm was produced.
oh yeah,
That was
Can
like
I-
the best episode.
Can I pet that mermaid?
Can I pet that dog? Can I pet that dog?
Oh my gosh. Oh man.
What?
I'm
Nail it.
hoping my friend not fucking bailing on me today. Holy shit!
Oh, Abe, you don't know that I do voices, do you?
I don't know anything about anything.
Did you know that 2 + 2 is cheese?
I know
did
that
know that.
I know that your span. I know that somebody's span is orange.
Oh, wow.
The Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza for you and me.
You're good.
Your turn.
I think this is becoming something.
That's what she said.
This is
Yes.
entertainment. This is gold
Yes.
entertainment.
Gold level.
been going on. Oh hell yeah! If you're not subscribed or like this, you're gay.
Freaking gay too. Hypno Frog speaks again. Oh my god. I think we're demented.
Maybe
We are. That's why we all get along.
Peggy, that boy ain't right.
God damn
This
it,
is like,
Bobby!
I never
said
get tired of
Bobby.
you guys. You always come up with new stuff. I love it.
Damn it, Bobby.
Dang it, Bobby. Whoa.
Oh, did you guys hear when someone did a rap with Hank Hill's voice? I keep that shit on me. God damn it, Bobby. I don't know the rest. I'm tired.
So,
Mr.
Tim,
Buckstreet.
I got a question for you, Tim. Tim,
I'm sorry to hear that.
so have you ever seen or heard of the Reduced Shakespeare Company?
I don't, not off the top of my head.
It's a play where these three dudes perform Shakespeare's complete works.
Okay, thank God. When you said the word perform, I immediately got nervous there.
No, it's a like a funny improv thing. Like they do Othello as a rap, as an example. Like they do all of Shakespeare's plays in like an hour.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's like epically impressive, actually.
It kind of is, actually. Like they do the all the ones where the kings are like married to women in the different plays. Like they do it as a football game.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's nuts. If you get the chance, you should see it. It's really funny.
That sounds like just the kind of absurd shit I would like.
Exactly.
As opposed to a lot of like serious reimagining shit where like they makes like stupid
it's not
modern
it's
versions
not
of Romeo
serious
and
at all.
Juliet. You know, it's like
Yeah.
Well, you change
if you know any, like the closest analog is like the Book of Mormon. It's nothing like that, but it's like very high energy, kind of jibber jabbering, just all about Shakespeare stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not like esoterical or reimagining kind of shenanigans, which is just cringe.
Oh no, his head is gone now.
I'll give it a shot.
Yeah.
Then like an actual, is that like it's not a Broadway thing? You said that's a traveling thing?
It originated on Broadway.
Okay. I didn't know that was like a traveling performance. It sounds kind of
They did tour. It was a thing. And then like there were off Broadway, like at different colleges and people that would do it. It's a bit of an older one, but it was like mid 2000s, early 2010s when it got big.
Okay. Well, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
So what are you? So what would you rather grill with, charcoal or propane?
Propane, honestly, propane.
You see, Bobby, you taste the meat, not the heat.
I mean, I do grill with propane like every time, and then I say that I would rather grill with charcoal, and then I don't. I just use propane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the consistency of it.
Well, it's definitely a more even cook.
Yeah.
Unless your barbecue starts on fire, and then it's just...
Well, you're probably doing it wrong.
Propane in the streets, charcoal in the stockings.
Indeed.
Science.
Well, Abe, do you make your own butter?
No.
Fucker waked me out right there, man.
Oh.
Some bitch doesn't know how to drive a boat.
Trying
How's
to
everybody else?
capsize.
I couldn't hear it. What's that?
We're good. We're good. I said he tried to capsize.
Well, you can't flip this thing over, but it makes for a rough ride.
Yeah.
So usually this thing's flat. It runs like a Cadillac, but you can get waked out a little bit, and it's less fun.
Yeah.
Catch air. When you hear the motor go, that means the prop's out of the water. So don't do that.
Fun times.
Yeah. It was.
So
It was a good run.
Do you make your own butter, Abe?
No.
Why not?
I just don't.
I can't believe it's not butter.
I mean, I
can't
have
believe
before.
you're talking about fucking butter.
No, we're talking about barbecuing and then on a grill and 'cause what I'll
gotcha.
do is
Like steak butter. Like steak butter.
well, I'll have butter and then I'll infuse it with like herbs and like spices and shit, and then I'll
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
add that to the barbecue.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
I'm
Yeah.
not saying
Okay.
like churning butter or some shit. I mean like where you prep
Yes.
the butter.
Yes, I do that.
Okay.
All
I'm
right.
like, I don't make my own butter.
What is the best brand of dog?
Of dog?
hot dog. I don't mean not some foreign shit. I mean,
I was like,
I
what
mean,
the fuck,
if
man?
you're gonna do
I've
dogs,
been to
you should do
China, you know.
brats. I mean, Omaha Steak has some really, really good hot dogs.
All right.
But those are like expensive and they're like massive.
Wow, you like your wieners bigger.
Yeah,
Man, I like it where it barely fits in my mouth.
I don't know, man. Brats are the way to go.
That's literally what she said just last night.
Exactly.
Oh.
See, the trick is that she's not supposed to be able to say anything.
It was after.
Oh, okay.
How'd she
Wait,
get
you
the
don't
stitches out of her mouth?
Wait, do you not just pay and leave?
Oh, that's funny. 'Cause I know you do.
Oh shit! Oh.
Got him.
Shit.
Oh man, I started coughing so hard.
Hey, you're welcome for that itty bitty baby high I just gave you.
Oh man, that was
You
crazy.
seen stars?
No, no, I'm not seeing anything.
Damn, yo.
Oh man,
You
I've
thought
been
this thought
vape
you were
free
funny,
for-
didn't you?
I've been vape free for just about a year, actually.
I gotta quit. I quit smoking. I quit drinking. Quit drinking a few years ago. Quit smoking just after that, and I need to just quit everything.
I mean, I'll have a beer like when I'm barbecuing for the 4th with my dad. Like, I'll have a beer, but aside from that, I almost never drink.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. Once I quit, it wasn't that I had an addiction at all, so it was just to stop doing it on a daily basis. So like if we have something
Yeah.
special.
Well, like, were you just drinking to drink, or was it like military baggage or something else, or?
I think it was a combination, but military baggage would be a good descriptor because it was just a
Mhm.
daily, every single day, high amounts in the evening.
Well, for me, it was like cope is the wrong word. It's just like I had not one but 2 battle buddies that died due to organ failure, and they were on like VA meds for years and years and years. Like I got another one that's on the transplant list, and some of all the side effects a lot of those meds have, they freak me the fuck out. And so like I would either do without, or if I was like really bad, I'd like have a couple beers to be able to try and relax so that maybe I could try to sleep. And then I just had to like just put all of it down and be like, I'm not doing this. I get like a 1 on the 4th, and that's it.
Yep.
Who's gonna be K1?
I thought that was Kel.
Hey, if you
How did Kel go last night? That had to have been funny.
Oh.
Oh, I got to see her reaction when I fucking was like, someone needs the belt comment. I went back to watch that, and I'm like, oh shit. I
guarantee you she would have liked it though. That's the problem.
I know. That's why I said it. She was giving that energy.
My grandma always told me don't put your dick in a garbage disposal.
Shit, your grandma told you that, huh?
Hey, my grandma was badass, yo. She canned her own like vegetables and shit.
Well, she also told you don't put your dick in a garbage disposal, so
exactly.
That's weird because my grandma told me not to put my dick in cans of vegetables. I think they were both onto something.
Wait, I think our grandmas were neighbors.
Did we just become best friends?
A little bit.
I'm gonna put my balls on your drum set.
Yeah,
my
stepdad always told me never stick my dick in crazy.
That's good advice. That's a good advice right there.
And all of you are simping over Kel, and that is crazy. That's like canned crazy.
No, that's just
that's like green flag for me. Grid.
Wow. It's never worth it. It's always a trap. Don't ever do it.
It's always a trap. It really is. He's not lying.
It is. I'll admit that it is, but
it's not even the best kind of trap.
No.
Lady boy.
No.
Don't do that. You're gonna incite Mel to come here.
It's a trap.
No, those videos where like I've seen one where like it's this ladyboy from the Philippines or wherever they're from, I don't remember, and like this drunk white guy is like insisting that he's a woman. He's like, no, I'm a ladyboy, and it's like the distinction culture wise between them is just nuts.
Oh man.
And I think I've seen that. He's like, no way you're a lady boy. He goes, yeah. I've seen that.
It's got like millions and millions of views.
Most feminine hair and eyelashes and bulge I've ever seen. Wait one darn second here.
Not as impressive as Michelle Obama.
Big Mike.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, what,
yeah, no kidding.
Wasn't Michelle running like for Man of the Year?
You guys are gonna keep talking, and Chimp Man's gonna show up and wreck you.
I don't know if Michelle ran for it, but she definitely won it.
Probably. I think you got to say his name 3 times, or is that Mel?
I don't know.
In a row.
I was gonna shut down the stream and then like got raided by the whole world. It seems all at once.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do? You just
Where
keep
the
going.
fish at, man? That's what I want to know. Where the fish at?
They're probably somewhere in that water.
K2 put his foot in the water and they all ran.
That is a true assessment.
See, I think it's just generally a bad idea to give Zoomers attention, especially the female ones.
I wouldn't know. I don't.
Yeah, you're probably right.
No, all that shit y'all were doing with Kel, it's just like, just feeding the beast.
Well,
I know.
Grid's the one who asked for a link to send to her.
Well, you don't think that Grid is going to enjoy lobbing a grenade and leaving? That's like his thing to do.
She's pretty freaking funny.
Is she? Though?
I thought I was pretty annoyed with her. That's why I like.
That's because she's random. It's like a monkey throwing shit at a wall. Every now and then you'll laugh because you can't believe that she just said that. It's not that she's actually funny.
And then she accused me of being a mouth breather, and I'm like,
You're younger than me, and you're a single dude. For me, I just point and laugh because
I only had her on my ear, and I gotta say, I took out one of the earbuds.
Yeah.
After
I
a
got
while,
headset. I wish I could do that.
it was kind of annoying, but
So it was really annoying at the very beginning. And then the crossover sound of the cord was really annoying.
that was less annoying. That wasn't that annoying.
But
well, hold on. The crossover was kind of relaxation because you couldn't hear her.
That's true. That's true.
Now, was she trolling at the end there?
I have no idea. I
didn't try to help her.
I guarantee you she was. It's an attention thing.
I don't care enough.
Yeah.
But y'all tried to save her, so.
Women want attention.
I didn't.
But
I
are
was
we not
trying to
men?
fucking just shit on her.
Okay.
That's a form of attention, and it's the dark kind that they
I
actually
know.
crave. Like they'll
Oh.
do more and more to get it. There'll be more and more extra to like feed the beast.
God damn it! I'm doing
Now
it.
imagine with
they don't.
with Zoomers and streaming, like the extent they have to go to like be noticed and differentiate from like their autistic neighbors and stuff, that they have to be so extra. And when you reward that, it just like instills those bad habits deeper.
What should I do? Just
Not
keep
engaged.
muting
You're
her?
nice to them. It disarms them. They don't know what to fucking do.
Oh, I just
You
don't want them
don't feed
around.
into that
So I,
shit. Don't shit on them. You don't treat them like ass. If you treat them like assholes, they revel in that shit.
Yeah,
If
they're
you're
trying to
so
control you.
be nice.
If you're
Be
literally
nice.
no, seriously, if you're so calm and laid back that you don't even have anything to say back, it just diffuses
They
everything.
settle down and then they start acting like almost normal people. Not
Yeah.
normal.
Yep.
But they get close.
Close.
Imagine
It
if
sort of
someone was like,
happened towards the end.
imagine if someone was hate watching and then they actually popped on and they're like, expecting you to treat them like crap and like lambast them and destroy them and do all that kind of stuff. But you're just like, hey, I'm going to treat you a certain way and expect you to kind of halfway behave yourself and, just kind of be chill about it. And then.
All right, guys, I got to rage quit again. Sorry to cut you off. Later.
That's not ragey
Take care.
enough. More rage.
You quit, you lose. You quit, you lose.
Now, Grid, what kind of lure are you using?
Right now, I don't know if you can see that. I'm using a chatterbait and green pumpkin shad with a hog farmer spunk shad on it.
Cool.
Me too.
It is very effective.
Me too.
When they're biting.
Do you ever fist the fish, Grid?
Oh my gosh.
What?
Have you ever been noodling?
No.
It is something else, dude. It's wild.
Yeah, it's something that I have zero interest in doing. That literally sounds like a really great way to like end up with a life-altering injury.
Well, you got to have like the chainmail that goes up to your shoulder, damn near. Like you actually have to take protection. Like these.
I
like
haven't been to a Renaissance festival in a few years, so I don't have that.
Yeah, the good old boys that they take their like bare arm and stick it in like the hole in the bank. It's like, you're gonna find a snapper and pull back the stump.
Have you seen that hot chick that does that from Alabama?
Yep.
It
was like
that's why Alabama exists.
Damn. Wow, Grid. Wow.
Well, I know that Gordon Ramsay actually went to Oklahoma to do noodling for catfish, and then he fried it up and like ate it with them.
Wow.
Yeah, it was kind of cool.
And then he did the Houdini.
Probably, yeah. So what are we going to talk about, Abe?
I don't even know what to talk about. I think my brain is actually turned off and I'm like sitting here.
Well, how can I arouse you?
Please don't.
What about time I hit the old dusty trail?
You want to turn your brain on, though.
Oh, my.
You don't want me to arouse your interest?
Well, I was thinking about going and canoodling my wife.
Well, I mean,
I don't really want to stop you.
So, like, if she's had a dick in her hand before and you shake her hand, is that gay?
No, not if it's mine.
Oh, okay. That's the exception?
That's the exception.
Okay.
This is the principle called Schrodinger's hand.
Yes. Or Schrödinger, or the less known term, Schrodinger's dick.
That's fucking funny.
Yeah, but if you get it wrong, you get shafted.
Guys, stop dicking around.
It's a deep conversation.
I mean, we could do another campaign.
You guys are really a little too fascinated with other people's dicks.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a campaign, a Grok campaign in story that involves everyone here. You make a story, you make a choice, and then we see how it unfolds.
Is that just like a really awkward choose your own adventure?
Very.
Sure.
Yeah.
Pretty ballsy.
That's what she
And
said.
there you go. More
Bold.
ballpark.
Bold strategy, Cotton.
Let's see if it pays off.
A lot of ball talk.
The Battle of the Bulge. Nobody likes World War II history.
No, that hard subject.
I'll just have you know, Grid, they're playing volleyball over you.
So this thing you're doing now, what is that called? Like you're doing all the dick jokes and all
It's called innuendo.
Okay, innuendo. How do you spell that?
I'm trying to pun issue.
I have no idea. I told you my brain is off, so I can't spell anymore. I've lost.
What are you asking to be spelled? What was it?
Innuendo.
INUENDO.
Just Google the term. Just Google the term human H.
So, all right. So what's the theme of the story? Like, what's going on? Yeah, what's the goal of the story in one sentence? Like, what's going on? The last time Cat was hunting you, it can be something completely different.
What? You asked me that?
Oh, I'm asking everyone.
The Knights of the Realm gathered in a tourney to see who could win the favor of Abe Dinkus for what
Very
the fuck
good.
we
Very
should talk
good.
about.
Very, very good. Say that again. I can't process.
The Knights
The
of the
Knights-
Realm were gathered at a tourney to see who could win the favor of Abe Dinkus to decide what the fuck we should talk about.
All right. The Knights of the Realm was gathered. See, I'm typing this. You got to say it slow.
Were gathered.
Oh, yeah. Norwegian here.
Phonetics matter. It's okay.
Oh, yeah, I know.
No, it's all good. I know it's not your first language. Don't worry about it. It just were. They were gathered at a tourney.
At a tourney?
Yes.
Like a tournament?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Tourney. Yeah.
Tourney, Tourney. It's another approved version of tournament.
Oh.
It'll influence the language of the bot.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
The Knights of the Realm were gathered at a tourney
In order
to
gain the favor
of
Abe Dinkus.
Abe Dinkus.
To decide what the fuck we should all talk about.
What the fuck we should all talk about.
There you go.
All right. So yeah. Now
It is
we
the
need
year
all your names.
2005.
So
The
now I need
Decepticons have conquered the Autobots' home planet of Cybertron, but deep within two of Cybertron's moons, the Autobots plan to retake their homeland. Oh, go
What
ahead.
are you saying, Dan?
No, I was just wondering if anyone could. So I need one suggestion of what to talk about from each of you and why. So let's start with you, K22.
Quantum chromodynamics.
All right. So Tim wanted to talk about quantum chronodynamics.
All these posers just want to talk about bitches, but I'm over here talking about quantum physics.
So quantum chronodynamics, and why do you think that's a good idea?
Oh, it has to be a good idea. Let me.
No. Yeah, why do you want to talk about it?
Because autism.
Because autism.
Oh my god! What the?
Squirrel,
It's a bit like Mad Libs. You got to throw things out.
Awesome. This was
Yeah.
perfect.
It'll be funny. Trust me, it'll be fun.
Now,
Hard mode on.
What about you, Octavius?
Can I go last?
All right. What about you, Robert? No, he's asleep. What about you, Grid?
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
What should we talk about?
What should we talk about, and why do you think it's a good idea? Like anything.
What you should talk about is thermonuclear warfare and why we should avoid it.
The only way to win is not to play.
That's right.
Oh yes! Holy crap!
See, it's part of why Grid and I are friends. We get the
I
same.
love that movie.
The Grid said we should talk about thermonuclear warfare and how to avoid it, right?
The best of the thermonuclear using the term thermonuclear warfare was in Broken Arrow when
that was a good movie.
John
John
Travolta says, "Would you please stop shooting at the thermonuclear warheads?"
That was
Right.
good.
Okay, so I guess I'm the last one then, Dan.
Yeah.
Firmly believe that we should educate ourselves by discussing and talking in depth about the lore of Warhammer 40k and how that relegates to modern politics and ways that we could actually fix everything if we just were a little bit more angry.
I'm now using a Berkeley I know, I forget what they call this fucking thing. But it's a little swim bait.
Nice.
So Octavius ended the firm conviction. What did he say?
That we should talk about Warhammer 40,000.
Oh, great. Something I'm too old to know about. Thank you, fucker.
Warhammer K.
That's ageism, motherfucker.
Right? I mean, it's been around since the early 80s, though.
Well, Warhammer has, yeah.
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 Well,
Late
Warhammer, like Fantasy Battles, has been around since then. Because they were angry the Lord of the Rings wouldn't license them the rights to like use the little hobbits and elves and stuff. So like, fuck you, we're going to do our own system.
So Warhammer K4?
Warhammer 40K.
40K.
Yeah.
And why is that a good idea?
Because we can learn from it political expediency through exacerbated threats.
Expediency
through exacerbated threats.
For the Emperor.
Raven Guard for the win.
Raven Guard, huh?
Yep.
If you had to guess, which faction would you say that I align with?
Hey, Abe, you're getting a question in the chat. There.
I did see it, yeah.
All right. Let's see here.
You gonna guess, Abe?
I don't even know what to say for you.
Ultramarines.
Of course.
Yeah, they're the winners.
No.
We should talk about why Robert Heinlein's vision of the future is coming starkly true.
It's entirely possible.
That's entirely possible.
Goodness, what is this? What the hell is going on here? All right. In the grand hall of the tourney, the knights of the Ram gathered, their armor gleaming under the flickering torches, each eager to thrust their ideas into the spotlights and win the favor of the enigmatic Abe Dinkus. The air was thick with anticipation, and more than a few suggestive glances as the knights jostled to impress Sir Tim, with his wild eyes and a mind that danced in curious loops, brandished his obsession with quantum chronodynamics like a polished lance, insisting its tangled intricacies could unravel the very fabric of their discourse. His fervor was almost too much, his arguments weaving in and out of coherence, leaving the crowd both bewildered and oddly charmed by his relentless passion. "It's the rhythm of time itself," he proclaimed, his voice quivering with an intensity that suggested he might just unravel more than theories if given the chance. Sir Grid, however, had a harder proposition, striding forward with a swagger that made the chandeliers tremble, his deep voice booming about... What was that?
Oh, I do have a lot of swagger.
Yeah.
Keep going.
All right. His deep voice booming about thermonuclear warfare and the delicate art of dodging its fiery consequences. His words dripped with urgency, each syllable a calculated thrust toward survival, urging the knights to consider the explosive stakes of their world. "We must keep our cool," he purred, his eyes glinting with a dangerous charm, "lest we all get burned in a blaze of our own making." The room felt the heat of his rhetoric, a smoldering mix of caution and bravado that had some knights fanning themselves, wondering if Grid's strategy was to disarm them with more than just logic. Meanwhile, Sir Octavius, clad in ornate banana armor of conviction, hoisted his banner high for Warhammer 40K, 4OK, I'm sorry, declaring its tales and exaggerated threats and a political maneuvering could teach them how to wield power with a heavy hand. He's all about the big guns and bigger bluffs, he roared, his enthusiasm for interstellar carnage making the ladies blush and the squires squirm. But Abe Dinkus, slouched upon his throne of whimsy, was visibly wary, his eyelids drooping like the sagging banners of a long-fought battle. The knight's fervent pitches, teams temporal, tangents, grids, apocalyptic flirtations, and Octavius' bombastic war games swirled around him like a storm of unrequited? Guys, help me.
No, it's
unrequited. Thank you. Unrequited desires.
Good kick in.
With a yawn that echoed through the hall, Abe raised a hand, silencing the clamor. Enough, he murmured, his voice tired. Okay, enough, he murmured, his voice a tired whisper that still commanded the room. You're all swinging too hard. We'll talk about the migration patterns of the lesser spotted trout. The knights froze. Their impassioned lances of rhetoric dropped in disbelief as Abe's sleepy decree landed like a wet blanket on their fiery ambitions. With a dismissive wave, he shuffled off to nap, leaving the realm to ponder fish over philosophy, war, or games. A final twist that proved Abe Dinkus' favor was as unpredictable as a roll of the dice. Yeah, that's a beautiful story.
Wow.
See, I told you that Turney would affect it.
Yeah, I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you. Now I know why Redditors use Grok.
Well, I did put in the make a story loaded with innuendo. I started it with that.
You had me at banana armor.
That was amazing.
I mean, I guess if you want to have me be a custodian, I mean, there's worse things you could be.
A banana armor custodian.
Wow.
Wow, that's new.
It sounds like the captain from Futurama. Like the guy with the short shorts, and he'd be like banana armor.
That was. I'm still surprised that I picked fish over 40K, but all right.
Right.
I think it has something to do with the last thing I wrote into Grok had to do with fishing.
Mm-hmm.
It keeps mixing things up.
So, any guesses as to who the Lost Primarchs are, Abe?
I have no idea. I've heard some interesting theories.
Oh, before I forget, by the way, Grid, you are 100% correct about Heinlein.
About what?
You know, Robert Heinlein?
Yeah.
You said that his thing is coming true, correct?
Yeah.
Well, he created in Starship Troopers the concept of the Space Marines.
Really?
Like what the ones in 40K are based on? Yeah, they're based on Starship Troopers.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Of course they would be.
Yeah, he was writing about, fascism versus communism, and
right.
You ever wonder why 40K is a little bit fascist? It's because of Starship Troopers.
That and the exclusivity of service grants citizenship, which makes all the sense.
Mm-hmm.
Why doesn't anybody respect? Why doesn't anybody respect the Space Coast Guard?
Because nobody respects the Coast Guard.
In any format.
It's the Imperium Novice. There technically is a Navy and a Coast Guard in 40K.
What I'm saying. No recognition. No respect at all.
They use exterminatus on planets. I think you don't get much more recognition than that.
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on where you're at the time.
Well, if you're on the bridge looking down, it's pretty awesome. If you're like looking up at it, it's a bad day.
Yeah, true. Bombardment kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Or blows, depending on which direction you're looking.
That's fair.
Well, what would be worse though, Abe? If you're in like disaster-proof bunker? Having exterminatus on the planet, or having an orc moon crash into the planet?
The orc moon. Well, I don't know. Probably that's too hard.
Making him think. What's
I
wrong
don't
with
even.
I like
Maybe the Indians.
bionicles.
Why are you trying to make people think? It's evil.
Well, I can't turn my brain off, so I try to inspire others to have like higher cognitive functions.
I mean, you should have heard some of our discussions earlier because it got pretty thought-provoking. But
oh, really? What was it about?
All kinds of stuff. We had. We
Pick
had.
one.
Well,
any one provoking thought. What would it be?
We talked about bridging the gap between all the different sects of Christianity.
You mean what I was talking about the other day?
Yes.
Oh, I'm glad that that's continuing.
We dug at it for a while, and then that changed to a question about whether or not polygyny is sin and what is biblically accepted as marriage.
Did Dwayne Lawrence come in?
Yep.
Yeah, that's why.
But I basically stated that there's a foundational claim being made in Genesis that it's one man and one woman. It's carried through the whole of the text except for some outliers, and that in the New Testament, Christ in Matthew and in Mark says that one man and one woman. Paul also says a woman is to have her own husband and a man to have his own wife, and that standard has been set.
Well, all you have to do is look at the extreme example of what happened with Solomon, that he ended up like allowing all of his wives and like his like brothel of women.
Strange
like,
women.
No, they created idols and actually like turn him away from the faith. Like, because you go to the ridiculous extreme to prove that something is a bad idea sometimes. And like Solomon is an awesome example that despite all of the good and the wisdom and all of the riches and everything, in the end, he was undone.
The wisest man, and
even he couldn't do it.
Right, and he broke the rules of having more women and storing up treasures. Imagine that.
See, my grandma like told me another thing about women. If you want me to share,
sure.
Don't have more women than you have nipples.
That's
no, like if you like must cheat, like to only do it with one.
Oh,
I'm not advocating you should, but like, because if you get with like a bunch or you're trying to juggle them, it's going to be a nightmare and you're going to get found out and it's bad. You shouldn't cheat though. It's bad to cheat.
I think anything more than one is detrimental to any man's health.
I support my wife having one husband. I just wish it was me.
Oh my gosh. Damn. That's harsh.
Well, I mean, it's mirrored again and again, where you have like Christ and the way that it relates to the church, and then you have like man relating to the wife,
right?
Those sorts of things, and it's
exactly
there's an aspect to it that it's just inescapable. That when it's done right, it's like there's a divine spark that's there, and it's an inescapable truth.
Yes. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I am going to take off my headset. I'm going to mute myself, and I'm going to go make a pot of coffee so I can be tired and wired, because evidently I'm not going to bed today. So we're going to play. We're going to play.
Okay.
And I'll be back in a few minutes. So somebody's got to keep these people entertained.
All right.
On that note, Abe, I'm gonna make like a tree and fuck off because I got to get some stuff done since it's morning here. I appreciate you having me on here. It's kind of random. I found this. You guys have all been cool. I'm gonna go keep in touch with myself. All right.
All right, brother. You're welcome back anytime.
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
everybody.
Y'all take it, Tim.
Yeah. See it.
Have a good
Welcome back anytime, but not while you're touching yourself.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
You're about to become grid 2. All right.
Wash your hands.
Hardy has a pooper, and at this one, it is you.
All right, I'll be back.
All right.
and silence filled the room. Silence is a huge bitch. It takes up a lot of space.
It does. It's a pregnant pause, isn't it?
The truest testament of a friend, though, is someone that you can be silent with.
See, you failed the test by complaining by the silence. How dare you?
Who was complaining about it?
I don't know. Someone was complaining about it.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
By the way, we're
trying to-
grading on a curve, so I feel pretty good about my chances.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, that's good.
Unless I'm taking the test too, and then it's bad luck.
Hmm.
Because I was the guy that, like, even in college and stuff, when they're like, we're grading on a curve, like, I would still get like high 90s and everybody would be mad at me. And I'm like, well, you should have
I
not
did
studied
too.
like I did.
People hated me. I never figured out why.
Right? Like, I would just, like, not study and just, like, go to class and halfway pay attention and get a good grade.
Yeah. That's all that's necessary, really.
More or less. It's almost like being present and, like, aware of your choices as you go through the day is, like, most of the battle.
Yeah. Well, G.I. Joe said it best, knowing is half the battle.
Yeah. You know what the other half of the battle is?
Superior firepower and thermonuclear dynamics weapons.
There you go.
Global thermonuclear war. Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone's got to do it.
Someone's got to pay somebody to do it.
I think it's alarming the number of times I saw that movie as a kid.
I think it's alarming if people haven't seen it as a kid.
Yeah, that's
makes me wonder about it. It makes me wonder so many things about.
I don't remember. Did Burger King use it as commercials? Because they had the Whopper, like the.
I don't remember. I mean, I was a little kid when
Yeah.
that movie came out, so I actually don't.
But the thing that's wild is the idea of a computer that could do that many computations, like hack into other systems and stuff. It still was like the size of a like 3 or 4 car garage. It was this massive like thing.
Yeah, and now you have that in your phone.
Yeah, you could fit it under your fingernail. Some of those chips.
Yeah, that's true. Some of the new micro drones that they're coming out with for surveillance and warfare are pretty wicked. It's like that. Now that's some actual like Warhammer shit. Like that.
Yeah. But all you have to do is look at what's approved for like drone light shows and that sort of stuff, the coordination with it, just on a micro scale and with like strategic and tactical aims for what they could do.
Mm-hmm. And like way more accuracy than they allow.
They can like sense you out by your like DNA or blood type as well. It's actually legitimately scary.
Well, they're using facial recognition as well.
Yeah, like they can just put them in the air vent of your building and they'll find you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and they automatically process. They can automatically access the internet to search you out.
Yeah.
So that's awesome.
See, I'd imagine that they'll have some kind
Everybody
of like,
thought the Terminators were going to be big steel robots, but no, they're going to be dime-sized drones.
you know, there was an estimation in the 80s that like the closest thing that we might actually come into contact with alien life might be a swarm of like tiny little robotic things that would go through the deep of space and like come into another planet to terraform it on the behalf of another species.
Yeah, that's legit. That sounds completely plausible right now.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing about it. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Because I could see how they could like go in and like hack the building systems once they've identified you and like lock you in the elevator or like, you know, make it so you can't get out of the rooms with your like access codes and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the drone tech is probably the most concerning thing. And that's why somebody was talking last night and they were talking about Kel was asking about World War III, and I'm like, there's not going to be a World War III. Like we don't need to have World War III. Like they will literally like if Trump wanted, you know, whatever Afghan warlord guy dead, he just has some drones do it and the guy mysteriously dies in a horrible shaving accident or something.
Yeah.
Never sees it coming.
They had some problem in the 90s and 2000s where they have this thing that like goes in your ear and it like burns your brains out, but it would leave scorch marks. If they can get one small enough, it could just like go in your eardrum or into your nose and just, like that's lights out.
Yeah. Yeah. It's scary what we humans are capable of. You know what I always find interesting is that all of the depiction or most of the depictions of space aliens is that they're smarter than we are and they're like way more technologically advanced. And I gotta say, I don't know that I buy that. I don't know if I believe that. That's like,
I think we're past like I don't remember the name, but there's like a extinction level events that happen that like prevent higher life form. It's like, why is the galaxy and the universe so quiet? But I think we're actually past that. And if we do come across anything, it's going to be something that's like long forgotten. And it would be wild if like millions of years from now, the only quote aliens are like the indigenous animals that like evolved to like gain sentience or something like that in like millions and millions of years, hypothetically.
yeah, I literally when I think of space aliens now, I think of fucking Ewoks living in a fucking jungle with spears.
Fun fact, did you know that George Lucas originally envisioned that Chewbacca was supposed to be an Ewok, and the Ewoks were actually Wookiee sized, but they swapped it.
Okay. Yeah, Ewok sounds way too cutesy to be.
I mean, he was still a Wookiee, but he was just like the side, like was Han Solo's sidekick was just this little itty bitty like teddy bear thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wookiee doesn't sound like something that's teddy bear, but Ewok certainly fucking does. So he got that right.
Yeah. He also did some like masterful work, like inventing new, just like in his garage, just like making new cameras that like revolutionized like film.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Because it was that and the patents on the toys and like the copyright where he made his actual money.
It was the Panavision thing I thought that really was like the big deal because but prior to his Panavision setup, which I guess he sold the Panas whoever the
Didn't
fuck.
it transition into Industrial Light and Sound?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. But yeah, all pretty cool.
I've oftentimes tried to study some of the more successful and rich people that did it in their lifetime as opposed to inherited wealth.
Yep. And
well, I like to see what they did and try to understand, like, was it that there was a need and they filled it, or was it that they did something and then the need was created like a vacuum around it? I try and like figure out which of the two is more true, because it's not always the case. Because some people are like, I'm going to build a better mousetrap, and then it's like, hey, this is a better version of what's going on. Or someone else will like invent something and everyone thinks it's foolish except the one guy who's like, that's really awesome, and then it takes off. Like, and it's kind of usually one of those two. I try to like look at different people at different times for like what they did.
Yeah, I see that.
Like, who would you say is probably the most impressive innovator businessman that you can think of? Like within the realm of... Sorry, who would you say?
Roger Penske.
Is it the motor oil dude?
No, he did a little bit of everything. Like Roger Penske, I mean, he did mostly race cars. He's known for Penske, but he had an engineering company. He did a lot of stuff. And
wow.
Porsche actually as a company is very interesting because a lot of people think that, for a long time that they subsisted off the earnings of the cars. But the reality is that they were really more of an engineering firm. They were getting paid by so many people to design and engineer things. And they made as much money from that or more than they ever did with the cars. And so
like I
think, sorry.
You mean like with patents, like they design it and then?
No, they would get paid, right? So like Volkswagen would come to them and say, "Hey, we want a new front engined car," right? Like, and we want it to be rear-wheel drive, and we want this and want that. And so the 924 Porsche was originally a project from Volkswagen that Volkswagen decided not to move forward with, and Porsche's like, well, we've already been paid to do it. And Volkswagen at the time, I think, was having financial troubles, so they basically said, okay, here you go. We'll release the rights to it, and which Porsche said, okay, that. I guess that's fine. And so
it's more concept than components, you mean?
Well, they were in engineering. They did it. They made as much money engineering, and so I mean, I think a lot of times people don't really realize how diverse a company really is, and so
especially when they're successful,
right, because they may not brand it, right? They may not be branded Porsche. It may not be branded, whatever brand that you're used to seeing, but it is from that company, right? And so
the designers or people associated with it that went out for the project.
the owner, the guy behind the scenes. Warren Buffett, is one of those people that I think a lot of people find really impressive. And I read his book, The Snowball, which is kind of his autobiography. That's not an autobiography.
Yeah.
And I read the book. It's a really interesting book. I encourage people to read it. If for nothing else, to understand that there was a time in this country where people really did really did have to come together and be amazing just to survive. Like mediocrity was just never going to get it done. And
you'd be on the rim of the wheel and get crushed.
Yeah. And so and I think his book is a really good example of that. I think that most people would benefit from reading it.
Probably.
And just doing their best to understand it. And a lot of times, a lot of people just read a little bit of a book, and then they don't actually understand it. They have no idea what the author's actually saying. And the worst part is that they don't try, right? Like they don't talk to other people about it, or be like,
or they'll find the voice off-putting, like the style or dialection of the words, and they'll find some excuse to not want to read it.
Yeah, or not finish it, right? Like it'll be like it'll be a life. It is a potentially life-changing book or information, and they just don't care enough to actually internalize.
Like transformative, because there are books that they almost everyone has a book that they read at one point and it touched them, and then they read it later on and they got something else from it, like Catcher in the Rye or Bridge to Terabithia or Lord of the Flies, or different books at different times can do that, and people are shut down to it. They're really missing out on the insights that you can get from that. It's startling, in fact, that people, if they don't read and they're really shut down about that, there's a lot of simple stupid shit. Do you think, why don't you understand this? And it's they never had the exposure to a certain book or a certain type of thing where it affected their brain for whatever the book was.
Yeah, so I guess what I would say about that, and I think a lot of people understand this. They can't articulate it, but they understand it, and that is that people see the entertainment value, but they don't actually see
the escapism.
Yeah, but they don't actually see the point, right? I had a friend of mine, and he watched Forrest Gump 5 times before he understood that Jenny was being abused by her father, right?
Make me a bird so I can fly far, far away. Yeah, she's being abused.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it really, it took this guy he literally he I'm not saying that he was stupid, but it never.
It's like a blind spot.
Yeah, he had a blind spot where he, to him it's just kind of entertainment, and he just kind of like, yeah, whatever. Where I'm like, no, dude, you don't understand. Like, this is there's some like profound shit here.
Suspension of disbelief is an amazing thing.
It's even better when you can then break the fourth wall.
Yep.
It's I don't know. I mean, I think that it's I don't know. It's an interesting. It's an interesting thing to me because I think that most people don't want to be stupid. But to be honest, I don't think they have a choice. I think that some people are just stupid and they're always going to be stupid. They're never going to get away from it. And what can you do?
Well, usually they have to get like beaten or broken down to the point where they're open to the idea of like discovering how to not be. But then there's so many other ways that they haven't grown that they're ensnared by it, and they don't have like the excess RAM or capacity to really try and learn larger lessons from it because they're too busy trying to like make sure their house doesn't burn down or like some other catastrophe because it's one bad thing to the next, to the next, to the next. Next thing you know, they're like 65 years old. And it's like, what do you do then?
Yeah. I don't know whether to run further down lake or go back up lake.
Is there somewhere that's like nice and shady that's like an alcove?
Yeah, I've been fishing the shade lines, but I think the fish are offshore. The water temp's 82 degrees.
Oh, okay.
I think they came up, and I kind of. They're normally where I was in the first position, but normally I catch a one or two there, but I didn't. They were there for sure, but I didn't catch anything.
Yeah.
Well, I really want to. It's 8 o'clock.
See, it's interesting
run back.
though that we ended up talking about books because the whole me working on being an author. It's actually one of the main reasons I want to write is that to give people the tools to like be able to critically think about something or get exposed to something that wouldn't normally be the case, and they might like get some kind of like deeper truth from it.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna. It's gonna get loud because I'm going up on plane.
Alrighty.
Maybe not.
Are you back, Abe?
Yes, I am.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
We were just having a moment talking about why people sometimes are the way they are due to not reading.
Yes. Well, I think
you might want to mute him while he's driving.
Yeah. So I think one thing that we miss is that obviously there's the story and the escapism, but there's conceptual knowledge also hidden within it, right? Like we were talking about 40K earlier. You've got all kinds of political, but you also have socioeconomic stuff in there too. Like each different sect of Marines are different groups in reality, and then they're placed in this fun game universe where it's detached from our world, but the concepts remain.
Well, it's aspects of the psyche that are manifested by their traits.
Right. And so that conceptual knowledge, if you let it, can teach you all kinds of things. Just like the books, just like the movies, but you have to be aware that they exist. Otherwise, you can't draw them out.
There's a fallibility to all of it, which is the inherency that humans are corrupt.
True.
That we are flawed creatures, but we manifest in corrupted, corrosive ways the best that we can sometimes, despite the horrors of existence. I mean, life is all about suffering, and it's like figuring out ways that you're like, I'm suffering. Oh no, I'm exposed to the acid rain that's nuclear fallout, and I'm melting. But then if there's that like a child or your family or your wife or your community that you suffer for, all of a sudden you just like grow a radiation suit, or you have like a shield emitter, and you're like, hey, I can endure this because these people make it worthwhile, that I want to give them space for their dreams to come true, or to give them the chance to dream, even though I never can. It's an important like aspect of masculinity that no one in the Red Pill ever fucking talks about, and it drives me nuts.
Well, I talked about this some on the first stream before I restarted, and I was telling them that, like, absent purpose, life falls to pieces. And that suffering plays right into it. Your purpose literally will be sculpted by the suffering with which you are gifted, so to speak.
Well, you know, the idea that we were made of clay has more than one meaning, right?
I'm sure it does.
Oh,
I'm sure it has all kinds of meanings.
By suffering is what I mean.
Yeah. Well, and then also, you know, no clay piece is complete without a firing, and like there's all kinds of different implications you can add.
Do you mean a crucible?
A crucible.
Kind of hate that word got co-opted.
I do and don't at the same time. I think that it's apt in so many ways. Because, you know, a crucible is not just for creating the ingots. It also burns away impurities.
It's a trial by fire.
Yeah, it is. It is indeed.
Yeah. So what's something you want to ask me? I know you got to have at least one question. We talked a little bit by now. Like, what's something?
Okay,
you want to ask?
let me pose to you a theory that I have thought on off and on in my own head for quite some time. So, if sins of the father is mentioned in Scripture, and men carry both the X and Y chromosomes, and women only carry X and X chromosomes, is it possible that sin is carried in the Y chromosome?
I thought we were innocent of the sins of our fathers.
Oh, but are we?
Isn't that what the Bible tells me so?
See, it's a confusing thing. It's a confusing thing. But here's something that's crazy about this, right? A male will carry the genetic information of both his mother and his father, but females cannot track patrilineal genetics at all. Only men can.
But it still has to go through the transition of the woman.
Right.
Imagine a better analogy is you have the purest drinking water ever, but there's a film of oil. And in order to get at that water, you have to go through the oil to get the water. And every time you drink it, it's poisonous as a result. That's the equivalent of man going through woman to be born.
Okay.
Because according to the Bible, like the original sin was
Eve and the apple. But
so
then,
therefore the pain of childbirth and the curse.
But wait.
It's that way man is perpetually fallen. Every generation we fall again due to being born. Due to the original sin. That's kind of the concept of why are children born blind or all that stuff. It's like, well, that's kind of it's ugly and you don't want to think about it, but generally speaking, that's the association that's made.
It's just a crazy thought. It's a crazy thought that differentiation exists.
But like, can women not like do the sins of a mother, like if some mother is a psycho and abusive and horrible,
well, that's
her
the idea.
daughter is that as well? Does she have the sins of the mother?
Human being comes from the seed, and that seed makes
you reference specifically sins of the father. I'm asking you if sins of the mother also exist.
Well, I would say that it's mankind. I'm not saying that it's just men. I'm saying that it's just seems.
Okay.
It seems that males are the only ones that carry both bloodline or both genetic lines. Females do not carry both, but males carry both, and their seed then creates the next female and male.
In reproduction, it's said that the male actually determines the sex, like the male part of the DNA determines if it's male or female.
Right.
But it still has to like go through the female. So I would think that.
Isn't it weird? It's a weird thought experiment because there's something to it, and I can't figure out what.
I don't necessarily know that like the sins of the father, because there is stuff of that. It's like for 7 generations, your bloodline is like blah 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 due to the sins of like Bob, because Bob messed up, and I'm generation 6, we're screwed. You're generation 7, you're screwed, but your son Greg can finally be free.
Well, here's the thing. So, if all children come from a mother and father, then it doesn't really matter which one it comes from. But the only unique inherited trait would be the X, or would be the Y.
Because all have X, but only some have Y.
Right. And all children come from two parents, which means men and women. And the only unique characteristic between the two would be the Y chromosome. So it's one of those things where I've just thought, it's been in my head for a very long time, and I've never said it out loud.
Here's the wild thing. What if women are less than because they only are the XX, whereas men are XY? Because, Adam was created, and of Adam was Eve, and that's why there's the differential. Not that, like, with what you're saying, that, like, it's a selected trait, but it's like there's the original, and then there's kind of the less than copy because it was made from a rib. Not that women are like less, but it's like
no, I get it.
Like
I get what you're saying, because if God created man uniquely as the first,
and perfectly,
and then women is
I would argue, perfectly,
yes, and then a rib is
knew all
drawn.
Languages, named all the animals, did all the things.
Yes. And that also makes men and women made from different substance in their origins, which is another crazy thought, actually. Man of the dirt or the dust or the clay of the earth.
Look at every aspect of science fiction where you have like a copy of a copy of a copy is always degrading.
Yes. Well, you don't even need that in sci-fi. That happens digitally. That happens in everything in our world.
In the Bible, you will have that with man being copied to make woman. That's
Right.
what I'm saying.
Oh, I get it. I got it.
After that there's the idea of the original sin happening because the copy was slightly maybe flawed or less than, so that it was vulnerable to being tempted.
Well, we already know that God said that it is the vulnerable of the two. More vulnerable and made to be the helpmate of Adam.
Which is why man is always supposed to strive to protect woman.
Right. And I would argue that it's partially Adam's fault that Eve was capable of going to the tree without him, or if he was there.
He deferred to Eve.
And
that's where he fucked up. He deferred.
And then ate
he was
it
like,
himself
oh, an apple?
and blamed
Sure,
her.
herp derp. And
right.
That's totally on him.
Right.
Like, that's not Eve's fault that he
Right.
ate it. It's her
Right.
fault for being her, for actually doing it. But he had to pick it up and eat it. Like, it's not like, she held him down and at knife point is like, if you don't eat this, I'll kill you. Like,
no, but it's a perfect it's a perfect alignment that shows us our current world, isn't it? Eve tells Adam that this fruit is good and he eats it even though he knows he shouldn't. Well, we do that. Humans do that all the time. Men fall prey.
It's why so often men, in order to protect women, have to protect women from themselves.
Yeah.
Okay, the best analogy I can give you is that a woman is a boat and a man is an anchor. The man's underneath, he's below the waves, and the boat is chained to the anchor. And there's just enough for the boat to move around and bob and go to and fro with the wind and the waves, the sun and the moon, and it feels free. But whenever there's a storm or something's going on, it needs that restraint, otherwise disaster will follow. So it's sort of like you need to have that dynamic of like
tethering,
protecting and preserving and tethering. It's like grabbing a woman by the neck and holding her over the edge of a canyon, and her only like real anchor point is you being there and being like, I have you, you can trust me. And then so she'll submit to you, which lets you defer to her, and that's where the divine spark hits. It's truly like there's no other thing in creation that even echoes that. You'll see like wisps of it and hints to it, but it truly is a singular, there's nothing else like it. Not anywhere else in any corner of creation.
I agree. It's a whole different world.
Yeah. And the saddest part is it's entirely dependent on women because they have to submit in order for the man to defer. Because otherwise he simps and she doesn't respect him.
Yep.
It's a rather simple math, but it's sad how it plays out again and again and again in real time.
Well, and the other thing is it's like an energy sump too, because it can't waver either. It must continue into longevity.
Well, it has to breathe and grow and be a living organism, because you have the honeymoon period where you like go at it like, bloody rabbits. You're doing it all the time and you're all ate up in a dumbass, but then it evolves into like nooners and quickies in like the pantry while the kids are watching Elmo or what the fuck ever. And like, so there's a flow to it, and it grows and evolves as you have the depth of the affections maturing and evolving, like as your relationship expands. It's never quite the same. I'm sure you know this. Like, you've got, what, 2 kids? You've been married, what,
17 years?
Something years? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that you're still married is a testament to you. That's awesome. But, like, you are not the same as you were, neither is she. And your relationship also had to adapt.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And it's where the conflation of, like, happy wife, happy life it's a trap, because, like, it's not about being happy. It's about like the duties that you are beholden to one another in the covenant.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, why would you burn the house down when you're in it, even if it seems like a good idea? Why are you like this?
And I've explained that to people, that the happiness is fleeting, purpose is important. Like,
you should derive happiness from purpose,
right,
despite the suffering and horror of it.
Right. And I agree with you. I think it's a coexisting fallen state that like intertwine with one another, because I think our fallenness is the same but different.
Imagine you and I have to jump out of an airplane, because the airplane is certain death, and we're plummeting to the ground, and all we can do is cling to one another and just try to be there for one another until the inevitable happens. I don't mean like you and me.
Right,
I mean, like,
get it.
You and your wife,
Yep.
or like you and your best friend, or like you and your grandpa, or whatever. Like, and we're all collectively falling. And then there's the inevitable, not to get spiritual about it, like the judgment, or the, like, people aren't afraid of falling. They're afraid of the short, sharp stop at the end. And that's like the gibbering madness that you're being dragged into your grave. That, like, is the number one driving force for why people believe, because they have a close call, and then they're like, oh crap, I got to get right with Jesus because my grandma told me that, I'll be okay. And they have this like weird early urge to reckoning with the truth.
Yeah. I could see that.
So,
what messy creatures we are.
Yeah, but there's a certain beauty to it as well. Like, aren't we supposed to be messy?
Oh, yeah.
Aren't we designed to...
Well, it's what makes us so incredible.
No, it's the greater angel. Greater angels.
Greater angels.
Angels.
We're certainly meant to be able to accept that others are messy and not only us, because we are forgiven in our messiness, and we have to extend that.
Well, there's the differentiation, because if you come in my house and make a mess on my table, we're gonna have beef.
Oh yeah, no, I'm talking about the
I might cook
the
it
good
for
kind,
you
the
and
good
feed
kind
you
of
first, but then I'll beat the
forgiveness.
crap out of you.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the good kind of forgiveness. You know where I'm coming from, right?
Well, the good kind of forgiveness.
Not the you can do whatever you want. It's fine.
The good
Not
kind
that
of forgiveness to me is limitations. Is that in order to have it,
It's part
there's
of it.
certain sorts of to be forgiven, you have to stop stabbing me, or you have to stop messing on my table. You have to show that you've turned a corner, a new leaf, whatever you want to call it. Because I can forgive you of my anger against you, or holding it against you because you are what you are. But the idea of actually being hey, I'm over and past this and I accept you. It's you can accept people, but you accept them from a distance.
Right. But I think Dan's talking more in a general sense, because we are fallen and messy, we understand that others are also, and we extend grace to them because of it.
But oftentimes that's mischaracterized, and you end up inviting the vampire into your house. How
well,
often
obviously there has to be discernment.
No,
obviously.
well, yeah, but what I'm cautioning against,
right,
as a preface, so that it's already been planted along with the seed. That's but I was mentioning earlier that you have to, even if someone makes a mess on your table and you feed them, sometimes you still have to beat the crap out of them afterwards. like despite the best intentions, you know.
Yeah.
And some people need it. Like they need to get not like physically attacked, but they need to be like, hey,
Lit up.
do you realize that what you're doing is not good?
Yeah, that's true.
Now, men and women manifest that differently, and they'll react differently. There's like the one tenement of male leadership is you never ever dress down someone else in a situation where they will lose face.
Yeah, true.
Because they'll like resist you just because it's like, oh, he disrespected me. I mean, how much beef do you see in like cop shows, prison movies, whatever you want to call it, based on that centric fact? I mean, even the friggin' like dumbasses in the like writers' rooms of Hollywood know that this is true. That's why it resonates. You know, and women go about it differently.
Oh, Grid might have still been muted. I didn't even realize that. Sorry. Oh, damn. I'm a dick. Sorry, Grid.
That's all right. No, I hit the wrong button. I'm sorry.
It's all good. But yeah, so how would you say Abe? I'm sorry, what were you saying, Dan?
No, you were going to say something.
It just that's how men would manifest that sort of corrective measure. What would Abe like?
A lot of those things aren't.
Yeah. What would you like purport is like how women do it?
What, to each other or to men?
Like in order for the course correction, because men, you're supposed to do it like respectfully behind closed doors. Otherwise, you're going to like create an adversary and give him a knife and then get in a fight with him because like you embarrassed him in public and did all these. You're supposed to dress him down in private. Like there's certain ways that you do it for corrective. So what I'm positing to you is what would you put forth is the way that females do it most appropriately, that when it's violated, it's the most egregious.
Oh, probably reputation destruction of some
So
kind.
how would they do it correctly? Like in order to correct, are they going to do a whisper campaign to get her to stop doing, or how would they? Like,
no, they would have to go to their sister in private the same way, wouldn't it be? Or would they?
I think they do
take it to the man
through story. No, that they'll have like, oh, my cousin Sarah had this happen. Oh, what happened?
Okay,
what
so
happened?
they make it
Tell us.
applicable
And
to
then,
them from a secondary.
Yeah, it's like a parable that like they make it where it's not about like Karen who's like keeps fucking up. It's about like the quote cousin Sarah that like is like messing up, and then the sisterhood is like, oh no, that's not good. It's like, oh no, it's not, right, Karen? And then they go through the moral story, and it's kind of like shaming Karen, but it's shielded because it's actually about quote Sarah, and then Karen has the opportunity to be like, if I don't stop, I'm going to get dragged, and so I need to like, you know, mind my P's and Q's. Like I think they're more with the social narrative, but it's like deflected, or it's about like, oh, my friend's boyfriend was doing this and the girlfriend did that and it was horrible. They're like, oh, that's horrible, but that's actually what Karen does. It's that kind
and
of
there's
thing.
a certain level of mirroring that exists within female behavior. At least that's what I've been told. And so telling the story allows them to mirror off of.
Look no further than the fact that their periods sync up. Like they always sync up to the alpha female. Like whoever is the most female, the one that's the most enjoyed, the most liked, the one that like, you know, gets the most attention, opens the most doors, the kind of like dominant one.
Yeah.
They all sync up to her. Yeah, mirroring is like what it means to be a female.
Welcome, James.
Thank you. Thank you for
Hey, what's up?
Let me back up. Not much. Just
Hanging
chilling
out.
and everything.
Yeah, why not? That's the beauty of chill, hang out, talk stream, right? What do you think on these topics, James? What do you think?
I'm gonna be honest. I've been trying to figure something out in the background, so I haven't really been paying
Okay.
attention.
All right.
It's all good.
I got you.
Yeah, because I was trying to figure out the whole thing about Chase and what's going on with that.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think it's hands off at the moment until you know, just wait and see. Yeah.
So yeah. What do you want to talk about, Abe?
Oh man. Putting it on me again.
Yeah, you're the host.
It is your channel, sir.
Dance, monkey, dance.
It's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
See, I can like be a boo and like play the little organ, but you got to like be up there and like shill for the crowd.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can only chill so much. Sometimes you gotta do your work.
So is there something else that you wanted to ask me?
Some of the stuff I think would be too on the spot for
what?
I don't know, just like stances on things like that I don't want to push into too much.
Well, try me out.
In a public fashion.
In a surface level thing. Try me out.
Well, okay, I'll say this. So I've been thinking about going to an Orthodox Divine Liturgy just to see what it is. What do you think of that?
I would say for you to be cautious.
Obviously.
Because there's the notion of what it is on the internet, and there's the notion of what it is in practicality. There's the notion of how they relate to others. Yep. There's the sort of mannerisms that they take with a certain airs to them as well in relation to the others.
Yes.
Now, in any church, your past is going to be held against you, but I would encourage you that no two are the same. Like, this Orthodox, that Orthodox. It's important when you try to find any church, any denomination, like, what do they have going on that's not church? Like, do they have programs? Do they do social assistance? Do they have volunteering? Like, what other aspects of like the good works manifesting do they have? And just kind of keep an open mind as to if it's a cult of personality, like they just have a really charismatic father, pastor, whatever you want to call it, or if it's just sort of going through the motions where it's more subdued. Like, there's a lot of things to just discernment watch out for, that if you do that, just know that you need to be cautious with it, because it's a rather important choice where you happen to believe.
Right. So
the sheep and the goats from Matthew. Right. Like, oh, we cast out, demons in your name, and then Christ looks
away
at you
from
and
me.
says,
I never knew you.
I never knew. Yeah, that's the why you should be cautious.
So I guess what I'm saying more along the lines of is to go and see what it is, and possibly talk to like their priest and see what they're about. Not because I'm looking to jump in with both feet at this point. I just want to figure out where these gaps between everyone exists.
Well, remember, there's that whole catechuming thing, and it's
Yes.
like a really long that there's a lot of like, it reminds me a bit of actually like Jewish synagogue stuff, that like if you want to learn about it, they're like, oh, that's what we have classes for, you should show up. Like, they'll talk to you a bit about it, but they'll still like reference you to like, hey, if you really have questions and you want to know more, you should attend these classes.
Right.
That may not be the truth, but it's just from my knee-jerk reaction. I would assume that someone would entertain you for a bit, but like day after day after, like they'd be like, hey, you should just show up on like Wednesdays, whenever their thing is, for like new like questioners. Like, they have a term for it. I don't know what it is.
Well, they do have classes, but it just kind of depends on who you go to. Because I know the priest that I went to the monastery and everything, he was very willing to help me no matter how many times I went there. He would keep wanting to help me. Of course, he's Greek, though, to be fair. Greek is much different than, say, Russian or like in. I mean, they have the core doctrines are the same, right? Don't tell me wrong. The core doctrines are the same, but
you'd think,
how they tolerate you in the sense of like before they'll put you in the class is different. They'll want to put you in the class like a lot more in the Russian than they would in the Greek. And everything. They don't rush you in the Greek.
See, I'd always advocate that you should at least give the Salvation Army a chance, or at least figure out more about what it is and what it's about. If anyone's like searching for what church I should go to, or what denomination is right for me, or like just on a fact-finding mission, I think the Salvation Army is always a good stop.
Yeah, and you're not the only one who's told me that either, Octavius.
But
oh, it's good.
But liturgy is definitely a lot different in person than they express it online, and how you think it would be, what you hear online.
Well, the debate bros, ortho bros,
Yeah.
when the mannerisms manifest bad behavior, there's a uniform trait to it, which comes from somewhere, which is an extension of, because they don't all go to like one church. It's like,
no, they don't. They're not all one particular.
yeah, it's that there's something about it
Antiochians, you got
that there's that sort of stuff that it does spawn that, like women manifest violence and aggression differently than men do. So you can almost always spot a woman who's doing that because of the way that she does it. And it's like when someone online is like upset or berating you or like going at you a certain way in a negative connotation, you can kind of, more often than not, you're like, oh, so you must be an Orthodox, right? They're like, how did you know? And it's like, well, I've met a lot of you. That's how I know. So there's that uniformity to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Theologically wise, they're uniform.
Because for me, the discomfort I would have with it is there's a lot of like pomp and circumstance and like idolatry. I'm not trying to like cast dispersions, but there's a lot of like icons.
I've felt that
and
I've
art.
Felt that way myself.
It's oftentimes that like Catholics will look to a certain saint instead of looking to Christ or to God or something. And there's this like, it's not bad to do it, to be like, hey, this is a human role model that you could strive to be like. But it's like, there's the example of Christ, and why would you miss out an opportunity to try to strive to be like Christ? Like, you can learn about others, but it's like, there's this weird, like, why can't I like have an interface with Christ? Why do I have to go through the priest? That like, I have trouble with that.
And I would say that's where I'm already coming from right now.
Yeah.
Like I said, I want to understand this gap that exists, that in essence needs some form of bridging. Otherwise, we have infighting into infinitum, and I don't think that's good for the body of any man.
Because I may be wrong, but a Catholic was telling me at one point, I think it was in Acts, there's a part where like there was the dictate that was given to the apostles that like, hey, you're supposed to like intercede on the behalf of the people, and they're kind of supposed to go through you to get somewhat to me. And it's sort of like, if they have those, they're supposed to do that, which is where the whole like confessor thing and like priests and stuff comes from with the Catholic Church. And from what I understand, Orthodox has like either the original or the echo of that notion. Not that you have to, or it's required. I honestly don't know, but it's like there's a like one of these things is kind of like the other instead of not. And I've never personally thought that that's really required. And
so I'll say this, like, I know that you and I probably believe within the 90 something percentile on probably everything. There are things I'd like to understand why they believe certain aspects, right? Like, their notion of baptism is different. Their notion of salvation and justification is different. Like, all of these things, I'm trying to understand, even if it's just on a base level, so that I can interact with people more earnestly, because I don't quite understand.
And it's kind of difficult online or with the randoms to kind of get them to like actually sit down and like have that kind. But the good ones, and I don't want to bring someone up when they're not around, but to Andrew Wilson's credit, he will say, go and talk to a priest, or like that I'm not a such that you should do thing.
Right. He says I'm a layman and I don't teach and I don't preach, and
that's the best case. But I've often, because I've tried to like talk to in like Discords or random places on the internet, I've tried to talk to them, and I've run into, not all of them or even most of them, but a fair few of them that like they'll just kind of like blow me off, or like they'll try and say something to me and I'm like, but wait, I don't understand, and then they're like kind of short with me, and it's like, hey, you should know the truth, especially if you're a Christian, but you're just a filthy prod. Now they don't all do that, but it's like there is a theme that there's only so much patience, and it's like talking to a priest like in person is probably the best way to like have that bridge building.
And that's what I thought. That's exactly what my thoughts were. That if I go to the real world church and talk to the real world priest about the topics, that I may get straight answers. Obviously, you can't guarantee anything, but at the very least, maybe I'll gain a little bit of understanding. So, I was curious. Yeah. And I get all the things that you're saying. Obviously, I've lived enough life to understand exactly what dangers lie at the end of certain things. So,
well, there's for me the notion that Christ came for the broken, but also the religion and other things, which is actually the constraint that ended up having him being crucified. And that there's like, if there's too much like obsession with cleaning the outside of the cup, that the inside of the cup is never cleaned. Like there's a lot of that the more organized and with that pomp and circumstance of religion has, the more like there's, not that Orthodox do this, but it's like the more confirmed in those rituals as idolatry that they think it excuses certain things, or they can treat others a certain way. That like I personally, it's kind of like a trap where you're like inviting a possible problem in your home. It's just like, why would you even entertain it to begin with? It's like better to try and strip things away. And because Christ didn't go around with a whole host of angels like carrying him everywhere saying how awesome he is. He didn't have like the richest of clothes. He didn't eat the best of food. He was just a very humble man with like well-worn clothes, and he was kind to people and talked to them and taught, and people would share with him. And so there's a lot of like that humility that when it's not echoed by the church, because it makes me uncomfortable, because there's like, where two of you are together with me, there is church. And that like in Africa, there'll be like hundreds, if not thousands of people in the Salvation Army that like, they'll have a church, like they don't actually have a building, but they'll just meet under this like gigantic tree. And they just like, do praise and worship and have like, reading of the Bible and like all kinds of that sort of stuff for like an hour or two, just in the middle of nowhere in Africa. And it's just like, I don't think that because they're not in a church, that's bad. Like, I don't think because they're not Orthodox,
I agree with that.
It's bad.
I agree with that. Yeah.
So it's also like a matter of priorities.
Both Catholic, I think my biggest problem with both Catholic and Orthodox is the fact that they fight against other sects of Christianity. We have enough problems with non-believers. We don't need to fight amongst ourselves.
Friendly fire, yeah.
And I just don't. I can't get into that. That's why I can't. I don't think I could ever be a member because I just don't have the. I don't have the tolerance for that intolerance, if that makes sense.
I completely agree, because there's like the atheists, and then there's also like, not necessarily like the quote the Muslims, but there's them and the other sects and the people that are doing other bad stuff, and there's so much that's going on. Like, we really need each other. Like, why would you want to create division?
And that's where I stand. Like, if you're the body of Christ, why are we divided? You can't chop off your arm and do anything.
I'm okay with people being divided. I'm not the same as my neighbor. You're not the same as me. We are not the fucking same. I'm okay with dividing.
But if we are to be the body of Christ, right?
But it's like as we're
you can't be at war. That's what I'm saying. You can't be
we're getting
at war.
ready. Like, have you ever seen Gangs of New York?
Divided, yeah, sure.
There's like in the
I'm
beginning
okay
of
with being
Gangs.
Divided, but we need to be united against the common issue of atheists, agnostics, Muslims, so on and so forth. And what really has started annoying me lately is this trend of the Muslims to say that they're as Christian as any Christian because their teachings came from Christ or whatever, which is very interesting. Which is a very interesting take, and I credit them for attempting it.
Well, in order to be a Muslim, you have to believe in the Bible. But if you believe in the Bible, you can't be a Muslim.
Right.
Yeah. Because it's like, if you've ever seen Gangs of New York in the beginning, there was like, all of these different smaller gangs versus a big gang, and they have like a big, huge bloodbath out of it. And it's like, as you're starting to square up, not that I'm encouraging anything bad, but just proverbially, it's like, why would you have one of the main factions just start like attacking the others? or like trying to drive them to the back, or be like, oh, you're going to go first and take all the fire, and then like we'll take the victory. And then there's all this resentment, and it's just like it drives away people who might have joined with you. It's just a really uncomfortable situation to be in.
Yeah. True.
I mean, you said you had a couple things that were like surface level you wanted to ask about. What was another thing?
Let me refill my coffee real quick. I'll think about this for a second too.
Right, you're good. You're good. So, Grid, have you caught anything yet, or no?
No, I mean I don't know. I think they're deep, and I'm fishing pretty shallow, so
It's still a good day to do it, though.
it is. Well, I bet a good day fishing is better than. I mean, I don't know. I'm seeing signs of shad, but the big schools aren't around,
Yeah.
and so I don't really care if I catch anything. I'm really out here just to relax and be cool.
If you did catch something, would you eat it?
I don't eat fish. If I do, when I catch fish, I will keep one for my wife because she eats fish, but I don't eat fish.
Okay. I get you.
I used to eat fish, but
Boy, I love fish.
Fish and seafood are the #1 cause of food poisoning, and I prefer not to die.
Especially the mishandling of them.
Yeah. And so I used to be all about it. I used to eat a lot of fish, but I had a really bad experience with food poisoning, and then I have not been into fish as much.
Yeah, I know what that's like, because there's been some times when like I would be used to doing something and I have a really bad reaction for like whatever reason, and it just puts me off of it, and I just never do it again.
Yeah, something like that for sure.
Like when I was young, I had a chicken drumstick, and it hadn't been cooked all the way, and I bit into it, and I got like a mouthful, like the juice and the blood and stuff, and it just ever since, like I got really sick from it too, and like I can't, like I won't even have like chicken wings on the bone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll like the boneless ones.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you because of the airplane going by. I actually don't eat leftovers either.
I get you.
Rarely eat leftovers.
That was
self-preservation thing, man.
When I was younger, I like bit into like a chicken drumstick, and it wasn't cooked all the way. I got a mouthful of like blood and water, and I got really sick. And
yeah.
I don't eat drumsticks anymore. Like I won't even have chicken wings. I'll have like the boneless ones. If it's on the bone, like I might eat like a T-bone steak, but like if it's chicken, no, I'd never do it on the bone anymore.
I get you, man. I get you. Yeah, I don't know when, but I did. And my wife thinks it's funny because she used to give me a lot of crap about not eating leftovers. But it's just I never know how long it's been in there, and even if whatever, it's just why risk it? Like.
Well, do you have like a large batch that you'll have multiple meals from? Is that leftovers, or do you mean just like accidental leftovers?
Yeah, well, like if I just cook too much or whatever, but I just
like
don't.
You make a big stew and you have some left over. Do you just not?
Yeah,
eat it?
I won't eat it. My wife will eat it. My kids will eat it. But I don't eat it.
I get you. Because for me, like especially with how expensive things have gotten, like there's oftentimes if I'm like, I want to buy something or do something, like I have to do like budget meals, which is like I'll have to eat it like 3 or 4 days in a row or something, and it can get a little sketchy at the end. And once it starts to get sus, I don't care if half of it's left, I'll throw it away.
Yeah. I had when I was in college, I had a bad experience with food poisoning, but I was stupid. And then when I was older, I had a real bad experience with food poisoning, and after that, I was like, "Yeah, this sucks. I'm not doing this shit again ever."
Yeah, it's pretty brutal.
Well, I never thought that much about food poisoning because the first time I had it, it was just like I puked and was sick for like a day or two, and then it was fine. I was fine.
Yeah.
My girlfriend at the time, she it was like a week. She was fucked up.
Yeah, some people it'll hit them for like 7 to 9 days. It's pretty like it can kill them. It can be really bad.
Yeah, and so, but I didn't really think anything about it. But the second time I got food poisoning, I was down for like 3 or 4 days, and like it was pretty terrible.
I knew this one guy that like when he was rather vain, and what he would do is he would go out of his way to try and get food poisoning if he had like a date that weekend. Like he'd like Monday or Tuesday, he'd like go and get that sus as hell sushi from the gas station at 2 a.m, hoping to get food. But I was like, you're gonna do damage to yourself. Why are you like this, dude? And
That's
like,
terrible.
Hey, I want to look good in my shirt, and I'm like, there's better ways to do it. And he would just like stubbornly do it.
That's weird behavior.
Yeah, it was very like he and I weren't friends very long.
That's psychotic behavior.
But now that you got your coffee, what did you have any thoughts?
Well, I just realized my wife is up.
Oh yeah.
He's over, boys.
You got to head out?
No.
Good was
Did you
joking.
say hello?
Yeah, I said hello to her.
Okay.
So
Of course you did.
They tend to get mad at you if you don't.
yeah, yeah. No, it's really hot in our upstairs, and she's like, I couldn't sleep. I had to get up. And I'm like, well, I made coffee. And she's like, yeah, but it was really hot, so now I feel gross and pukey. And I'm like, well, I don't know.
You should
It's
tell her to
coffee.
drink
What can
water.
I tell you?
Tell her to drink water.
Yeah.
Coffee's supposed to be hot unless you're drinking cold coffee. And I don't think you made the kind of makes well for cold coffee, probably.
So yeah. No, I'm trying to think of topics. I know, like, when we were talking to Glenn earlier, a whole bunch of stuff came up, but
Well, you can ask me for my take on something. I don't mind doing surface. Like, I'm not going to ask you for like definitions or make it all like deeper, and because most shit ain't that serious. It's really not. You know.
Yeah. True.
Because there's also like the disenfranchisement of if you're like gonna be all like super hardcore like debate bro about it, but I'm just like trying to just have a conversation or like a general surface level thing, like the milk versus the meat.
Well,
And
you
it
know
can
that
be-
like I go debate, but like my channel isn't like that. I don't try to
yeah.
debate everybody. I'm trying to just foster conversation mostly. because-
Exactly, and that's why I was willing to, if you wanted to ask, even if it was controversial, you could ask me, and I'd give you just like my take on it.
That's fair. Oh, goodness gracious.
I'm a firm believer in being genuine. Like, what's the point in not?
I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. I don't see a point in being ingenuine.
Because if you have a really unpopular opinion, you're either stupid or you have a really good reason for it.
Or you perceive you have a good reason for it.
Yeah, which can also be delusional and stupid. But, you know, you won't know that unless you
man.
engage.
True.
So that's why it's good to. And
What, James?
sometimes it's good to be wrong.
Just calling it delusional if you have an unpopular opinion.
Well, no.
No, but
what
you're
I'm saying
secretly
is-
wrong. Like if you're like flat Earth is true and you're like very believing in it and it's kind of delusional, like yeah, that's why it's delusional in that sense. You're like,
I
the
guess
Earth
I'm
is flat.
delusional because I kind of lean more towards flat Earth.
And there's our topic.
Well, that's why you like memes. Like memes are good. I like memes too. Like I want a Naruto run at Area 51 with the best of them.
I mean, I'm not saying that it's you want a flat Earth. I lean more towards flat Earth because I don't know. It just doesn't seem like it's a globe.
Well,
I mean,
the
if you believe in flat Earth, I got a bridge to sell you.
Yeah, that's.
What were you gonna say?
I was going to say there's just too much, and it's too easy to disprove. Like Like for instance, they took a whole bunch of flat earthers to the South Pole last year to see the 24-hour sun on purpose, and they took specifically flat earthers that are vehemently against ball Earth, and they had YouTube channels and everything else. They were putting it out there for years that the Earth is flat, and they took those guys down to Antarctica to prove that there's a 24-hour sun, and they let all of them film it and live stream it. And sure enough, they saw that it was a 24-hour sun, and they got to track their charting the whole way down to South America, and then from South America down to Antarctica. And that's one, but there's like way too many proofs.
Well, they just like being contrarian.
Well,
they want to be upset about it. They want to be upset about something, and they just like they're going to plant their flag. If even it's the middle of a swamp and it's not a hill where it should be, they're still going to plant their flag and like sit in the mud and be like, "I'm right." And they just they want to be contrarian.
My issue isn't with the contrarians. My issue is with the people who end up believing the contrarians and falling into other things because of it.
That's just like the Pied Piper getting all the rats to go in the sewer with him.
Well, that's why I shackle the Pied Piper.
My favorite one is that the moon landing didn't happen, even though we have the laser mirrors on the moon that allow us to exactly position things on Earth. That's my favorite. Like,
can't you still?
Well, by the way, just to make it clear, I don't think the moon landing's happened.
Can't you still see the lander?
But
you can still see all kinds of stuff on the moon.
Yeah, like if you have a high enough power telescope, like you can actually see stuff.
But ain't more viable a 24-hour sun with a flat Earth than it would be with a ball? Because how does the
not at Antarctica?
Why is
wait a
every
minute? How
other
does the
celestial
sun,
object round? Then
how does
that's the question.
Sun go through the ball though? Because you're talking about all across Antarctica. There's 24-hour sun.
Yeah.
Why is everything else round? Then? Like in creation, everything else is round. Why is Earth the only thing that's flat?
Wait a minute. Why? Wait a minute. Where's everything else considered round?
Just look up at this, like the stars, the sun, the other planets, the moon.
Well, it appears round. Doesn't necessarily mean it is round.
Okay.
Well, it appears to be raining. That doesn't mean the water's wet. I get you.
No. That you can definitely tell though.
Well, I mean,
I can tell by the way you smell that this argument is stupid.
Which is why I was trying to ask Abe if he thought of anything.
Wow.
Well, I haven't exactly been able to make a solid argument yet.
You don't need to. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't try. Don't dangle meat. Don't dangle meat in front of the meat eater.
Great. Are you scared?
Hey.
So did you think of anything, Abe?
Yeah.
James. Never mind.
You're trying to save him. Why would you do that?
Never
Don't
mind.
do that.
Never mind.
Abe is a very generous person from his point of view. He thinks he might be saving me, but okay.
Yeah, I'm no savior.
So
me neither.
Have you thought of anything else yet, Abe?
Oh. I'm so that is very hard to get back on topic after that. That is now my head is
Think
like
of it
going
as like
through all kinds of stuff because
it's
of that.
cursed eye bleach. Just think of it like that.
Yeah.
It's like the worst kind of palate cleanser. Aren't you hungry for something else of substance?
Yeah,
Don't
I
you
just don't know
crave
what
something else.
Well,
ask me something controversial then.
Well, I don't know if that's any better. I can't even think of something to ask. That's the problem I'm having right now. I'm like literally in brain dead space. So I'm trying to go over some of the thoughts that I've been going through lately.
I can understand that. Brain dead space.
I'm tired.
No. Hold on a minute.
You just
James.
like you, Abe.
You just sold
That's what I
yourself, my
mean.
guy.
Whoa,
I mean, even a blind squirrel gets a nut every now and then.
Don't
Yeah,
look
but
at it like
usually it's
that.
not his own left nut.
Wait a minute, you took it wrong. I mean, I'm tired because
man,
I've been awake a long time.
Hi,
like you.
tired. I'm Dad.
That's not what I didn't mean that. Dead space.
You said it. I don't know.
No, that ain't how I meant it. No. In the correct context, you should have known it meant because I'm tired. Because you was talking about being tired, so in that correct context, you should have understood that.
Oh my gosh, James tried to be nice to Abe, and Abe just wrecked him. That is so mean, Abe.
There was no
I laughed
attempt to
too,
be
I
nice.
laughed too.
You're making that up.
Who?
Anyway,
All right, so Abe, what was the best war?
The Civil War.
Yeah.
Abe, of course,
No.
would say Civil War. He is Abe.
Well, what was the best war? Like in all of human history, which one would you say was the best?
Best.
Now, if you
That's such a
advocate
weird way
for
of
it or
asking.
want anyone
How
to
can you
die,
say
just-
best
what would
war,
you say is the
technically?
best one? Well, that's why I'm asking him.
How can you say the best war? No
Well,
war.
let's
is
see
the
what he
best.
answers. How about
Jericho.
How can it be the
War of
best
Jericho.
war?
That was the best one?
War.
I mean, they circled Jericho 7 times. The walls fell. God's will was carried out.
How about something that's in a more modern context, like the Age of Charlemagne forward?
Like Vietnam.
I like the French war against the Moors and Gauls, where Martel or whatever the fuck his name was, the French king said, I drove what was it? I murdered each and every one of those savages until they ran for home.
You mean Iberia?
Something like that.
Like when they cleansed
No,
Iberia of
it
it?
was in France.
Oh, okay.
No, it's France.
Like
So
Napoleon
they
or
were
something?
they were pushing into France from Iberia?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get you.
The Moors were coming into France. That's
Yeah,
they
'cause
made it all the way
they-
to Spain.
Yeah, they took over the entire Iberian Peninsula and they were pushing into France.
Well, that would have been way earlier than
Yeah.
Napoleon.
Charles
that would have
Martel,
been a
I
very-
think was his name.
That would have been a very different Europe if it didn't get stopped.
That's true.
Yeah.
So Abe, what's your favorite one?
Wasn't that like in the 1100s, the Moors?
Really like war all that much. Maybe
I love war.
If you had to pick one.
Men thrive on two things: meat and war. You have enough meat, you want to go to war.
Yep. It's good to study them.
maybe the Crusades.
I would say 1611.
Interesting.
Why not share meat and not go to war?
Why not what?
James? Why the
Why not
Crusades,
just share
though?
your food, your meat, and not go to war?
Because
the
it,
Crusades.
because it was the pushback.
Why would we have to have
The
war?
pushback of what?
War is violent.
Yeah, that's the point of it.
Yeah, men are violent.
I
Yeah.
think
What we
from
do.
Manifesting masculinity by war. That's what it is.
the pushback on Islam and the movement of the Saracens that pushed for
Oh, Saracens!
Conquering
Nobody talk about the
everything.
Saracens.
Wasn't
They
there
were
like a
fucking
crew
pirates,
of
you know?
Vikings that like went down and actually fought in the Crusades?
I don't know if that's true or not, but I have heard
It sounds awesome. Like that they took their boat with them and transfers across Europe. And then they got like their Viking boat in like the Mediterranean. Ended up accidentally joining the crusade.
Can't wait
Yeah,
till the
so there
war
were
comes.
Saracen pirates, and and they
Oh,
actually
no more.
created a lot of problems.
yes.
You want to know what my favorite one is, Abe?
Sure.
It's a coin flip between the Civil War and World War II.
Oh.
If I had to pick one, I would probably go with the Civil War because I'm American, but World War II was very, very close second.
So I said the Civil War to begin with, and the reason I said it was because of the things that we gained from the Civil War, but we also gained a lot of baggage from the Civil War.
We lost a lot from the Civil War too.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so, like, you have the beginning of the extreme federalization that has now settled in a way that it should not have.
That it wasn't designed to do.
Right.
And it was a microcosm of, if we did have an uprising and a new thing installed, the people that are most likely to be in power are the last ones you'd want rewriting the Constitution. It's like what happened with the federal government. Like, look what they did.
Yep. Exactly.
So I am also not down with how the North like burned its way through the South and, you know, did like pillaging and looting and all kinds of horrible stuff to the southern cities, even though the war had pretty much already been won at that point. They were just doing it to get rich.
That's also true. Profiteering, big time.
Oh, massively. Like, a lot of people, it's the amount of wealth that isn't actually directly linked to slaves, but is actually linked to that action is more prolific so far as how it's affected society. Because a lot of that slavery wealth got stolen. That's the thing.
Yep.
Or got burned out or wasted due to the war. Like, why do you think the South was in such dilapidated state? It wasn't like, we got all this inherent wealth from oppressing an entire race of people, you know, and it's like, yeah, they were actually in really, really, really bad ways, like almost all of them.
Yeah, that's true. It did. It left it so dilapidated and dejected that was a hell of a clawback, actually.
Well, despite the like blockades,
South will rise again, as they say.
The South actually went from like 1 in 5 or 10 soldiers actually having like boots to, like, at the end, like, they all had boots, they all had guns, they all had uniforms. Like, they had to develop their own manufacturing due to the blockades. Like, they actually like went from the agrarian like plantations to like the industrialization of the North.
Right, which then actually leads you into the stair step into the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah. Well, isn't it suspicious that they were so focused on manifest destiny and looking west while everything changed in the east? All of the stories of the OK Corral and the gold rush and, you know, how the America and all of that.
Yeah.
It captivated the nation. And also, don't forget, Lewis Carroll's like Alice in Wonderland came out then, and it was beloved because it was pushed. It was like one of the first genuine American escapisms, because there were like books that came out beforehand, but a lot of it was mostly like theory or philosophy. Like,
I was just
Alice in Wonderland was like one of the first great like works. There were essays that were written and like poems, like fantastic ones, but like legitimate stories, like prose. Like, yeah, we weren't really known for that until after the Civil War.
That's true. Yeah, no, everything before that was philosophy and political theory and stuff like that.
Yeah, you had Lewis Carroll and then Disney to an extent, and then Dr. Seuss and like other people that like it's one of the great things that we gave. We gave like Westerns, we gave comedy, we gave jazz, and we gave like certain kinds of writing. That's like some of the best things America has distributed, aside from like refrigeration and like microwavable food.
Yeah.
And, you know, guns and death.
Wow.
Guns and death. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, America made the greatest death machines, so.
I can't wait to the world to come when there'll be peace.
Yeah.
No need for war.
I hope you're not quoting John Lennon right now.
No. I'm talking about the world to come as in like the biblical world to come.
Okay.
The new heavens and the new earth. It talks about that then.
Yeah, I get it. It's just the word choices you use was the lyrics.
Well, the world to come is kind of like I think the thing that's Jewish people use it. J people.
The thing that's disenchanting about it is the idea that marriage will no longer be a thing.
Enchanting, you say?
No, it's disenchanting.
Oh,
like
okay.
the idea that
I thought you said it
when-
was enchanting, and
no,
I'm like, wait, what?
There's a lot of things that are different. Like when it comes to pass, like when at the end of the age, there's a lot of like where people. It's part of the Bible that a lot of people don't actually like read into or study a lot. That there's a lot of. It would make your eyebrows raise at a minimum if you were to like actually look at it and like think through the logistics of all of that happening and how different from our lives to what it will inevitably be.
I
It's a
agree.
massive difference.
I agree. It's a change in the nature of all things, I would say. Just about.
Yeah.
I do feel kind of comforted when Paul talks about how he was going up to heaven and seeing the things that he could not speak of.
Yeah.
Colors that can't be described.
Yeah. Words that can't be uttered.
It's almost like Cthulhu. It's unknowable knowledge. Like if you knew, because I firmly believe that if people actually understood God or the way that things are relative to everything, your head would explode, or you'd go gibbering mad. And it's like there's reasons why we can't explain certain things or describe certain things, like with Paul, because you just literally can't.
Well, look at what John wrote on the Isle of Patmos. Like, what you can understand some of that, but like, can you?
I think you could ponder it your
And
whole life
even
and try.
Even Peter made a comment about Paul that he found his teachings peculiar, or a bit. I don't remember the actual words, but he did have a comment about Paul in one of his letters.
Yeah, and I would say that Paul was utterly changed in a way that made him somewhat undiscernible than everyday folk to some of the others. I would imagine that would be the case, because that experience had to have, like, if you see things that are unexplainable by word and undescribable by word, like how would you live your life with the knowledge that you now have that you can't explain, you can't teach, you can't even talk about in a way that
it would be hell.
Can convey anything to people?
Because hell isn't necessarily about fire. It's about the awareness and separation from that truth. That you see it, you look through the crack. It's like when you had the tabernacle and you would have the curtain to the Holy of Holies, and it's like looking through the edge of the curtain, and you're like seeing into what it actually is, and then that's taken away from you. Like you're not able to see it. Like you remember it, but you can't explain it to anyone. You can't like think about anything else, and you're separate from it. That would be like a living hell. It's a good thing, but it's also really, really bad. Because just existing and knowing that exists and you can't be with it.
Well, that's like the description or partial description of what hell is, right? An eternal separation from
the separation,
the Creator, and so
but that's an eternal separation. Of
right.
Paul is looking forward to this.
The ultimate knowledge of it and the ultimate separation from it.
Oh, you mean like the destruction? Because you think it's at the end they get destroyed, right?
No, hell is that you know that God exists and that He loves
Oh.
you and you should be with Him, but you can't be because you're separated from Him.
So you
That's
don't
how
think people get destroyed at the end?
Well, yeah,
'Cause I think that's what the Bible teaches. People get destroyed at the
But-
end.
But Paul was not
suffer
separated after
forever.
this experience.
Right. Well, no, but the whole point
To that extent.
Right. No, the whole point is that, like, if you had knowledge, like divine revelation, right?
Yeah.
But there is no way that you could even be capable of sharing that to the world. You know this, but you can't share it because you can't even describe it. There's not even words for what you.
No, I get the point, but I'm not sure if that's what Paul felt, because he never really expressed that in that way, so we don't
Right.
really know.
That's fair. That's fair.
I mean, he may have. I've often thought that he saw himself as a bit of a gardener or a farmer. That like, there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and I have to like clear the boulders and get rid of the rotten roots and like clear the field and like begin the work, so that the truth can unfold, and that people, if they study it their whole lives, they might get like an inkling of what it is that I had, and like that's sort of how I see that he is with it. But me, I'd go crazy. Like it'd be like that I couldn't talk about it, that I saw it, and then I'm not seeing it, and it's like it'd be very difficult to like have to accept that and like move past it. That would be a very, very difficult thing for me to do.
It depends though, because you haven't seen it yet. If you had
Hey,
seen
Grid,
it,
you're
maybe you
muted,
would
by the
have a
way.
different.
Oh, I'll have to.
Maybe you would have a different
guys.
understanding of it if you were there. We don't really know how that is.
You're gonna head home. Is that what you said, Grid?
Yeah, I'm about to load the boat and head to the house.
Hey, it was good hanging out though.
Yeah. No, it's bad day on the water is better than a good day anywhere else.
Exactly.
So
fair.
Which is
Very
not
fair.
a bad day. I mean, I was relaxing. It was it's
Clear blue skies.
yeah, it's too bright out today. Too bright out. It's got the fish pushed deep, and I don't feel like fishing offshore today. So, but if there weren't any in the shallows where I was at, I tried. But I'll be back out tomorrow morning probably.
Okay, doke.
Because that's what I do. I may not be on your stream though. But this was fun. This was different. This was interesting. It's hard to kind of deal with the camera and the lack of a microphone and being able to hear. So not really sure how to deal with that. But anyway, it was fun. You guys have a great rest of your morning, and we'll see you later. I'll be on the night, so we'll see you then.
Yep, sounds
Alrighty.
good.
See ya.
Take
That
care.
sounds good. What were you saying, Dan?
About
You're trying to say
Paul.
something.
Well, yeah. Well, if you were there and you saw the things Paul saw, you might have had an insurance spiritually or in your soul that might have given you a different perspective. You might have felt differently about it after you got out of it. I don't know, but
I mean, that's
you
possible.
know.
Oh, I'm sure.
I would think an analog is that like if you see, and my only frame of reference is like as a guy that like if I saw the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen and I glimpsed her and I had this moment where like I could have like talked to her and the whole possibility of a future unfolding, but for some reason I didn't, and I was separated from her. Like I would always think back on it, always regret like what would my life be like if I had been close to that or been with her. Like that's the only analog. But being exposed to it,
That's
may
an
have had that
analog
assurance
based
too.
on regret.
I don't know.
That's an analog based on regret. It doesn't really fit, does it?
Right, because he knows he's going to that. He knows
There's
that he
time-
is.
the time that you'd have to be apart from it before that, though.
Right.
Like blessed assurance, yes, but there's still the suffering up until that point, even though you've been confirmed in your faith.
I hear you.
Yeah, so
I may
would
be
say
wrong.
it's bittersweet.
I don't know. Yeah,
Or
it may be that
sweet
you're.
bitter. I'm not sure, but just knowing that the end of your road is going to it still
That's
is
the reason for, like we talked about earlier, the reason to suffer. Like you have the knowledge of where the road ends. That's a good thing.
Yep. True. Holy smokes. I am so tired right now. I drank a huge cup of coffee and I'm like bleary eyed.
Yeah, I understand. So
In almost
if you
18
had-
hours.
That's a while. If you had to pick something, Abe, that is like the most important thing to you that you wish you could share with other people, what would that be?
About me?
Whatever you feel is the correct answer. Could be about you, a situation, something you've learned, a mistake you made. You know, whatever you think is an appropriate answer.
I don't know. I think that most of my energy goes towards helping people see that they need to seek to understand, listen to hear, and help others. I don't know.
I've heard worse things.
I want people to I want people to understand each other and try to conceptualize it, I guess.
It's all good. It can be difficult sometimes.
Right. I think that we all have the ability to be greater than we are and do greater than we have. And in that effort, we should seek to understand others so that we can ourselves grow and help others grow. I guess that's what I would say. And I mean that in every sense, both in Christ, but also in life.
Yeah, sometimes people are put in your path specifically and you don't know why, but they are. And it could also be that it's not for you, it's for them.
That's true. That is very true.
Because you don't really understand the tapestry as a thread. Like, you can't see it. You don't understand the relevance of what you may be doing or the insignificance of it. But you're still part of the tapestry.
Yep. One big weave.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I knew it was going to go there too. That's hilarious.
I whip my hair back and forth. I whip my hair.
Holy smokes. Okay.
Well,
yes.
I do think that that's something that is good. Like what you were talking about, the thing that's important to you that you want to share, like that you strive to do. I think that's a good thing.
I think so too.
There's also like an alarming number of people who like haven't ever had not that thought, but like a thought similar to that they're too busy like in the pinball machine of life, like bouncing from bumper to bumper to bumper to bumper at the whim of something else, like their sins or foes or foibles. And they're constantly beleaguered by this. And it's just, even though you may not think you articulated it very well, I think that you're way ahead of the curve for a lot of people.
Well, I appreciate it.
It's easy to be honest.
I try every day. I don't think there's any value in not being honest.
So, Abe, to what you said, your answer to
Yes.
Octavian's question. I gotta go to Daniel 12:3. Those who are wise will shine like the brightness on the horizon. Those who lead many people to righteousness will shine like the stars forever and ever. It seems like you have a very good goal there.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's for myself, but
that's the point.
Well, I mean, it is a little bit for yourself, like in terms of having a purpose, like the method to the madness, like the suffering of the why. Because looking for opportunities to do so, like it, makes life better, but it also therefore makes it easier. And it's not bad to be like, if I go and I give food out to the homeless, that I feel good for doing it. There's no shame in feeling good. Now, the hubris of it, where you make yourself above the act, that you're like edifying yourself as an idol, that's where it gets to be bad. But just the like that you feel good for doing good, or like looking for ways to help others, there's nothing wrong with like that feeling good. I mean, sometimes the most selfish bastards are like the almost psychopath types that, like, if you can get them to understand that it feels good and they get their own source of reward and value from it, that they'll start doing it to chase it like a drug, and the act of it will actually start to open their eyes and legitimately change them.
Excuse me.
At least that's been my experience.
I could say I've seen that.
Because, like, I'll confront them with some stuff after a bit, and then they'll go back to, like, drugs or other things where they used to get the hit of dopamine or whatever they want to call it, chemical response, and it won't be fulfilling, and they'll actually get really mad about it. And I'm like, we should have a talk about this, shouldn't we? Because there's some stuff that you're starting to be aware of, and it hurts. And people try to avoid pain. That's like the reason why, like, addicts are addicts is, it's usually pain avoidance. Yep. A lot of times.
Well,
like, sure, there's getting high, but
it's the human response, right? Move away from pain and towards pleasure.
Well, it's that I don't think it's that people want to wallow in, like, filth or like bad things, or be plagued with the not good, where they're baking the bricks and mixing the mortar and building like a prison like hell out of their own life. And if they realize there's a door, it's not locked, and they can just open the door and walk out of it at any time of their choice, and they have control, but they'll wallow in it intentionally, because usually there's a form of pain in some level due to, not to excuse it, but there's just something about them that they feel stuck. It's like understanding it, that their behaviors, like, if you were them, the likelihood there, but for the grace of God go I, is like true. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
There's a group that I volunteer with that does outreach with like homeless and PTSD and stuff, with trying to like change the way that people look at it, where if you tell an addict the kind of what I was saying with the sisterhood earlier, this like, oh, if someone did this thing to you, how would you feel? How would you feel about the person doing it to you? And then they're like, oh, I'd hate that. That's not good, or it's bad for them to do that. If they go on for a bit, they'll have the dissonance where they're like, oh, I do that thing. And they'll kind of quietly, alter what they do a little bit, or at least be open to changing, which is the whole point of the process. Just small steps like that.
Indeed. Perspective.
It's very important.
It is.
Because, like, one size doesn't fit all. Like, if there's something that you did to abjure yourself from suffering, it's no guarantee it would work for me. And it might actually make Dan's life way worse, but there's something to it, not to be discounted, but it's also like the awareness of like helping other people to figure it out for themselves is like, because they have to like rebuild that part of their brain, and like the way that they interact with society, and like being able to problem solve and being able to like look for their own solutions and be a better human being as a result.
Yeah, the breaking down and rebuilding.
Kind of like the Marine Corps.
Kind of like. Kind of like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever miss doing cadences while marching or like quick time?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's a whole lot of things like that are just the mundane, that were simple but enjoyable.
The minutia of the military.
Yep. And regularity, as much as there is daily regularity in normal life, it's not the same. It's a different thing. It's kind of funny.
Well, it was like being part of something bigger than yourself.
Indeed. Indeed.
And it, there's something to be said for the certain European countries that are mostly homogenous, that if you look at it, where in the military, I mean, different skin colors, origins, ethnicities, whatever you want to call it, but everybody wears the same uniform. Like, they all speak more or less the same language. They generally have to do certain things and obey certain stuff and like play by certain rules. And that like uniformality of it is like one of the greatest bonding things, where it's like, I don't see color, I only see green, because that's the Army's uniform, or whatever the saying is. Like it's a great unifier in that sense.
Yes, it is. It is.
And there's an aspect to that people don't want to think about, that there's that unity of like the after the end of the age that we all crave for, that communion with one another and the Holy Spirit and Christ and God. You know, that so we'll have things that we manifest, like the union with a man and a wife, and the union of a family, the union of your community, the union of being in the military, that all of these things are collectively, quote, good. And the ultimate sacrifice of Christ in that example is like the ultimate highest good, to like dive on the grenade for your battle brothers. Like there's these like echoes of the Bible manifesting in real time in society, and we can't help but look at it and notice that for some reason it moves you, even if it's in a different language and you don't understand the context. You still feel something because of the truth resonating from it.
Yeah, I think truth resonates for sure, especially biblical truth, but truth in general, right? Because it belongs not to us alone.
We all want truth if we're honest with ourselves.
Well, as long as you understand there's just the truth, like a single truth, and it like echoes and reverberates. If you think of it like the Big Bang, and that everything came out of the Big Bang, it's like there's the truth or the word, and everything in all of creation is just an echo of it. It's just echoing over and over and over. And you can see it manifesting again and again and again and again in real time in everything that you do.
True.
Yeah, but I don't believe in the Big Bang, so.
I'm not saying you should. It's just like a relativistic example. Because sometimes it's like easy for people to grasp an imperfect thing, and then from that you can have like the truth come out of it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think I might crash.
Well, don't do it while driving.
Well, I won't do it while driving.
It was good hanging out, though.
More ass.
It was. James.
We'll have to do it again sometime.
Indeed. I'm sure I will do another live soon. Thank you, everybody, for coming today and yesterday.
Yeah.
And yesterday, huh?
And yesterday.
Hey, Abe.
Yes.
Babe, I really appreciated having you all with me on my fishing trip. That meant a lot to me.
Good.
Seriously.
I'm glad. It was fun, and it was awesome to get to see Norway.
Yeah.
I'm not going to bed. Not quite. I gotta stay up because I gotta go out tomorrow.
Oh, do you now? All right, so I don't know where people want to raid, but I suppose you can choose where your new home is if you're going to another channel.
Well, I'm going to make like a baby and head out.
Okay.
Baby, head out.
Perfect.
I'm going to make like a baby and head out.
Now, wait a minute. How? I mean, the only time they head out is when.
Yeah, when they're born.
Yeah.
When they transition into a new existence.
That's why it's funny.
They transition into a new existence. Like I'm going to be offline instead
Yeah,
of
but
online.
are they technically? Wait a minute. So they're human when they're in the womb, but then they call them baby afterwards, or they still a baby when they're in the womb?
Well, even the word fetus means little baby, I think.
Human
so
is
Oh,
human.
there will be a baby
is
in there.
human. No,
It's
the
a
answer
baby.
is human is human is human.
Yep.
It's like
All right.
porn. You know it when you see it.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Y'all have
All right,
a
I'll see y'all
wonderful
later.
day.
See you later.
Hi, Felicia.
Have a great one.
Bye, Felicia. James, would you like to tell everyone where they can find you?
You can find me on James Life Talks. All my other links are there on James Life Talks. Yeah, my nickname when I was younger is Boo Boo. Chad just not gonna leave me alone with that. But when I was a kid, that was my nickname. But yeah, y'all can find me there. But other than that, y'all have a great one. God bless. Yeah.
God bless, James.
Yeah, God
Thank
bless
you.
you.
And Dan, you probably are you staying up now or are you going to sleep?
Yeah, I'll raid my bed.
Yes, that's a great idea. I think I will do the same.
You take care.
You
And,
too, brother.
It was interesting conversation at the end there. Really, really insightful.
Yeah.
I could stay up for hours.
We'll talk more about it, I'm sure.
Absolutely. All right. Have a good one, everyone.
All right, everyone. Good day, good night. God bless. I will see you on the next one.
He walks through the dust on a cracked old road. Hat tilted forward, shadows that load. Eyes burn deep like a fire untamed. The nation he loved now barely the same. A voice like thunder, he calls out the lie. Where did the promise go? Why did all die? He holds up the past like a mirror of truth. The ghost of our father screams for our youth. Resurrected Abe with a heart full of rage, turning the tide on this broken age. Standing tall with the people in his hands, gonna shake the dirt from this troubled land. He sees the greed that's carved up the soul. Dreams shatter wide like a burning coal. Chains of division wrapped tight in fear, but his voice cuts through, makes it all clear. He pounds on the door of the house of deceit. The cracks in the walls fall down at his feet. The people's cries, they rise like a storm. Resurrected Abe stands tall and reborn. Resurrected Abe with a heart full of rage, turning the tide on this broken age. Standing tall with the people in his hands, gonna shake the dirt from this troubled land. Resurrected Abe with a heart full of rage, turning the tide on this broken age. Standing tall with the people in his hands, gonna shake the dirt from this troubled land. Top hats, dusty coats, torn and frayed. 6 feet under, but he ain't gonna stay. Stomping the ground like a thunderous quake. On his stage, back for America's sake. He's called